and the angle, the camera should be. Are we live? Yeah. Okay, correct. You like, and I can hear myself.
Yes, it's loud now.
All right. Okay. YouTube is live as well. All right. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Insight Plum's Procurement Masterclass. It's a beautiful day in London, and good to see the audience all around the world connecting. Sorry for a bit of a late start. We're just getting set up. So I'm Mayank Chandla. I'm the founder and CEO of Insight Plum. And let me start today's masterclass with telling you a bit of a story. And then from the story, we go through the rest of the class. So I'm going to tell you a story about a company which was really a small company, but it saw huge growth during the pandemic. Now, this is a company that started to then look for bigger offices, started to hire a lot of people. And as they started to do that, they needed more systems. Their accounts payable started to get flooded with invoices. They needed to buy a procurement software to start to manage the number of invoices they had. So they started to look around in the market, and they felt like they need to follow the peers, the leaders in their industry, and basically they ended up buying one leading expensive software. As they bought this, what followed was really a vicious circle of hiring consultants and implementing that software. And as time passed by, they basically started to get conscious on the costs. The costs started to mount, the expenses started to mount, and they basically got to a point where they had to start taking out some consultants. They hired some in-house people to start running the systems for them. Eventually, they started to run very basic processes in an inefficient way, and this kind of continued, and this is kind of the corporate inefficiency that continued for them as they started to scale. Now, the reason I'm telling you this story is because this is not just the story of one company. This is pretty much our industry. As companies scale up from starting, they basically are struggling to find how to scale up and start to establish their procurement function and leverage the right technology. If you look at the size of our industry, it's $12 trillion of B2B e-commerce today, and it's going to be 25 trillion by 2028. This is where Insight Plum comes in, and I'm going to tell you about us and also why we basically started the company. So to look at this e-commerce, 65% of this is basically SME, and 75% of the buyers now are millennials. Buyers are overwhelmed with the choices they have in the market. Also, if you look at the conventional B2B platforms, they are more and more obsolete. Companies need innovation to be more accessible to them. They need to integrate technologies from new vendors. And they basically need to innovate using emerging technology. They need to make their procurement function more agile. They need to also achieve sustainability goals. They need to accelerate their own digital transformation. They need to create skill talent, and they need to manage risks. Now, what we did is we basically set up Insight Plum to help companies establish a holistic way of transforming into this. So we set up the procurement technology, services, and talent as three offerings where we are able to bring to customers all emerging and leading tech, and then all the consulting or transformation consulting you need to actually organize your procurement function and transform it. And all the talent. You cannot do it without having skilled talent, skilled on those emerging technologies and on those operating models to actually help you in that transformation. So this is kind of the reason why Insight Plum was born and why we're running the class on uh, procurement talent is because this is the biggest need in the industry today is the gap in procurement talent, especially with newer technologies coming in. Um, the skill inside the companies is pretty much limited to what they basically are exposed to in terms of process, in terms of technology. So um, you're not able to really give them that exposure unless they learn new tech. And so we got to find a way in the industry for um, procurement talent worldwide in companies and new talent to basically upskill themselves on newer technology. And that is why we started this concept of this masterclass that we do around the world. Um, so we're going to go through the class in that way. Also, if we look at further into this SMEs are really underserved today by system integrators. The system integrators mostly partner with one or two procurement software vendors. Now, customers are only sold what basically the system integrators partner with. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is their need. The software vendors and their innovation does not reach the customer. The SMEs, they need holistic transformation. And customers need an agnostic software point of view. So with that in mind, if you look at also the large enterprise, they are stuck with enterprise software that could make them extinct. They are at the mercy of their product roadmaps, and as a result, the innovation is really slow in those companies. Customers are unaware that better technologies actually exist and how to ingest them. Again, same like the SMEs, the large enterprise are only consuming what the consulting and system integrators firm sell to them, which is again limited to what they are partnered with. The CSI firm's offering and capability is also limited to these softwares. The skill level in these organizations, like I said, is very limited to the exposure in tech that they basically have exposure to. So all this leads to a real legacy. And what is the impact of these poor implementations or the current set of uh, software you have and the suboptimal implementations? Basically, the customers are getting very limited return on their investment. They are basically missing the opportunity in procurement to make a positive impact to the business. They aren't really gaining too much in terms of efficiency or compliance, and the stakeholder experience is really compromised. So also this leads to employee churn, dissatisfaction. The business as usual costs are pretty high to then run these systems. And the ability to scale and support innovation is very limited because it's not easy to replace this architecture. So this is kind of where the current industry is at the moment. Now, What we are trying to do are starting to address these gaps and raising awareness through this world tour. So where the C-suite today needs to be, they basically need to achieve a holistic transformation by digitizing their processes with a scalable architecture for continuous growth and innovation. They need to digitize processes because that's really a prerequisite if they need to move forward. They need to, this is absolutely important for them to align to any of their strategic imperatives. And then once they are able to digitize, then they're able to actually ingest more innovation. They're able to re-engineer processes. They're able to curate data, to build in artificial intelligence and other emerging tech. But if they're not digital, they can't really benefit from the innovation that's available. And innovation is a continuous cycle. So they need to continuously be able to find use cases and innovate and improve their digital processes. Now, all this they can't do in silos without the amplification of their talent. So, especially in procurement, they need to establish the right capability, the right target operating model, operations that actually have AI enabled, and a way to have continuous learning and knowledge transfer. Now, again, the reason for the masterclass is one of these that you have to find a way to have this continuous learning. How do you learn new skills? How do you learn new tech? How do you learn new operating models when you're not exposed to them? So these are some of the new techs that Insight Plum has recently partnered with since we started the company. It's been a couple of quarters that we've started to go down the partnership journey, and we started to look at both the leading tech partners and also the emerging tech partners. Am I connected? Yeah, sorry. So there's a lot of new emerging tech out there. Now, this tech is really more suitable for the small and medium enterprise because it's more agile. It can fit better with the cost, the budget needs, the innovation needs, the ability to scale. And then you got the large tech. There has to be a way in which the big companies not necessarily can replace their installed systems, the large systems, and especially they run across domains. So we really formed the company on the tech side to actually start to integrate newer tech onto existing platforms. And this is happening with or without us. You see in the industry, this is where the industry is moving forward now. Industry is moving to see more and more of the emerging tech come up. What that would mean for the large enterprise space is that, and for the large system integrators, they got to find a way to have that capability. They got to find a way to start ingesting that tech and also training their talent on it. So this is the journey what Insight Plum has started with the masterclass to start to upskill people. I mean, the people who join Insight Plum are basically getting an opportunity to learn these newer tech. And that is really the vision, that you learn newer tech and then you're able to take this tech to market. You're able to deploy this tech. And then you're able to build some additional intellectual property on it and connect it with existing systems. So this is just to give you a bit of perspective on the ecosystem of tech that is emerging now. Now, let's talk about the talent gap in more detail. And where do people really learn their procurement skills or most of the other skills? You start with your formal education. You sometimes join training institutes. You do a lot of online learnings and you attend conferences and you go to your job. A lot of your learning is actually on the job. And you go in your career from junior to mid to senior level, and then you start to become an emerging leader or a champion in your industry, which is true for procurement as well. So you try to become, let's say, an emerging leader, you become a procurement champion, you become an influential CPO or an industry transformation leader, a thought leader, a sustainability champion. So this is kind of the journey, which is really a journey of skill acquisition over time. Now, how can you accelerate this journey? If you look at the procurement professionals, the skills that the procurement professional need is really diverse. It's a profession not known to everyone, especially not known to students when they start their career, when they're in universities. Nobody's thinking to make a career in procurement necessarily. Procurement really is adding people when they actually land a job in procurement and people are learning on the job. But these are the kind of skills that you really need in procurement. You need the skills to negotiate, you need the skills on numbers, you need critical thinking. But more importantly, you need passion, you need to constantly think of innovation, you need to collaborate a lot. You need to be able to manage suppliers, their relationship, their performance. You need to be able to make decisions. And you need to, of course, most important in procurement is ethics. To have your ethics in place, you need a lot of creativity. You need to have a very good view of the market. And of course, you need persuasion skills. So these are just some of the skills you need in procurement. What today, if we look at the talent gap, you have got a huge difficulty for organizations to find qualified and skilled procurement candidates. The reason is, like I said, your only people are learning on the job. And as more and more companies focus on procurement, you simply have a shortage of skilled talent. The estimate is that by 2028, you will have about 2.4 million unfilled jobs in procurement. You simply will have more focus on procurement, but not enough skilled talent. Also, if you look at the current skills of people, actually 64% of their managers think that their employees can't keep pace with the skills. So if you really look on your own careers, look at your own jobs, and I manage people as well, and I see that not necessarily people have the skill that are needed to actually keep their job. They need to constantly upskill themselves. I mean, the industry is changing fast. The world is changing fast. In the last few years, the biggest accelerator really has been the COVID. COVID disrupted the world. COVID actually accelerated digitization. This disruption of supply chain, disruption of business in general, and acceleration of digitization, all these mean that people needed to upskill a lot quicker in this time. But this is where the gap is. And employees also feel the same, that they don't feel that they have mastered the skills they need for their job. I mean, there are simply many tools. There are new tools, and they are not able to keep pace with learning the domain, learning the tech, learning how to leverage the tech to their advantage, or new ways of operating business. So that is a change for everyone. Now, if you look at millennials as well, what you guys are learning in colleges, in universities, even your skills are going to get obsolete in 3 years' time. So even if you're fresh out of college and you've learned relevant courses, if you don't upskill, even 3 years' time, the millennial skills are getting obsolete or irrelevant. So you got to constantly upskill as well. Procurement professionals know the struggle to keep up with this current skill gap. And CPO simply, I mean, CPO really like the top profession, let's say in procurement, they all agree that they're not able to find enough qualified talent. And I mean, the reasons are simple, right? We laid the ground why this is. The reason is basically people are learning only on the jobs, and the tech is changing, the landscape is changing. So what I'm really trying to stress on here is that basically what you're seeing is a ladder where you have a lot of people in procurement, fine, but they have the basic skills. They have the skills to run transaction procurement. And as they probably become more senior in their jobs, they're able to run strategic procurement. But if you see this bar, it shows that it's kind of blind. they don't see the whole picture. They don't get the full perspective. The only way they will get the full perspective is as they try to upskill and start to benchmark what processes they're running with what is available in the industry. How can industry run best practice processes? What does technology do for to run better processes? And how do you upskill yourself then to actually help your company transform and be an emerging leader for your organization or in the industry, and then ultimately a procurement champion? So we have amongst ourselves in the class today also, you will see a lot of speakers. They have got a lot of experience and they've come through this journey to be in the top 1% or in the top 5%. But it's constant for everyone to learn and learn what is out there, um, and continuously adapt and start to also influence their organization and give that business impact to their organization from what they are learning and the perspective they are carrying. And this flows down to the rest of their organization. So CPOs or leaders who are not focused on upskilling their talents or continuous learning of their talent are ultimately sitting on a time bomb. Your business will be disrupted. You will be irrelevant to the business. Eventually, you will be a cost to the business, and not someone adding value. So this is something that is the gap. The skills you need today are all these, especially in procurement. You need the soft skills, of course. You need to be able to communicate, interact with people. Even this is a skill people are losing a bit with everything digital. But there are new ways of collaborating with people. So it's also, maybe the younger people have an advantage as well in that way that they have other ways to collaborate more effectively. But overall, yes, you need the soft skills. Emotional intelligence in procurement, this is a key skill. I think in mostly in human life, if you want to be successful, you got to have emotional intelligence. Um, you need to be able to drive people and performance. Yeah, all good. Um, Now, you also need domain expertise. That's basic, right? You got to learn your industry. So a lot of people come with skills that they basically learn in universities, or they study a particular course and they come through that. But those are just basics, right? Practical experience you learn on the job. So over time, you build your domain expertise. Then what is important today are these two topics on the right: sustainability and knowing the ecosystem of tech. Sustainability is not an option or is not a nice to have feature. It is a must have. And you see the focus. And I think we have today in the class as well, few sustainability interns and graduates who have learned sustainability or are pursuing a career in sustainability. And it's a key topic. It's a it's a key topic for survival of the human race, for us to pass on what Earth has to offer to the generations to come. It's not a choice. It is really a must-have. So I think there's a lot of study going on, and then how to actually apply this in corporate. Now, who is in the best position to actually drive sustainability is actually the procurement profession. And if you ask me why, it's because the procurement profession can really demand from their suppliers, this is what they need to run a sustainable business, to do a sourcing that is sustainable, to have products that are sustainable, to consume stuff in a sustainable way. All this means that the supplier will then manufacture or produce things in that way. So it affects the whole supply chain, the whole cycle of really making a real impact, right? Not just conferences, not just, buying a piece of forest somewhere or those other ways of carbon trading or anything, right? Real sustainability that is driven is both, let's say, for in the corporate world, both on the supply chain side as well as on the procurement, on the indirect procurement side, in actually consumption. On both sides, procurement can play a key role to drive suppliers. So one of the key topics of the masterclass is really to also raise awareness on sustainability for this reason, especially for the procurement profession, because they truly hold the power to actually influence this the most. Now, all this, and if you don't have the knowledge of the technology landscape, you will not be able to make decisions for your organizations. You will not be able to see what is art of possible with tech. So you might run processes in your company in a way that are more obsolete, or your competitor may run better processes with just simple awareness of better tech. So if you want to be anyone with competitive advantage for your business, and again, procurement is the one qualifying suppliers, choosing software, especially not just for themselves, but also for business, right? To run business. So they got to have a good knowledge of the technology landscape, the technology in general, not specific to just procurement, but what technology is out there, especially the emerging technology. This is something. So these are all the skills that are now make up the holistic skills that you need in the procurement profession. So this was just kind of my introduction to the class, and what we're going to go through the rest of the day is really focus on these 4 topics. Domain expertise. You will hear from a lot of speakers, not just myself. I promise I'm not here to bore you all day. You will hear from a lot of speakers, and you will also hear about the domain, their experiences of how they're applying the procurement in their business, in their organizations. You will also learn about digital transformation, what it means in theory, but what it means practically to implement it in organizations, how CPOs are driving this, how digital transformation leaders are giving this importance. And then you will also learn about AI and innovation. So once these basics are there, then you can appreciate that actually what all AI is possible in supply chain, in procurement, what are the applications of it. Insight Plum as a partner, we partner with a lot of emerging tech, and we will also showcase some of our partners in this space. Again, our purpose is to raise awareness that this is where the industry is headed. And then sustainability, like I talked about, right? So we're going to talk through these 4 topics. The goal is simple: to take you through the basics, to be an expert, to learn about performance, and then get into digital procurement, transformation, and emerging leader. And ultimately, the goal, let's say in procurement, for you should be a procurement and sustainability champion. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to rise to the top level in your company to be that person. It means that at every level, you need to be aware of your domain, best in class processes, what is art of possible with technology, what's your role in sustainability, and how you can be a role model for procurement to actually influence that change. So it's at every level. At every level, you can benchmark to be better than someone else. That is the purpose of a class like this. How we're going to go through the class is actually, if I go a bit deeper into this, so we will do the procurement 101, because again, class has all kinds of people, especially the online audience. You have a complete range, right? So you go through the basics, then we deep dive into process. So we put everybody on kind of the same foundation. And then we talk more into procurement performance, strategy, operating model. Then we get into digital, right? So if you get into digital before understanding the process or the domain, then again, you are limited. How you can apply that tech is limited. So it's important you understand first the domain and then get into how digital can actually improve that. And then you get into what's possible beyond just basic digital. I mean, digital 10 years back was a big deal. If you were a digital company, you're already a leader or a mature company. But now it's just the prerequisite for you to ingest the innovation that's possible or the other emerging tech that's possible. So digital is an absolute prerequisite. So with digital, you're just basically an aware company today, not a leader. It's absolute prerequisite. And companies that are not even digital Only God can save them. I feel like you can't really run without digital today. Um, I mean, companies in US, if you look at the evolution about 10 years back, 15 years back, as they started to become digital, um, come in. So as you started to become digital, they started to realize that small and medium companies, they can do a lot more business with fewer people just because they were enabled by technology. So digital really makes a big difference at every level, not just as you are a large corporate, but starting with a small entrepreneur, as you become a bigger company, it's still very important. And then lastly, we will cover the topic on sustainability and go in details of that and how you can be a sustainability champion. Now, just talking a bit about Insight Plum as well, what we do in this space and why a lot of you are here actually in the class in London right now, but also this is what we do worldwide. We are nurturing procurement talent. What we do as part of your class also, you have a free skill assessment that we do for you. What this means is that basically against this framework of skills that are needed, we're trying to assess your skills. The class is also for you to reflect on your own assessment of your skills compared to what is the skill set needed and where you stand, or where you also it gives you clarity on how you can proceed from this moment onwards. What should you prioritize? Should you learn new tech? Should you work in a company where you are running a category? Should you work in a company where sustainability is a key priority? Or you figure out for yourself what should be the right path for me going forward. So we do a free skill assessment for everyone. The reason is then from that skill assessment, actually you learn your individual curated journey as you need it to be. And then with those journeys, you're basically in a position to both one, work for us in Insight Plum as we are really growing because we're trying to address the gaps in this industry. And two, to really for us to help companies actually supply them with skilled talent. Because again, there's a lot of shortage of skilled talent on tech, on just procurement domain, and on sustainability professionals in procurement. So for all these reasons, this is kind of a way for us to connect and bring the skills forward and then help you in placement, right? Help you have a successful career. If you have a successful career, you are also overall, we are addressing the gap in procurement skills. So with that, I actually just walk you through the agenda and then introduce you to then our first speaker for the day. So we are covering very high level perspective. I just gave you two quick topics at the beginning, just a reflection on the state of the industry, and two, the talent gap. And now, actually, I call a gentleman, Andy Nielsen. He's going to talk you through how you actually build your procurement skills. Andy will tell more about himself, but just to tell you a bit about Andy, he's actually mentoring, he's a business mentor to the UK government to help entrepreneurs and SMEs actually upskill. He's been in the procurement profession for a couple of decades or more, probably. And yeah, you'll hear more from him and his perspective. But we're really glad to have Andy with us. He's also the founder of a company called Twisted Orange. He's really on this journey. So Andy and we connected, and we figured out that we have a common purpose to basically upskill people in procurement, and we share that passion in procurement. So without further delay, I hand you over to Andy. Yeah. Yeah. So just click it somewhere.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you for that introduction, much appreciated. So, as you can see, that's probably a bit of a younger photo, but it's the one I tend to use. So, I also tend to walk around a bit. So, if I get out a camera shot, somebody please just give me a nudge. So, yes, that's me. I do procurement and I do supply chain, and I've done it for, I wish it was only 2 decades, but it's probably just over 3. Hence the grey hair. But it's something I love doing. And I came out of corporate world 4.5 years ago, and joined my wife in Twisted Orange. And it is about imparting knowledge. I guess the one benefit of having experience, or as my daughter puts it, being old, is that you have many stories and skills that you can share, or in my case, probably learnings from mistakes, because let's face it, we all make them. So I wanted to start off with saying, and this is really about basic procurement. So as we build through the journey, through the day, this really is the starting point. Procurement is not rocket science, okay? It's not complicated. I appreciate there's a digital tech requirement within procurement nowadays, but procurement supply chain for me is around common sense and relationships. So more of the soft skills, less of the hard skills, but hopefully I'll come on to that in a few seconds. So what is it really all about? It's about people. It's about us. It's about how we communicate. It's about how we work together. It's about how we work constructively and collaboratively together. No relationship ever lasted with conflict, my opinion. Okay, you can be, and I say this with great respect, as technically savvy as anybody in the world, but if you can't form a relationship, you're going to struggle both internally and externally with your business transactions. So what are procurement practitioners? For me, superstars. That's what we are. We are the superstars in the business, just as much as salespeople are, accountants, HR, operations. And I'm slightly biased, but I do think that we are superstars because of what we do, because of the impact we can have, not just on a business's bottom line, but on the sustainability around the world, on the people that we have responsibility for, our teams, our colleagues, our suppliers. Let's face it, as buyers, we have a massive responsibility towards those suppliers who we trade with. It isn't just a one-way relationship. We have obligations towards those suppliers. So actually, when you look at it, a procurement expert is multifaceted. They are kings and queens of everything, not just strategic sourcing, not just SRM, not just digital. So everybody will have seen one version of this in their procurement lives. This is my procurement cycle. This is what I use to demonstrate how we go around and around and around doing the same thing day in, day out. And that's not a negative, because it's structure and it's consistency, and everybody knows what they're doing next, and why they're doing it. I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. I just wanted to give some context as to how I tend to view what I call the procurement cycle. We all know about category management. We all know about the basic outputs from a category management approach. So that control element, the commercial leverage of, oh, I'm the buyer, therefore I have leverage. Performance to contract, you must supply, you must serve, I must have continuity supply. All valid, absolutely all valid. I'm not stood here criticizing category management, far from it. It's absolutely crucial to have that approach within your business. But the next step really is relationship management. And that's where the key driver is, isn't it? How we interact with each other. Okay, so you treat your suppliers specific to your business needs. You're not going to treat every single supplier in the same way. Relationship management means you're value focused, not cost focused. Risk mitigation. Okay, it's one thing have a category management approach, go and buy a million widgets, but actually what if the million widgets aren't there next year? How do you become that customer of choice? Let's be honest, the buyer doesn't always have the power in the relationship. Yeah, there's certain brands in this world who are global that if I go to as a buyer, they're going to look at me and go, why would I want to trade with you? So you can't always be the biggest customer, but you can be the best customer. And that's something that procurement needs to accept, that the power doesn't always sit with the buying organization. Collaboration, innovation. I would suggest that in my 30 plus years of procurement, 90% of innovation has come from my supply base. I'm merely a facilitator. I'm an expert in procurement. Sounds quite arrogant, it's not meant to. And they're an expert in what they supply. Doesn't matter what it is. Fleet, travel. They're the people that we as procurement need to facilitate solutions out of. And you need to want them to come to you with all their great ideas, obviously. And obviously supplier assurance and certification, ethical sourcing, sustainability. It's all very well going through an RFQ as that one-off check, but then how do you maintain that through that supplier assurance piece? And again, that's where digital and tech also comes in. So just to kind of capture that, I use Erica. Okay, so Erica is about efficiency. Okay, so you adapt to how you work with your supply base. Revenue, because relationship management is that value focus. Procurement can be a revenue generator, whether it be through innovation, whether it be through efficiencies. It all goes to the bottom line. It's a lot easier to save than it is to sell. And since becoming a consultant, I can understand that even more. Insurance. We all have to pay insurance to mitigate the risk, whether it be car or home. Competitive edge. This is where you want your supply base to come in and say, we can do this for you. We want to use you as the vehicle to the market because you're our customer of choice. And assurance. So that's Erica. So impact of relationship management, soft skills. You start with a relationship with a supplier, you shake your hands, you sign your contract, everything's going to be hunky-dory. Okay? It's a bit like a prenup. But that expectation is unrealistic, because if you don't invest in that relationship, what's going to happen? So you can performance manage the contract, you can manage your continuity supply, you can leverage your commercial position, but if you don't invest in that relationship from a buying side, you will lose value, because that supplier will go and find somebody else more interesting to play with. I'll guarantee it. So relationship management, soft skills around procurement is where you get the best bang for your buck. That's why it's so critical that nowadays we need to be upskilling people around the soft skills. Again, and it's not green and red for any specific reason other than to make it stand out. Okay, so relationship management is about a two-way street. And you can both achieve what you want through relationship management. Like I said, no good relationship ever comes of conflict or there being a loser in negotiations. And it is about being respectful. It is about having mutual trust. It is about having relationships that are strong, resilient, open, transparent, honest. It's just like having a relationship at home with your family. You're open, you're honest, you respect. Why would it be any different when you go to work? It just seems that sometimes we switch that off because we must be seen as hard negotiators, bang the table, absolute rubbish with respect to those people who do it. That's not for me. So just building on from the introduction earlier, the case for training. So I was just looking the other day at some of the jobs that require licenses or training before you're able to trade. Makeup artists, auctioneers, funeral attendants, florists, a shampooer. So if you go and get your hair done, you have to have a license to be able to shampoo somebody's hair. Yeah, I know, it surprised me. Welders, security guards, etc. But not procurement. Anybody can do procurement. Yes, you can go through accreditation. Yes, you can become a SIPS fellow. Yes, you can go through Institute of Discipline Transport, etc. But there's no requirement for you to be trained. So if you start off in an untrained manner, you're going to continue those learned behaviors, aren't you? And potentially not be the best buyer you could be. So when we look at hard skills, you'll recognize all of these. You'll recognize the fact that this is what's drummed into us. Okay, so you have to develop your spec. Where's your business case? What procurement systems do you use? The RFX, how do you do that? Risk analysis. We don't like risk buyers, let's face it. We hate risk. Why would we want to introduce risk to our business and make us look stupid if it goes wrong? So this is what we're taught. This is what I was taught when I was doing my SIPS training. This is the how and the what, if you like, in terms of physical ways of working. I call it hard skills. And they are all valid and all very, very necessary. And I'm not dismissing the need for hard skills training. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying, though, is we need a lot more focus on the soft skills. There doesn't have always to be a loser when it comes to negotiation. How do you genuinely get to a win-win position? How do you solve problems? How do you deal with complexity? How do you deal with time management, motivational skills? Working with people, challenging. Working with tech, it's just going to pump out what you pump in based around an algorithm. And I'm not dismissing tech at all. What I'm saying is it's a lot easier to work with a computer than it is with a person at times. We've all been there, I'm sure. You have a grumpy colleague, grumpy supplier, grumpy boss. It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to manage people. We're all different. Let's face it. We're all very, very different. Emotional intelligence that was mentioned before, both your own emotional intelligence and understanding of those others around you. We can all say really good things, but they can be received in a really bad way. So again, it's not just the what the message is, it's how. Stress management, recognizing the signs, duty of care. The reason I came out of corporate world, I'll be very honest with you, was mental health issues. That was me. Okay, I didn't recognize the signs, or I did, and I decided to hide them away. So how do we as procurement people look after each other? How do we have that conversation in terms of developing the soft skills to become almost self-protection focused and aware of what other people are going through, aware of the implications of our actions, because there's always implications of actions. If I started screaming and shouting at you now, there would be a reaction. I'm not going to, it's fine. But how do you do it? We're not mental health first aiders. We are people. How do we create the awareness and the learning in our businesses, in our organizations and our profession to deal with these softer skills? Relationship development is something that salespeople get hours and hours and weeks of training on. Yet procurement, no, not so much. It's about balance. There's a need for tech skills, there's a need for hard skills, there's just as much need for soft skills. If you, as procurement practitioners, as leaders, as trainers, as people, want to get the best out of yourself, your colleagues, your teams, your functions, your businesses, you need those skills. You need to be able to communicate. You need to be able to listen appropriately, actively. You need to help each other. There's a point in time where competition becomes negative. This is about training of people as they develop their careers, the people that we as leaders have responsibility for. It is a continual journey. Control and governance, supplier contracts, etc., leads to that commercial due diligence. Cost focused, take that from cost focused to value focused. Business goals, develop that and make them achievable. And it is still the best job in the world. And I absolutely love it. And nobody will ever convince me, ever, that it isn't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andy. That was really insightful and from the heart. And something for all of us to reflect on. I have with me now another gentleman, Peso Gagua. Peso will talk through how to develop a world-class procurement organization. Peso also has been in the industry long enough and managed for some world-class organizations like BAT and in many countries, and helped them transform over the years. And I think he's mentored many people in his career, many teams. So I hand it over to Beso to take us through the next topic. Thank you very much, Beso.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, depending where you are right now. As Mayank introduced me already, and thank you very much for that, Mayank. My name is Peso Gagua, and I'll be speaking to you about the key elements required to build a world-class procurement organization, at least from the experience that I have working in many different countries and with many amazing people. I'm also very privileged and honored to be sharing the stage with such an amazing panel of professionals. And thank you, Andy, as well, for your wonderful introduction. I'm happy that we're on the same page. I think I'll be repeating some of what you said, but I think the masterclass is all about understanding, sharing the experience, and then somehow repeating ourselves, so it just sticks to us and stays with us. In my experience, in my 28 years of experience, not as much as you, Andy, but I think my entire career, I've been working in procurement, and I cannot agree with you more. I do love it. I also think that we're doing a great job, and I think we are the key drivers of the business. So let's start looking at let's ask ourselves some questions to begin with. Again, what is procurement? How do we and others see it? Just like you said, Andy, it's not rocket science, but I'll take it farther. I would say it's more complicated than that. No offense to Mr. Musk, of course. I think he will forgive me. But because we're dealing with people, because we have so many variables, it is simple, but yet so complicated, because you cannot apply a certain science to it apart from what we do on a daily basis. Now, the classic definitions of procurement are well known to all of us. You're procurement professionals, supply chain professionals, so I'm not going to redefine them. But if I were to put it in one sentence, I would say that it's an art of finding and acquiring goods and services with the best terms. And then that encompasses everything, because those terms can be anything you want. Where did it all start? There are so many different stories and so many legends. I think some people say it goes back to the 3000 years BC, when ancient Egyptians were using procurement in the wonderful project of pyramid building. Well, I'd say probably goes even farther back, because whatever the trading started between people, and I think it started from day one, I think procurement elements were there, and ever since that it's been evolving and evolving. Now, 17th century, I think, marked the beginning of the professional procurement function, where military logistics were involved. I think quartermasters took over, and they were starting rubber stamping the procurement acquisitions and purchase orders, etc. But I think it was 20th century and the late part of 20th century when procurement started to take shape the way we know and recognize it and can relate to, and as we see today. I remember early 90s where procurement, wherever you spoke about procurement, people were looking at you with amazement, because not many organizations had harnessed back then what procurement was and what could it bring to the company. At present, I think we've already entered the digital procurement era, and sooner we get on board with that, and sooner we catch up with that pace, better it will be for us. Excuse me. If you look at the procurement evolution, from 70s up until today, it started becoming from just transactional and high level and tactical, starting developing into more strategic. And again, this is a repetition of what Andy said before, what Mike said before, but I think in my view, that was very important transformation for procurement function. People started understanding and realizing and appreciating supply relationship more. Big companies started segregating indirect and direct procurement from each other. And they started analyzing the spend, because spend analysis could give you a lot of insights. And procurement started shaping and transforming. Big corporates, and some of you who were in the big corporate world, like myself, would agree with me that big corporations tend to transform procurement every 5 years or so, or maybe 10 years or so, depending on the speed of change. But it transforms and keeps going back to the origins, and somehow goes forward again and keeps going back. So I personally lived through like 5 major transformations of procurement functions. And I think every time we do that, we learn something new. Again, as I said, it's all about learning and sharing the experiences, because we've all had our successes, we've all had our failures. Is it enough? Where are we today? We have digital procurement. Some of the big organizations have that. Where do we stop? Where do we draw a line? I think, and I say, we don't, because this is an ever-evolving function. with technologies nowadays and the ability it gives us. I think Mayank and the other colleagues will allude to that later on in the presentation, how much it gives us, how much power we can harness through applying technology. So I don't think we should ever stop. I think we should continue with it. Whatever stops, dies. And if there is no progress and there's no dynamics, then organization cannot evolve. So stopping is not an option, definitely not for procurement. Like Andy said earlier, we're superstars. I do believe in that. I believe we have our hands and fingers in every function of the organization. And we know their suppliers, we understand their needs, we understand what the organization wants, we know our stakeholders, and it gives me a pleasure, when we finish a nice project and stakeholders really, really happy. That's when they appreciate you, and you don't need to earn respect. It comes naturally once you do a good job for them. So I do think that we are, as procurement and supply chain specialists, key drivers of the success for any big business. Now, where do we start building the organization? I mean, we have to plan for it. Without planning, things don't usually work. I mean, there are some spontaneity, but planning is always good. If we don't understand our vision, if we don't have an ambition where we want to get to, how do you get there? So it's very, very important for large organizations or small organizations to understand where do they want to be, whether it's 5-year plan, 10-year plan, doesn't matter. Just define it, visualize it, and then get on that journey. Now we need to understand and be realistic about ourselves. If you don't know what's missing, or if you don't know where you're lacking something, how can you improve it? So gap analysis, that's a buzzword we've all heard in procurement, but it's really, really good thing to do. You create your gap analysis, you understand, you map the areas of improvement, and only then you start working on that. Without it, without prioritizing, without planning, it's impossible to build an organization, because solid foundation, just like to any building, is required for procurement organization as well. If your foundation is solid, whatever you build on that will last and will be able to hold on for the others to come. Roadmap is very important as well. You can't get there straight away. You need to go through hurdles. You need to go through changes. You have to understand. It's very, very critical. I mean, changing procurement and building a world-class organization is really a monstrous task. It's really huge. For some organizations, they've been struggling with that for years and years. And I wouldn't say many have achieved it already. Some of them are out there, but many, many big organizations are still quite behind the curve with everything that we do. And it has to do exactly what Andy alluded to earlier. It has to do with old school, old rules that we've been exposed to and has been drummed into our heads, that this is how you do it, this is what you do it. And then when you get somewhere, you achieve some savings, you deliver your targets, organization is happy. And they're happy and say, it's enough, it's good enough for us. Why do we change? Why do we risk? Why do we bring something new? Why do we invest money into it? It's just a support function. I don't see procurement as a support function. I see it as a key function. We have to be curious. We have to keep asking questions. And we have to be courageous as well. Change is always difficult. I mean, people don't like to change, especially in big organizations where you have silos, you have to break down, where you have multicultural, multi-ethnical, very diverse, big, huge organization that spans over 100,000 people, 180 countries, etc. It's difficult to change, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't, because if we don't, it will never change itself. Persevere and you shall prevail. I am a firm believer in that. There is no obstacle that you cannot overcome if you approach it in a wise way. We all know the phrase that we need to learn how to walk before we run. Same applies to procurement. If you don't have basics in place, just like Mayank said earlier, you cannot build upon it. So all of the beautiful things that you see there, I appreciate it's a busy slide. I apologize for that, but I think you can all relate to what's there. If we start from the left, talent pipeline is one of the issues that we have right now. And I think it's a concern for entire global procurement community that we do not have enough good resources. I cannot stress more on that. Like Mike said, I've been involved in training, mentoring, and coaching a lot of people. I've conducted over 500 interviews and hired people all around the world in 70 countries or so, trained them as well. So I can say, I can vouch for it, that talent is an issue in procurement because it's a relatively new function as we see it, and there's no institutes for that in all the countries. There are some, we all know them, they're great organizations, but it's not like a main function that people go to and study. So on-job training is very important, but talent pipeline is equally important. When you have good people, I think we need to invest in them. I'm very passionate about people. Wherever I work with my teams, I mean, I give my entire heart and soul to them. And I think it's the best investment you can make. So if you have good people, look after them, nurture them, care about them, and they will do the same. Policies and procedures, again, very important thing. You know, organizations built on the policies and procedures. If you don't have that, you'll have chaos and anarchy. And procurement doesn't like chaos or anarchy. It has to be structured. It has to follow a certain pattern. And otherwise, you break down all the controls, you break down all the regulations, ethics, etc. So very important thing as well. Supplier base. We need to have a good supplier base. Depending on the size of your organization, supplier base varies. I personally, in my previous job, had 5,000 suppliers globally that I had to manage, me and my team. You could have 20 suppliers and be content with that. Doesn't matter. Number doesn't matter. It's the quality that matters. What kind of suppliers do you have? How do they see you? How do they value your relationship? Of course, you don't have to be brothers and sisters with everyone. You don't build supply relationship with the tactical suppliers that you buy one-off once a year. You don't need to. You cannot spend time on that because your resources are stretched. But there are some suppliers which are very strategic or core to your business. And once you build that base, then you start supply segmentation, you understand them, and you start managing them. I don't like word managing suppliers. I like saying supplier relationship building and making partnerships, especially with the key ones. Benchmarking, again, very important thing. It's always nice to understand what others are doing, to go around, see what's happening in the industry, participate in roundtables, understand, gauge yourself where you stand in the market, in the industry. Luckily for me, I've been fortunate enough to meet lots of procurement professionals over the course of my career, participate in many conferences, and I've learned so much. I learn every day, and I hope certainly today I'll be learning from you as well, from the speakers. So it's all about, you know, interacting with each other and understanding where you are. That's what benchmarking helps you with, and it opens up lots of opportunities to you. Now, if you move towards the right of the slide, ERP system, you can be using any kind of ERP system, and pardon my slang, ERP, I think you all know what it stands for. It's Enterprise Resource Planning. All big organizations need some sort of a system to manage that backbone, because this is how different functions help to sync with each other, talk to each other, understand the demand, and respond to that. So without some kind of a system, it's difficult to build on it. If you have completely, you know, basic procurement function, that it will be difficult to go to the world-class straight away. So you have to cover these basics. You have to understand your spend, because spend analysis give you so much information. I mean, I remember the days where the data gathering and spend analysis were manual. You had to enter thousands and thousands of lines in Excel and then work on them, and then you ended up with so much data you didn't know how to use it. Now it's becoming much easier with all the beautiful platforms available, and Mayank here is building something great, which will give the organizations all that opportunity of using this platform, synergize them, and then use that big data that everybody talks about today to actual benefit of the organization, not as a burden for the procurement professionals. Market analysis, another thing, you know, you need to understand your market. You need to know where it's going, some traits, depending which business you're in, of course. Some businesses, maybe it's less relevant than to others, but definitely big organizations, big corporates, especially for the direct procurement, you need to understand your market and you need to anticipate what's coming. So these are the basics that any organization needs to have in place before they start thinking about building the world-class procurement organization. Let's see. So if we start from the very bottom, I think as a prerequisite, you have to understand your low value spend and your tail spend, which is usually neglected because you don't have time for it. It's usually done in a rushed way, but it doesn't have to be. You know, your low value spend is important, but it's also, you cannot spend a lot of time on it because you don't have that many resources and it's not worth your while. If your procurement officer who is paid X amount of money does 18 strategic projects a year and delivers 10% of your savings target, you much better use that resource over there than having him waste his time on the tactical small procurement. That's why big organizations build automated systems for the low value spend. Usually it's managed by business because it's easier, at speed to market. You don't have to be involved, but you have to build the base for that. You have to have prerequisites, you have to catalogs, you have to set prices, build different experiences, bit like Amazon shopping kind of experience. And the organizations that harness that already takes away a lot of burden, a lot of weight from the procurement team. Transactional and tactical, again, it has to be there. It will always be there and stay there, no matter what kind of organization you have. You just have to address it because usually it's lower value, it's non-really strategic, and you can use either local procurement, relatively junior resources for that, where you don't have it automated, on use shared services or global business services or however you want to call it, hubs for this. Big organizations tend to have transactional and strategic procurement hubs in different parts of the world, just to cover the geographies, just to cover the time differences. They have 3 or 4 or even 5 strategic or tactical hubs or shared services centers, which most of the services are automated and supported by. We move up to strategic sourcing. I think my colleague afterwards will dive into the strategic sourcing, the wonderful world of it, as we all know it, and will give us in-depth view of what it's all about. But I'll just very briefly touch upon it. This is a very important step in building the world-class procurement organization, because I personally love strategic sourcing. I think it gives you and your stakeholders a really good overview of what procurement is all about. And if it's conducted in the right way, it will give you amazing results. A really nice, amazing results. Now, you have to have, if you're a global world organization, you will have different procurement functions. You'll have local and regional procurement probably, and you'll have a global or central procurement, however you want to call it. Local and regional procurement are very important, and they have a huge role to play. Because sitting in the ivory tower, headquarters of the big corporate, you don't really see what's happening in the world. I always used to tell my colleagues or my team members, whenever it was good old days and we could travel around the world, to travel, to see the stakeholders, to see the area, to see the country, understand the nuances inside out, make sure that you guys know what your stakeholders really want. Otherwise, if you give something to them and try to apply the principle of one size fits all, you will always fail. I've seen so many global initiatives, regional projects, big transformations, big category strategies have been deployed and failed because of that. Exactly that thing. It comes from the center without thinking about how it will be accepted or applied in the region or a local reality. So these people play really a crucial role. They know, they build the rapport, they know the stakeholders. How many of you have seen a situation when you walk in an office in another country and people meet you there with respect because your colleagues there have already built up that rapport? It's so much easier. Doors get open really easily. Otherwise, you have to establish yourself and build your reputation, which is very difficult in a short amount of time. Category management. Again, this is something that started relatively recently. I mean 2 decades, maybe 3 decades. Before that, nobody was talking about category management. And now all the big organizations are thinking about category management. They're thinking about strategizing, developing new strategies, and they have category managers who are becoming somehow experts in the categories and becoming the SMEs. I think it's very important. I was a category manager myself, global category manager, so I know how difficult it is to develop a strategy without having good information or knowing where you're going, and also how difficult it is to deploy it, cascade it, and implement it. That's a quite big task, but it's very important and very crucial. Now, corporate social responsibility, CSR, another buzzword that all the big corporates are using now, and sustainability and responsible sourcing. I think it's very important. I would like to see all my suppliers being responsible, being ethical, and as sustainable as possible. I mean, I don't try to belittle anyone, and I will not name countries, but I've been to some horrible places where I've seen child labor, where I've seen, abuse of women in the workplace, where I've seen, lots of horrible things, and I don't want it to be happening. I want to fight against it, and I want all the good suppliers to be working hand in hand with each other to try to fix that. Think about our planet, think about our environment. When you do something, it's not only for today, you have to think about future, for your children, for your generations to come. And after all, we're all here, we live on this planet, so we need to care about it. I think sustainability and corporate social responsibility should be and should stay on the top of the agenda of any responsible company. And it's very important to do. With all of this in mind, I think you will achieve the operational excellence that world-class procurement organization requires. Thank you very much that you've managed to stay awake. And without further ado, I'll give a stage to my colleague, the next speaker. And I thank you once again.
Thank you so much. I'll take this. Okay, I'm on. Okay, it's fine. Get you in. I'll get you in shortly. Yeah, I got it. No, it's Thank you so much, Bessel. Thank you so much, Andy. That was really insightful from both of you. It really made my job easier because we went through all the basics of the function and the skills as well. So it really, and I learned something new, to be honest. Erica, I had not heard of before, and your lovely, colorful model. For me, this is really great. It's learning, and that's what I mean. This class is really about people's perspective. It's really different people that pool in that perspective that really contributes to enriching the class and the curriculum. So let's move forward now. So let's say now you have a bit of basics in place of what procurement function really is. And also, I think I really like the way you structure the triangle, right? Where you start and then how you go up to category expertise. So that, now let's go forward a bit and let's talk through some areas from an organization point of view. Look at a big company. They are operating in a global market. Now, what can you do for them as procurement? Companies are really competing in an increasingly competitive environment, and they still have to be profitable. They need to figure out their growth strategies. At the same time, you got ongoing cost reduction and profit margin pressure. And this is where procurement comes in, right? Procurement is supposed to save the company money and grow to be more profitable, go to be actually a business that's viable. Now, procurement has to manage all the cost and the availability of products, as well as all of this with fluctuating prices. As you know, there are so many market dynamics events that affect prices. There's sometimes shortage of commodities. There's sometimes weather-related events. There's sometimes war kind of events. Different things disrupt supply chain. Different things disrupt the pricing. But procurement needs to ensure for their company that there is continuity of supply. And at the same time, they still have to keep the cost. And I think this is what probably Andy stressed on and earlier in the class as well, right? The relationship aspect is very important. I mean, end of the day, your suppliers are people. They are people just like the rest of the people, really. And they're dealing to all pressures. So procurement is not to be really the hard guy in the room or the enemy in the room. Procurement is really has to be collaborative. Procurement needs to work through suppliers, but also procurement needs to manage risk. So procurement has to have certain process in place, certain risk mitigation in place. I think Beso, you touched on this as well, right? Um, so procurement works in a certain way to make sure that um, all these risks are mitigated, right? Now, also, what happens with companies? Companies get acquired all the time. Companies get sold to other companies, or companies even go bust, right? So, but all this, so procurement needs to also manage the whole landscape. If the company gets acquired, what does it mean for the business unit? What does it mean for the underlying technology? How does it merge when two companies merge, or when you have to carve out one company out of the other? So all these things. So procurement looks at it like a complete 360 view of things. And then also there's legal, financial, safety regulations, operational risk management, everything. This is all somehow procurement helps in the organizational needs in all these areas. Now, when procurement is running a function or a leader is running a function, he's looking at both. How can I drive more value for the business? And at the same time, how can I control costs? So he's looking from both sides. There are things you can do to actually accelerate your value. You partner with emerging tech, you partner with innovative suppliers, partners, and you can drive more value. You do more just-in-time procurement. You are able to, let's say, improve the efficiency of business needs. You're able to drive more value. You're able to drive standardization or improvement in processes. All this is more value. But you're also driving cost. How can you actually minimize cost, maximize tax benefits, run more efficient processes? All this is something that are to be considered as part of the strategy. One thing important, I think you touched on, Bess, as well. See, what companies ultimately need in procurement is you need to establish a procurement strategy, procurement policy. You need a procurement operating model. That procurement operating model is constantly changing and evolving. And all these elements or all these are blocks of that you actually need. So you need very much a strategy. You need to have a vision. For procurement, what is important is how can I have influence on the spend? So if procurement doesn't have influence on the spend, I can tell you what happens. So it can very much happen that, let's say, you've got the business partners. They want something because they are, let's say, getting in the revenue or they are servicing customers, could be anything. The business could on its own just go and buy something and make procurement, let's say, a paper processing function. Hey, please raise a PO for them. Hey, they've got an invoice. Can you please pay the supplier because we got to do this or the customer needs this? Could be like many of these situations, right? So procurement is not at the forefront if it is like this by default. But if procurement is really a true partner to business, and procurement has to earn its place to be that. So procurement needs to collaborate on what the business actually needs, not reacting to business needs. Not like, I need something now or as of yesterday. It's if procurement has really worked collaboratively with business, they would have probably managed in a more predictive way the demand. That means that they manage to know that, okay, these are the needs of my business across different categories. Because these are the needs, these are the strategies I need to develop. These are the processes I need to develop. And these are the kind of suppliers I qualify and make them available in time when the business needs it, and not the other way. Because if you work the other way, procurement will be behind because the business needs something now, right? Business can't wait in most companies. For procurement to go through a long exercise of, let's say, qualifying a supplier or taking the requirement out in the market and then getting, let's say, quotes from suppliers. and then getting the goods or services, right? It doesn't work that way. It really works the way of continuous demand management. The other thing procurement does is procurement actually studies a lot of the spend. So they would do a lot of spend analysis. They analyze spend. Now, one way is, yes, conventionally procurement did a lot of historical spend analysis, and more or less as companies, you're buying the same categories year on year, with a little change, right? So that's one way of managing at least, let's say, 80% of your spend with those top suppliers, and knowing what those suppliers are like, or what are those spend categories like. But beyond that, the business is changing fast now. So procurement is continuously looking for innovation. So the procurement managers, the category managers, the supplier managers are constantly working with suppliers, business partners, innovation partners, and actually finding that innovation. How can I give a competitive edge to the business? So when procurement does that, procurement is actually helping to influence more and actually support in the growth and innovation of the company. So this is where the procurement vision and strategy comes in, right? Now, how do you actually transform that vision to actual execution? Now, this is what the leader drives. The leader helps drive. Then you set up the governance, you set up a model or operating model for the company. You set up, how your processes will work, how tech will enable compliance of those processes or enable those processes to drive efficiency of those processes. And then procurement plays a key role in actually managing the stakeholders. So procurement does a real good job of mapping out the organization, the stakeholders, and helps promote a culture of collaboration with the business partners. Procurement also takes care of policy and compliance, right? So establishing policy, establishing procedures really makes it easy to then expect people to actually follow something, right? So where you don't have a policy, you will obviously, in the absence of policy, things will be ad hoc. Where you have a policy, you still need tools to enable or to enforce compliance. So procurement continuously does that job. And then what you will hear later also in the class a lot more about is actually the data. Data is true power. So there's a lot of spend, there's a lot of data that everybody generates all the time. We generate in our personal lives, the organization generates. You know what? How much data we actually analyze? We only analyze 1% of actual data to make any operational decisions, to make any decision making. Only 1% of the data is really analyzed. The rest, it doesn't get analyzed. And then there is a lot of unstructured data. There is data that you cannot easily find in reports. You can't find, like, let's say, the social sentiment, let's say what people are saying about you on Twitter or Facebook or something. All this is unstructured data. The pulse of the organization, let's say the customer sentiment, all this is coming unstructured. So all this, what you will see is that if you organize your data, you gain a competitive edge. You are able to use the data better. You're able to curate data into insights. And actually, just talking of that, that's where Insight Plum name comes from, is when you're able to curate data into insight, and you will hear it later in the artificial intelligence session, is where the artificial intelligence helps you give insight. That is where you want the data to actually help you. Otherwise, data is no good, right? If data doesn't help you make a decision, what will you do with that data? So all this is part of the target operating model that procurement establishes. So if you are learning procurement as a function, you will learn process, but all of this actually falls under this framework of target operating model. What is also important for procurement is somehow to find the right strategy that improves experience and creates value at the same time. Maybe let's say you can have a lot of control, and procurement can exercise that control, but that'll make your process slower. That'll make the user experience definitely compromised on. So procurement needs to find that right balance between having a clear strategy, having the right level of control, but at the same time, not making process tough for people, for business, for suppliers. Because eventually, if you would not adding that value, if you're not getting that experience, you will feel that it will eventually is not a model that's sustainable. So companies that actually grow faster are definitely companies that work better with their suppliers and business partners. And to do that, procurement plays a key role in enabling that sort of strategy to have that sort of environment or tools to actually collaborate in a way that's more efficient. So procurement helps you actually find that just right approach, which means that, okay, you have a right balance of policy and process, but at the same time, you're not really kind of burdening the users with a lot. And if you're able to do that, then you're really able to create value for both your suppliers and for your business partners. So now let me touch on process, the blocks of the procurement process, and then Milind, you come in. So this is, you can say at high level, a procurement process. So I'll go through this in a bit more detail, but this is, let's say, a level 3 process in a company. Now, this is a process across what is called as source to pay. This effectively defines the cycle of procurement. So if you understand this process, you understand a lot more about how procurement is run on a day-to-day basis in terms of how does the process really flow. And then later on, what you will see is how this process is run more effectively in technology or using technology, how this process actually is run. So let's start with the 5 big blocks in purple. Supplier management, sourcing, then contracting, and then these are called upstream processes. And then you come to purchase to order, invoice to pay. This is downstream. And then spend analysis is just a constant to kind of help the procurement analyze spend or the business analyze spend. So let's really talk through the journey of procurement. So if I can have a show of hands, of course, we have a lot of experts in the room here, but for the class in front of me, if I can have a show of hands of how many people are familiar with procurement process. Yeah, and it's new for some of you. Yeah, new for you, of course, because it's totally new for you, right? But so this is quite a building block, right? It also gives you confidence, right? If you understand this process, you know a lot more about the whole function. So just understanding the basic building blocks of this process, I think is really useful. So I'll just walk through the cycle of supplier management. So where does the process start? So let's look at the process in 2 ways. If you are, let's say, a great company, a big company, suppliers want to do business with you. So suppliers are trying to always contact you for business. Hey, can I do business with you? And they try to contact the business partner. Now, in well-defined companies, in more mature organizations, you have a procurement function. So the business will say, hey, speak to my procurement. So a lot of times then the business or the suppliers are calling up procurement. Hey, I want to do business with your company. How can I start to do business with your company? Procurement also on the other side is constantly looking out for suppliers to find quality suppliers for the needs of the company. So procurement is also doing that job. So what really happens is now if you have a more mature company, a more organized function, then procurement already has it defined as to how they will work with suppliers. So if you're a new supplier, a mature company would easily have a supplier section on their website. They will say, if you want to do business with us, visit our website, see what is the qualification criteria of what is the requirement to work with us as a supplier. Maybe they need to fill up a form, they need to fill up, let's say, a registration request. So these are the blocks that I'm going to take you through. I think I had my pointer as well, but I think you can follow the blocks. But if I need, I will point out, right? So we are here. We're talking about supplier solicitation is supplier contacting the business or procurement for business. And then supplier registration. So in a mature company, you will have this process. Go and register on the website, or here's a form, register here. Now, once they register, the procurement is able to qualify them and say, okay, fine, this is how you meet the requirement or don't meet the requirement. And procurement is saving the data, the supplier data, the contact data, the profile data. Um, and then let's say the supplier does onboard that vendor, they meet the qualification criteria. So what does the supplier do then? What does the procurement do? So procurement basically, in that case, then starts to contract with them. So procurement tries to, let's say, procurement on its own does the, let's come to the second block. So I'm going to switch between blocks and then go back to because the cycle doesn't run like independently. It runs like you do a bit of this, you do a bit of this, you do a bit of the next, and it's like a continuous cycle. So let's go through sourcing management. So what happens in sourcing is there are two ways, or there are again two sides of it, right? Procurement on its own, managing a category of spend, like let's say facilities is a category, IT is a category, marketing is a category, HR is a category of spend. So procurement is managing categories, and procurement is basically trying to say, how can I be on top of this category? How can I have the most qualified suppliers giving the best value to our organization? And how can I secure that at the right price, at a fair price, at the right price? And how can I drive continuous value from my suppliers for my business? So that is the job that category managers are doing. So they are constantly profiling suppliers. They have some approved suppliers, they have strategic suppliers, and they have some business critical suppliers. The critical suppliers are suppliers that basically you can't do business without. Like let's say, trying to think of an example, who would be a critical supplier to something? Yeah, some raw material that only someone can provide, right? And no one else can provide. That would make the supplier critical. That if I don't get this chip or this component from, let's say, I'm going to give an example of a phone. If I don't get this particular chip from, let's say, Intel, I will not yeah. Or in food, ingredients, FMC, yeah. I was thinking of Tetra Pak and Arla, for example. You don't get the milk, what will you pack in that, right? So you need the milk coming in, whatever, right? So there are a lot of critical suppliers, but essentially procurement is profiling those suppliers, and procurement is basically then managing more and more spend through the strategic and the critical suppliers rather than ad hoc suppliers or just the approved suppliers. So how does the procurement process start? So on their own, procurement is trying to analyze their spend, and then procurement tries to do market analysis. I think, Bessa, you touched on this, right? Always knowing the market. So they do their supply market analysis, they see what's available in the market, and then they develop their sourcing strategy. They understand whether is there some monopoly or is this not a monopoly. They understand, okay, is it a handful of players, or is this something you can get just from just about anybody, right? So depending on that, the strategy is very different. If I have a very, very niche commodity, most likely it's short supply or you have to pay a premium for it. If it's a very basic commodity and there's a lot of supply for it, or it's common, or it's easily produced, then the strategy will be different. So the procurement team or the sourcing or the category manager, they develop their sourcing strategy, and they then figure out how they can execute that strategy. Now, part of that execution in modern definition of sourcing or strategic sourcing is that you need to use e-sourcing tools. So you could hardly execute your strategy without having an online strategy. But yes, conventionally, all you need to do is figure out what your strategy is, then go and execute your strategy for sourcing. So you build different scenarios. You figure out that, okay, these are my award scenarios. These are my scenarios. If this happens, then I do this, or so on, right? And then you basically negotiate. And you negotiate, and then you have a scenario that, okay, I will award. Sometimes your strategy is lowest price. Sometimes your strategy is maybe the quality, the brand, or some other parameter, right? So it's a combination of factors. But this is what then the sourcing does, right? Now, sourcing, if you look at it, why I said I stopped the top processes. So sourcing is looking at your approved suppliers or your registered suppliers, meaning that when they want to actually, let's say, issue a tender to you, a request for proposal, a request for quote, ideally they want to issue it to a registered supplier, not some random supplier. Because what may happen is in your sourcing event is if you try to do a sourcing exercise for, let's say, a few months with a supplier that you've not really registered or qualified, what could go wrong? That maybe it doesn't, in the first place, supplier doesn't meet your criteria. It's a risk, right? If let's say you didn't do the financial due diligence on the supplier, you didn't do the vetting you would have normally done in your registration process or your qualification process of the supplier, you may end up being in a situation where you probably tried to award this supplier over another supplier that's more sound. Probably, let's say that this supplier just quoted you the lowest price, but he's going to go bust. He may not be able to maintain that price, or he's not sourcing ethically to actually give you that price, or let's say he's in violation of labor laws, or let's say child labor. Could be anything, right? Could be any way. So if you've not done the right qualification, it's risk for business. It could be risk also, reputational risk for business, right? Hey, why did that bank work with that supplier? That's unethical. So there could be many reasons why you have to anyway qualify your suppliers, do the due diligence. So these are processes that procurement does as part of their supply management, even before they actually start to do sourcing. In sourcing, you're more concerned about what is that you need for that category or to meet that business need. But the qualification of supplier you've done before. So then you execute your strategy, you award. Then there is a contracting process. So what is the contracting process? Contracting process at a high level is, here's my contract. These are my terms and conditions. And then you have to negotiate those terms, because not always people just follow your terms. There is a back and forth, right? You agree to some terms, you negotiate some terms. Some terms are needed because of the law, the local regulations. Some terms are needed because that's part of your risk mitigation strategy. Some things are needed just because they're part of your negotiation or supply management strategy. So you go through that cycle. Now, when we talk about technology, we'll also learn how all these processes are managed more efficiently using a technology. But at a high level, this is the process, right? So you award business to a supplier, and then you contract with that supplier. Once you contract, what does a contract do? What does a signed document do? That signed document is not worth much if you're not able to actually comply with it. So there are many examples where, let's say, you may have a signed contract sitting in a drawer somewhere. It is of no use to the rest of the business who's actually going down the street to buy something and then reimburse on their card. Why? Because one, they're not aware that some contract exists, or that maybe we have some preferred rates with some supplier through that contract, or the contract is structured in a way that I realize savings when I actually spend a certain amount with that company. So all this is not obvious if a contract is sitting in a drawer. So what procurement has to do is basically maintain that contract in a repository. At a very basic level, let's say this is a SharePoint or a folder where your documents are. But even all this is just an electronic drawer, right? It's nothing much than an electronic drawer where your files are. When you start to actually put this contract, or you operationalize this contract, meaning you're trying to put it into these systems, P2P, purchasing, where the business is actually demanding something, if you are able to bring that contract to life, that is when you're actually making the contract exercise worth it. So what happens in this process is you are going from contract repository to contract release or distribution. So in the ERP terms, this is, let's say, going into your ERP systems to manage certain pricing and certain terms and conditions. And then you have systems that are able to monitor that pricing, that, hey, did the supplier price me or quote me at the right price? Did he invoice me as per the terms of my contract? And that is where you start to get compliance savings. And if you don't have this process, you may have a contract, but you may have what is called as contract leakage or spend leakage, because the contract, according to the contract, let's say I might have saved 5%, but in reality, I'm not saving it because there's no one to comply, there's no one to check, or there's no tool to check, right? So this is where technology starts to help to run your process better. Now let's come to P2P. So this upstream activity, supply management, sourcing, contract, is done by your category managers, by your supplier managers, by your procurement. But why are they doing this? They're doing this so that when your business wants to buy, they are able to search in a simple app like Amazon kind of app. They're able to just have a search bar like Google, and they're able to say, hey, I want this. I want to buy this. So that is what this is about. So when they search, they have different buying channels. These different buying channels are just to guide you on how to buy. So in personal life, when you buy stuff, some stuff is easy as Amazon, right? You go, you search, you just click on it and you check out and you pay with your card or something, and that's it, you're done. But some buying are more complex. Let's say you're buying a house, you are buying a, some big expenditure, right? It's more complex. You don't just click one, go and buy. So like that, when company has to buy different stuff, it also has different buying channels, different ways in which different things are bought. Easy stuff, again, is cataloged. It's on a marketplace. It's a marketplace is like something like Amazon is a marketplace. So that kind of, there's stuff you can easily buy, like office supplies, easy to buy off the shelf, right? So stuff that you can put on, but there's more complex stuff like service spend. You're buying, let's say, some complex services. It has different channels. You're procuring, let's say, leased vehicles for a company. You are paying for corporate rent. You're paying for gardening services. It could be all kind of professional services. All this is bought. So different channels. Projects, you invest in projects. So somebody has to, let's say, get a budget for a whole project. You have marketing spend, where again, maybe you're working with an ad agency. So different buying needs different channels. So that's what it is about at a high level. Now, also, procurement is not humanly possible. I must say that it's humanly possible, because it's not possible that procurement is on top of every little minute spend. So there is spend like which procurement wants to control, because that's the majority of your business. That's your core business. So procurement will control that spend, make sure you have the right suppliers in place, the contracts in place, the savings in place. But there's also going to be other spend. This other spend is what is like your very much local spend. So like, let's say now there's a corporate headquarters out of London, but there is a local office in another country, let's say some other country of Europe, and let's say Italy, right? Now, while the corporate may have had, what are the global suppliers, what are the suppliers that you need to manage that category at a global level, locally, what's happening in Italy, in a particular location, may not be something that this category manager may be able to actually control. Or the supply might not be there, right? So even if the buyer wants to have standardized contracts, the supply is not everywhere. So there's also a lot of local market work. And that's why sometimes you have local procurement. So you have a center-led procurement, but you also have local procurement, local buyers. Now, there may also be situations where you don't even have a local buyer, because it doesn't make sense that for all my categories of spend, I need to have in Italy a procurement person. So what I do, I basically let the business buy on their own, but I give them some tools. So this is where now we come into tactical sourcing, or what is like a three bids and a buy kind of process. So what procurement does is basically says, hey, you can buy on your own, but just give me, for example, three quotes from different vendors. So I know that you have in some way checked the price, right? Because procurement is making sure you're buying for business at the right price, or you are saving money, or you're able to buy at a fair price, right? So that is a simple, easy way to check that am I buying? Even if you do this in your personal life, it's easy, right? If you check the price in three different places, you'll most likely understand, okay, I was actually paying more there, or this is looks like this price is okay. So just like that, you have tools to manage this effectively. Now, what's the benefit of this? If you are able to enforce a process like this in a tool, you would be able to realize some extra savings, which all aggregates to a big saving for the company ultimately. I mean, 1 or 2% would add up to, let's say, a certain percent of profitability for the company, so much shareholder value, and so on, right? So all these little bits are contribution of procurement, but actually think about it. It is just simple strategy, execution of process. It is ensuring you have a tech to actually put this process in place, and so on. So this is where you will start to differentiate between an average procurement or a mature procurement, right? A mature procurement covers a lot of these processes. And an immature procurement will not cover all these processes. Immature procurement will not have supplier registration. They'll probably straight have an invoice land up somewhere, somebody to sign, somebody to just pay for it, right? While a mature organization really has a process to qualify suppliers, source, contract, and actually put that in place for in a P2P system. A lot of companies don't even have a P2P system. So as you scale up, you start to have. That's why I told the story at the beginning of the class, is because as companies evolve, first they're spending on their product, their marketing, their sales. But as they grow, they start to spend in these areas. I mean, I spent time with Apple and Google also. You will not believe. Google, when they had, I mean, Google, you see from the outside, great company, right? A big company of the world. But on the procurement side, they had about 80,000 requisitioners at some point, and not really a mature procurement department, or even a procurement department, or let's say even a requisitioning tool at some point of time. All these things comes later for companies. So Google is no exception to the rule. Same with Apple. Apple on the supply chain side, on what you see on Apple on the outside, great. But on the procurement, all these things come later, right? So first the companies are selling their product, making sure they are great in that. Then they start to, I mean, a lot of companies, as they are probably even reaching 500 million or $1 billion, not necessarily even have a great procurement department or even have an organized function. So a lot of people like yourself are actually also skilling to help set up functions in those companies. Now, we as a company, Insight Plum, and what we are doing is, why it's relevant I'm sharing here is because there's a lot of consulting that happens for large enterprise and a lot of technology that is available for large enterprise. But where you need a lot of consulting talent and tech is actually small and medium enterprise. The companies that are growing and don't even know what the procurement function is like, or what it takes to build a procurement function. Now, if you take in an average employee who has average skills, who doesn't have the latest knowledge of the tech, again, you will build an average function, right? So you're going to really, if you don't hire the right procurement talent, you will are really risking the growth of your company, the sustainable growth of your company, the profitability, or the competitiveness of your company, right? So again, it boils down back to talent. So what we are trying to do as a company is really address and skill talent so that the small and medium companies, which make up 65% of the world, is actually having the right talent, the right tech that helps them actually be more mature in procurement. If companies are more mature in procurement, it's going to overall help the efficiency of the corporate world, but also help the environment, also help on sustainability. So all these things are related, right? So sorry, going a bit off the topic, but in a nutshell, all I want to say here is that so you got upstream processes that procurement take care of, and then you got P2P, that is where the end users buy, the business buys from. So when business buys, then what happens in procurement terms is basically there's something called as a purchase order. Purchase order is basically like a quite a binding document that says to supplier that, hey, I need these goods and services and I'm paying you for it, or I will pay you for it. Please deliver me these goods and services. So let's say if there was no PO, I spoke to someone on the phone and I said, hey, deliver this. And let's say they delivered that stuff to you. So it costed them to, let's say, to obviously give you that product, but also to ship that product to you. And you change your mind. How will it work? Right? So there is no commitment. So a purchase order is like a more formal document. When you issue that, you are kind of saying, hey, these are the terms of my PO. Please deliver the goods and I will pay you on so and so date. Then when you receive the goods, then somebody needs to acknowledge, yes, I ordered this, actually received these goods. And then the supplier sends an invoice to the accounts payable or to your finance department, and they actually pay that bill. Now, how do they pay that bill? They basically see that, okay, you raised the purchase order for so much amount, and you actually, somebody in the business says, yes, I actually acknowledge, I actually got the service for that much amount. So you do what is called as a three-way match between goods ordered, good receipted, and invoice. And that is what leads you to invoice matching and invoice payment. So this is kind of broadly the high level of a source to pay procurement process. So we can do two things now. If you are okay for the next 15 minutes, we continue because we're going to have Milind come in and talk deeper into the sourcing process, and then we will have our planned time break at 8:45 because, again, it's better for the live stream audience that the breaks is as per the schedule. So if you are okay, then we go with Milind now. Yeah, for 15 more minutes. So what do I think from the class? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Then Milind, over to you. So as Milind walks in, let me just, and we'll cover later, the details of the source to contract process, but let Milind take you through, and we'll come back to all our processes later on P2P and all this. So I will do this later with you, but let me first introduce you to Milind. Milind is a senior director at Diebold Nixdorf. Is that how you pronounce, right? Diebold Nixdorf. It's in the pharmacy supply chain. ATM. Oh, the components you need in the ATM, the machines tech. Actually manufacture ATMs. Yeah. And he's a supply chain expert, and he's really passionate about procurement, and for many years been running strategic sourcing. So today we will hear from Milind more about the insights he can give on strategic sourcing and the art of negotiation. So I welcome you, Milind. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you so much. Afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between the break and you guys, so I'll try not to bore you guys. But yeah, I think this is absolutely, as Mayank said, this is an absolutely perfect segue in terms of what we've heard starting from Andy, from Sego, and in terms of evolution of procurement, in terms of how a world-class procurement looks like, the target operating model that Mayank spoke about, the source to pay process, and then finally in terms of what we need to do, what we are going to do is going to talk about how we need to do it, right? This is one is theory part of it, or the strategic part of it. I would not say theory, but the strategic part of it. But in terms of how as professionals, how as we as procurement professionals kind of execute those processes. So, let me go to the next. Okay, so this is what Mayank very briefly covered in his part of it as well. What I want to talk about is in this piece. When we talk about the entire source to settle cycle, there is a big important component of it is the sourcing part of it and the category management part of it. So what I'm going to cover in the next 15 minutes is the strategic sourcing and how does category management work in order to deliver value for the organization, right? So let me start with the definition of what strategic sourcing is. It's a systematic process. I think I'll kind of emphasize on a couple of words in this definition of strategic sourcing. It's a systematic process which is designed to get the best products and service for the best value. In general, the perception is sourcing should just look at pricing, right? At the best rate or at the best cost. Strategic sourcing, by the definition being strategic, it does not just focus on price, but it talks about the best value that we can deliver to the organization. Second, it creates efficiencies across all spend categories. We are not talking about, okay, I need to go and buy this laptop or this thing. We are talking about spend categories. We're talking about, as Mayank said as well, a travel category or a fleet as a category or HR as a category or IT as a category. How do we go and buy the entire category and not look at a small portion? Minimizes supply risk, improves supplier selection, and gives visibility into pricing and forecasting. So as you can see from this definition, it covers a lot of it, what Mayank explained in his process in his previous slide, right? It covers all the elements and how all these elements come together to be able to deliver the value to the organization. So this is what we will kind of complete the block boxes in over the period of next 10 minutes. There are four steps in this. One is the first step is the analysis step. The second part is the strategy part of it. The third step is the supplier selection, and the fourth part of it is the implementation. You can see analysis is the first, which takes a bit of which takes a bigger portion. But again, it's not that any of the elements are less important or more important. Each of the element in this entire process, from analysis to strategy to selection to implementation, are equally important if really we need to get the maximum out of this, right? Of the entire process. What I'm going to talk about is what are the steps, what are the key activities to be done during this step, and what are the key outputs or the deliverables from each of the process. So while this will be the process, what I'm also going to do is I will give you a real life example of how these things get translated into the real life. 15 minutes is not enough, to cover this topic. I can talk on for hours on this topic, and we will still run out of time. So I'll try to keep it brief, and then we can discuss it during the lunch break or during the networking break, right? So step one is to assess the opportunity and establishment of the team. What do you mean by that? First is to identify where we want to focus on, right? Where there is the maximum potential, where we can impact the organization. As the previous speakers also covered, resources are always constrained, right? We do not have infinite resources. We do not have infinite people in the organization. And the sourcing team by default is always the smallest team in the organization. So you need to focus on where is the maximum potential, where is the maximum value that we can deliver. So that's the first step in terms of assessing the opportunity. Once we have assessed the opportunity, next step is to kind of identify the sponsorship for that opportunity. Because as you would see, it's not just about procurement or sourcing, right? It involves the stakeholders. So we need to have buy-in from the stakeholders, and they need to be part of that entire process. Otherwise, it is procurement trying to run something which never works. If you don't have the stakeholders, if you don't have a cross-functional team in place, it doesn't work. So starting with the sponsorship, and when I say sponsorship, it is not the chief procurement officer who should sponsoring the project. But for example, if it is an IT project, then the CTO or the CIO should be the one who should be sponsoring it, right? Then you get the maximum thing, because then the IT organization will work with procurement, and it will not be a conflict, but it will be a collaboration. And then comes is the project plan. So once you have the team, once you have the sponsorship, you create a project plan. So the key output of this step one would be a clear spend analysis of in terms of what we want to assess, would be a project plan, and documenting the requirement. So that's the step one. Once we've done with the step one, we have a team in place, we have a project plan, we start profiling the category. And when I say profiling, It's internal, which is from an organizational standpoint, and as well from an industry or an external outside view as well. Why is it important? Profiling from an internal standpoint is very important because what happens is more often than not, our internal stakeholders will just give you a solution. As an example, I want you to go and buy a Dell Latitude 6340. Right? That's normally the users, the stakeholders will come and tell you, or the business will come and tell you. Do you really need a Dell Latitude, or an Aspiron, a low-end model would work, right? I mean, just for those who know, Latitude is the high-end version of Dell, and then there are Aspiron series, which is the low-end one. So the question is, do you really need a Dell Latitude, or will a Dell other model work, right? So more often than not, the stakeholders will come to you with what they need. So it's very important to have this conversation with the stakeholder in terms of what really is the objective they want to achieve. And that was then becomes the step to define what you want to go, in terms of strategy, what you want to buy. So that's where profiling of the internally is very important. Once you have defined the TCO, or defined the internally the category, or kind of mapped out what you need, important is to do a TCO. TCO stands for total cost of ownership, and I'll cover this in the subsequent slide. What you would see why this is important is TCO will tell you what are the key elements. More often than not, we as procurement, we are always focused on price, right? Okay, can I get the best price for this? Or can I get the best, is this the best rate? But a big portion of it is the non-price component of it, right? People like Andy, who've been practicing it, you will understand, agree that it is just the tip of the iceberg. Pricing is just the tip. A lot of the cost elements are hidden, and when you start doing a TCO mapping, you will figure out what elements you need to focus on, right? And then the next element would be to do an industry analysis. So if you're talking about travel, I mean, and that's the category which I will cover as an example, you need to see how the travel industry is performing. What are the elements that are driving the demand or the supply in the travel industry? So those are the things that you need to conduct, do from an industry analysis. So the outcome of this stage would very clearly have a profiling of our internal requirement, profiling of what the industry is, and what are the cost opportunities, cost reduction opportunities that come your way. So once we are equipped with this, we move to the next step, which is developing the sourcing strategy, right? Which means you need to define two things very clearly. One, what is the objective that you want to achieve out of this exercise? And once you've defined the objectives, how are you going to, what are the sourcing techniques that you are going to use, or strategies that you are going to use to achieve those objectives, right? Outcome would be, example of this would be, how do you want to do a supplier selection process, right? Do you want to talk to existing suppliers? Do you want to do a competitive bidding? Do you want to have more supplier in the equation? So those are the things that come out of the step two, which is, again, we are still at the analysis stage. This is while we are saying we develop strategies, this is not really a strategic part. Then comes the most important part of it is, once you've defined the sourcing strategy, is when you go and see in the market, right? You talk about which suppliers you want to invite, what kind of evaluation methodology that you want to do in terms of getting the supplier, right? In terms of evaluating the supplier. So that's where we create what we call as a scorecard, or let's say a weighted average, or whatever, factoring, or those kind of things that you use to define what would be the selection criteria, right? And then basis that, what you get is a very clear decision matrix where you say, okay, I will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 criteria. The weight of each of this is going to be 20, 20, 10, whatever, and then each supplier gets evaluated on that rate card, on that decision matrix, and then you say, okay, these are the suppliers who would fit in. And then basis that, you can also define whether you want to go, what kind of process you want to go. Do you want to go for first an RFI followed by an RFP, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So those are the things that very clearly come out of the step of the fourth step of sub-selection and evaluation of the suppliers. Once you've defined this, the criteria, and you have shortlisted the suppliers, what you do is, how do you go and source, right? Whether you want to conduct a competitive bidding, whether you want to, as Mayank was explaining, what technique do you want to use in terms of going to the market? Do you just want to use a traditional RFP method? Do you want to do a e-auction method? Do you want to kind of do a collaboration? So those are the things that you decide at that stage once you know what's the long list of the supplier, because each of these methods that we talk about can be used in a particular scenario, right? It's not that everything is applicable to every situation. So depending on the analysis, depending on what the sourcing strategy is, you decide which method to use. Then you follow up with the negotiation strategy, or not the actual negotiation, and then the recommendation. So there are two key activities in this step. One is you have to prepare a fact-based negotiation package, which means before you go to the supplier, as a team, as a project team, you will kind of list down what is it, how are you going to approach the negotiations, right? You have to preempt what the supplier is going to say, what are the arguments you're going to have. So those are the things that you kind of put in, and then you agree in terms, go for the supplier meetings and come out with the recommendation in terms of this is, as a team, this is what we are proposing, or this is the final recommendation that we would want to proceed. Normally, we would say it ends at that, but that's not the case, right? You've got the agreement from the supplier. You said, okay, this is what we are going to do. Very important is to define the governance and the execution of the contract, because believe me, I've seen it. A lot of leakages happen because the contracts don't get executed in the right fashion, right? You will agree to the supplier that we will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You hand it over to the business, and then yeah, the supplier is delivering, but you really don't know whether he is delivering in line with the contract or not. So that's why it's very important to define the mechanism in terms of how are you going to monitor the performance, how are you going to ensure that whatever the supplier has agreed, he delivers, and if he does not, then what are the repercussions or what are the penalties, things like that. And that's where the technology part as well comes into picture. So that's the overall process, right from assessing the opportunity to the point you get to the contract and execute the contract, right? So that's the high level process. What I'm going to do now is I'll touch upon how these things would look like in reality. So this is theory. Let's say this is theory. In practice, what I've taken one of the projects that we have, which is on global travel, right? So I'm just showing you some of the elements in the entire process. So this is in our phase 1. When we do a project plan, this is how a high-level project plan would look like in the phase 1. When you are assessing the opportunity and you have to come with a project plan, you will put a very clear timeline. You will put key activities that needs to be done, and then you kind of keep tracking the progress. So you see here, we are today somewhere in the end of May, and that's where we are as for this project. So that's how you kind of list down. Once you have this, it kind of helps you to track whether you are whether you are in line with your plan, or do you need to do some kind of course correction. The next one would be opportunity assessment, right? So that was again in the when we do a spend analysis. Since we are talking about travel here, what you would see is on airlines, how much is my spend? How much is the addressable spend? On car rentals, how much is the addressable spend? On hotel, how much is the addressable spend? Right? On agencies, what is there? Right? So with this, we kind of come up with key analysis or opportunities in terms of when my contracts are ending. So here you would see we are putting with Hertz, the contract is ending on July. There is a Northwest airline agreement. So these are some of the things that are there in terms of the project, because this will also help you to determine how quickly you need to, how fast you need to proceed on certain things, because if the contract expires, then what would be the recourse, or what would be the alternates that would be available. So, and then you come up with some kind of an estimation and opportunity. So that's, here you can see we are talking about a saving estimation of somewhere around 700,000. But we are also kind of talking about what are the key considerations and what are the preliminary opportunities that we have identified. Then once you've done the opportunity assessment, the total cost of ownership, right? What I was explaining. When you talk about travel, and then this is just an example, and this applies to almost all the categories. If you look at TCO, what we've broken down is into two elements. One is the price element, which is obvious, right? Which is what all of us see. What's the airfare cost? What's the hotel cost? What is the rental car cost? And then you break it down further into various elements. The big chunk of it is process, in terms of not just the procurement process, but in terms of how our travel policy is implemented, right? Because you may have an excellent rate with an airline agent, airlines and car rentals, but then the travelers would not use it, right? If your travel policy is not implemented, it is just going to be, whatever you put it in contract is not going to materialize, or you will not see the impact in the P&L, right? So these are the things which help you. So when you do this level of detailing on your TCO, and again, this is, I mean, we can do further on this. I mean, this is probably 70-80%. You can, if you want, you can still go one level below, and you can see a lot of things is related to process part of it here. It's not just about cost. It's not just about pricing element. It's a lot to do with the process. So and that's the beauty of strategic sourcing. You are not just addressing the pricing element, but you are addressing the entire process so that you add value to the organization, right? So that's the example of the TCO that we did for global travel. Industry profiling, again, there can be a lot of things that you can do on this in terms of industry profiling. There is a lot of information available. So again, I just kind of put in what we've done in terms of, because we are talking about travel, we have airline, we have hotel, we have car rentals. We did an overview of how the airline industry is going. How what are the demand and supply trends? What kind of a competitive landscape that's available? So those are the things that you do. In general, some of the things as well that you can look at is the Porter's 5 force analysis, for a particular industry, that will tell you whether you are in a supplier market, a supplier-driven market or a buyer-driven market. So that as well helps you to formulate your strategy. You can do a pest analysis, that is political, economic, social, and technical kind of an analysis. You can use a lot of commodity pricing trends that are there. You can use purchasing manager PMI, which is available in the market. You can do cost value analysis. So those are the things that you do in terms of when you are profiling the industry, so that you can then come up with your right approach, and when you are talking to the suppliers. So that's on the industry profiling in phase 2. Then sourcing strategies, right? So this is when we are talking about what are the options, right? This is if you look at it from a sourcing strategy, you have number of options. You can look at best price analysis. This is very obvious, right? We as sourcing guys, our option is, we always love to look at cost, right? We need to say, okay, how can I get the best cost? Maybe that also could be applicable for certain categories or certain items that you are buying. But is that the only option? No. We can look at demand management. We can look at volume leveraging, which is what we call it as consolidation, right? If you are buying from buying 3 different things from 5 different suppliers, can you consolidate? Can you get the benefit of volume concentration? So that's another leverage. Process improvement. What we saw in the previous slide when we did the TCO, that's going to be another important aspect of how we can improve the overall the pricing or the overall value. And then, of course, strategic relationship. As Mayank was telling, if you have a critical supplier, nothing will work. You go and you tell him I need 5% reduction, he will tell you get lost. I need a 5% increase. In the current market, if you for people who are in the industry, everyone is coming with an increase. Fuel prices are going up, the inflation is at its peak, so everyone is coming with a price increase. So strategic relationship is one of the levers to manage those kind of critical suppliers, where you don't talk about pricing, but you talk about value, where you talk about long-term relationship, you talk about strategic relationship. So these are the various types of sourcing and strategies and tactics that we can adapt when we are designing a sourcing strategy. And let me tell you, in the current market that we are in, price savings or benefit coming from price reduction is absolutely ruled out. Currently, I think we are in a market where everything is just going up. So the other levers, which is your demand management lever, your volume leverage lever, your process improvement lever, and strategic improvement relationship lever, are the ones that will give you the maximum benefit. Again, so you need to look at it from an overall scheme of things as well in the overall market that you are in. Right. So this is in terms of what we did. Again, this is just a sample of what we did for only for airlines. So what you can see here is, from a recommendation standpoint, what we did was we kind of mapped our current state, and we said recommendation was one of them was to create a travel policy, a separate travel policy, which is with management enforcement. We kind of got into negotiations with Northwest and other suppliers. We said that, okay, we would look for a 2-year contract and not longer. So those are the things that come out when you do when you do a TCO, when you do an internal analysis, when you do a industry profiling. So that's basically the outcome that would come out of out of the sourcing strategy. The next piece, in the fifth phase, where we talk about supplier engagement, different options, right? Different depending on what category you are in, what kind of options you want to put in. Best is direct negotiation with an incumbent supplier. This is where you really know that the existing supplier is not budging much, but you want to create a sense of competition. So you kind of get into a direct negotiation with him. You brainstorm with a trusted group of suppliers. So you have a supply pool. You kind of work with them and kind of see what best you can get out of them. Online auctions, RFPs, and direct negotiation. So these are the various options available. In general, what I have seen is it's not just one method, but it is a combination of these methods that work. So one of the things which I've done is you do an online auction, and then you say you have a short listing of, let's say, from that you have the best, let's say two best or the three best, and then you'd follow it up with a face-to-face negotiation. All right, so you do a two-tiered approach wherein initially you make them fight, you get the best, and then finally you have a final round of discussion with them. So those are the things that you'll have to decide depending on what is it that we are trying to negotiate and what is it that the end objective that we want to achieve. This is again in terms of the negotiation approach. So once you've done the RFP, what do you want to focus on, right? Here what we said is we want to look at pricing because we are talking about travel, we are talking about rebate, we are talking about sign-on bonus, we are talking about performance bonus, we are talking about deductions because there are a lot of deductions that happen if we don't pay to American Express on time. So those are the things which come in. So, but that again comes out of the spend analysis, the kind of internal profiling that we do. So it's very important. The message here is we need to document or list down all these things if you really want to drive maximum value. And finally, what you have is the projected targets. Once you have the negotiation approach, you go with an objective in mind that, okay, this is what we want to achieve. So you saw at the start, I said close to 700. And then we kind of, by the end, when we came in, we were able to get, say, okay, 300 to 600 is the number that we can look on, depending upon what are the key, key items that need to happen or key enablers that would help us achieve that objective. And finally, implementation plan overview. So as I said, unless you implement the contract, unless you put a governance in place, it would not yield the results that the 600K, if it has to come in, then you need to have the right implementation plan. You need to have the right governance in place. So these are the basic components of how an implementation plan would look like, wherein we talk about transition, you talk about communication with the internal employees or the stakeholders in terms of when the change is happening, how it will be compliant, how will you track the benefits, and more importantly, how are you going to measure the performance of the supplier once the contract is executed. So that's a very high level view on how a strategic sourcing needs to be or can be managed. So thank you so much. And I know 15 minutes was not good enough. I had to rush through a lot of it, but I hope I kind of was able to give you guys a flavor of how a strategic sourcing process should be carried out. Thank you so much.
So now just 1 hour of test and then we can have a break. No, just kidding. So no, thank you so much, Milind. It was really, I personally, I really enjoyed it. The insight. I mean, I think for me, the key takeaway was it's not just price, which is so relevant, right? It's the process and the execution of it and compliance and all the different metrics you gave, like look at all those parameters. So thank you so much for the insight. I mean, this is just, you can appreciate, right? This is just the beginning of the learning. There's so much detail to it. So there's so much to the profession. So let's take a break on that note. And you have Milind's contact. You will have everyone's contact. All the profiles are updated in Zoom webinar as well. I think speakers is good for you to know as well. So people can actually look you up and come to you for expert opinion. The session gets recorded and it'll always be at least in YouTube as a video as we go through the class. So people can refer to learning and then we can cut it into also session topics and then contact the people in detail. So thank you so much. We'll take a break now. Rana, you can put on the break slide and probably the next slide is break slide. Okay, thank you. So hope the food's as good, but okay, let's go. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. So we're back from the tea break. Uh, Sorry to make the online audience wait. So we're going to switch gears now. So first part of the day was really broad procurement perspective on the domain. And we went a bit into some areas of process as well. And then you saw from Milind go deep into sourcing. I was still high level because of the time. So now we're going to move into digital transformation. And then we'll cover this mid part of the day through first the digital transformation and then getting into artificial intelligence and then supply chain with artificial intelligence. And then the last part of the day will be on sustainability. So, and in the middle, we'll also post lunch have a panel on with some of the Insight Plum employees. So you'll hear from them, and especially focused on women. So you'll hear from how people are managing careers in procurement. So let's go through this now. I'll skip through some slides. There's a lot of slides out there, but really high level. Now, if you think, okay, you got in a company, you got procurement process, or you got a procurement team, but where companies are struggling is if the processes are manual. If the processes are manual, as you saw in the presentation before from Milind, it's not all about pricing, right? It's a lot about process efficiency, compliance. So with manual processes at the speed of business, you're not able to simply cope up with the business side demand or the needs of the business with manual processes. You also need a lot more resources. So procurement that's running manual processes is more or less is getting absolutely obsolete. What also happens with manual processes is the suboptimal stakeholder experience, which we talked about. Because in your personal lives, now you're used to a much better digital experience. So to have suboptimal processes or processes that really slow you down in business, it really leads to employee dissatisfaction. Also, suppliers are used to better processes with other companies. So again, you are not a professional procurement unit anymore in front of your suppliers as well if you are not set up properly in terms of your being digitally enabled to run your procurement processes. And then the other key parameter here is the saving leakage. So there's a lot of missed saving opportunity by not having the right tools in place to enable those processes or enforce those processes. For example, we talked about tactical sourcing or the 3 bids buy. You could easily have a tool, enforce that, and that means you will always get those savings. You could always have the tool enforce that, hey, this is the buying channel. So when you buy a certain category, buy through this way. If you don't have a tool, you'll miss it. Or if you have a contract compliance built in the tool, you know that, okay, you will realize those savings. For example, these rebates, you had in travel commodity, even the company I worked earlier, we had 50 million in rebate coming through. So even if the ticket would look, let's say, 10 pounds more than what you'd get on Skyscanner or something, the end of the year, the company got 50 million back as rebate. Why it was possible is because the systems allowed that to take place. And then we talked about this earlier, right? Limited procurement influence. So if you want procurement to have a key seat at the table, you need procurement to work hand in hand with business. Then the procurement needs to have a strategy to make sure that they influence the business. So you're not able to do that without effective tools. So with that context, let's go into, I'll skip some of this, but broadly speaking, what are the pain points when you do manual process? Very little compliance. It takes long time to do stuff. There is no consistent way of doing stuff. The suppliers are also don't know how to deal with you. You may have incorrect information. You may have simple things like duplicate invoices. Of course, poor compliance, long approval cycles, delays basically. And nobody has visibility of spend, but you are really burdened with tactical work. The procurement department is just doing work that could easily be automated or could be easily done in a tool. So they could do more strategic work like relation management or category management or do their market research. So because they're stuck with operational tasks, they're not able to do more strategic tasks. And of course, you're not, as a procurement department, you're not able to support your business, right? So these are kind of the pain points. So procurement has moved on from this. In general, uh, procurement has moved on. But if you look at the context of small and medium companies, they're going through this churn and going through the cycle till they adopt a procurement function, set up the process, set up the tools. You are seeing this churn in companies. So what's really the driver for digital procurement? It's these things, right? The suboptimal processes, the manual processes, the saving leakages. These are your key reasons why you should anyway look at digital transformation. What does it give you? More value, more saving, more service quality for your business, more scope for innovation, more efficient controls, embedded compliance into your processes. And also you're able to scale with the business needs. You're able to adapt and work with the business needs. So technology is just an enabler. Obviously underlying is the process that we saw earlier before the break, right? So a good process, a mature organization will enable a good process in the tool. And then, like I said, it's how do you are seen externally. Now, if I look at any company today, and if I want to do business with them and I see that actually they don't have a supplier registration or they don't have a section for suppliers, it immediately tells me the level of maturity on the procurement side that they have, right? I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but in a second, you know that, right? That's the first thing I check as a procurement person is, okay, how mature are they? Then accordingly, act as a, well, I hope my customers are not hearing this, but normally, so you know that, and then you know your strategy. You would know, okay, people who have an organized function, have tools or a more professional projection of a procurement unit. The supplier will give you more discount. The supplier will know that this is more competitive. When you don't see a professional procurement unit, you will see that you will also not get the best value from your suppliers. So even to extract best value, you should really be more, it's a no-brainer, really. So again, I don't want to bore you with theory slides, but basically there is cost saving, there is efficiency, and there is to support growth. You need digital. You need per spend visibility to manage your cash better. You just need procurement. Here, I'll give you a simple example that we went through the process. This is an example of a Ariba system running source to pay, but this could be pretty much any software or also could be a combination of software. But I'll simply explain this to you. So what you see in green is what we talked about earlier in the class as upstream activity. So the thing that your procurement does, right? It's trying to analyze spend, it's trying to find the right suppliers, it's trying to qualify the right suppliers, negotiate with them, then monitor their performance, sign contracts with them. It's all this process is done digitally. And you see on the other side, on the right, you see the Ariba network is where the suppliers are. So suppliers are also collaborating with the procurement or the business online, or you can say digitally, right? It's going back and forth. So the color corresponds to that, right? So green part, so they register profiles there. It's like the Facebook for them, for Facebook for suppliers. So they would register their profile. At the same time, businesses looking to find suppliers for a certain category, for a certain location, they can look them up, right? Now imagine if you didn't have this process, if you had to only negotiate across a table. So I would fix a meeting, people would come and meet me in a room and go back. Then I have another vendor come in, meet me and go back. And then I have to go back to the first vendor and then get a better offer, then contact the other vendor, and then so on, right? So if imagine multiple vendors means how much time it takes me on the procurement side to actually get the right supplier, the right rate. By the time my business need would have probably been out of the window, the business would have probably already done business with someone else, right? So this offline method doesn't work anymore. So you need digital tools, you need collaboration, also you need visibility. You are able to, in a tool, have your business partners also engaged. So business can be part of the approval flows, or they can see the visibility, they can be part of the decision making. So everyone has more visibility. So now if you see the process, so once let's say the qualification is done, the contract is signed, you are able to also carry out key terms of the contract and put it into a catalog. Catalog is what your end user cares about. When he goes to a searching app, he goes to an app where he wants to buy, they should be able to easily search and look for items. If they look up for item or service and they find the right guided buying, the right channel to what they want to buy, that is the success for procurement. So as a benchmark, I mean, if you are at least 40% plus on catalogs is what is kind of okay, but you can go up. So if you're not even cataloging 40%, you're probably really behind. Now, this is coming from manual ways to digital, where these metrics are good. Where the industry is actually headed is, why actually have even catalogs? Why have contracts in-house? Why have 200, 300 people teams just maintaining catalogs? You don't need all this. We are getting into more a model of commodity marketplace, a marketplace for everything. For example, what is Uber? What is Airbnb? They're marketplace. They're just marketplace. They govern the price by market dynamics. And what did Uber do, for example? Uber just disrupted the whole taxi industry, right? The mini cabs and the other cabs. You don't need to look up numbers. You don't need to do the technologies in your phone. You use it. So it's just a marketplace of, rather than every company trying to maintain a certain information that goes obsolete in due course, you're just buying out of a marketplace. So the world overall, or the industry overall, I think is moving towards marketplaces. So if you come up with more and more commodity marketplaces, you will have lesser need to have in-house catalogs. But in-house catalogs are at least, let's say, a first step for companies that have contracts, loads of contracts. I know a lot of companies, big companies, they have, even with one vendor, 200 contracts around the globe. And they don't know which one to look up when. They don't even have a way to search from their contracts. Like I said to you, right? They are like drawers. They are literally like contracts sitting in a drawer, mean nothing to business. So digital actually changes all this, right? Even in digital, it's like how you save, how you enable the process. Otherwise, even digitally, you could have a lot of junk. I mean, imagine even just sorting your photos, for example, or sorting through your work folders. Unless you have them organized, they are junk, right? So same applies to business. So then let's go to, from contract, you go to catalog. Now, what is happening on the buyer side is that they are uploading a catalog on their website, on the supplier portal, and they're able to push that catalog to different buyers. So what it means is that you're basically, why should I have, as a supplier, to service 200 customers, manually give them files? I'm just able to maintain my catalog once, upload my catalog, and I can push preferential pricing or different pricing or customer specific pricing to different customers of mine. But I don't need 200 copies of my own catalog. And also I need to update my catalog. My prices change, my product change, right? So from the supplier point of view also, it's much more efficient. If I'm running a more efficient business as a supplier, then I'm also likely to give that or pass that discount or that price on to my buyer. So it works both ways, right? So for buyers, it works to have a supplier portal and to digitally collaborate with the buyer. And for the buyer also, it works. So that's how the buyer starts the cycle. And then you have the end users doing the blue part, right? So they search up catalogs, they buy what they want. What is happening in the tool is you don't have to read a 200-page policy book. Or let's say you go to your intranet and read a policy for something each time before you take an action. No, the tool guides you to policy. The tool doesn't let you do something that is out of policy. That is how policy is enforced. So this is much more effective than not having a way to enforce policy and just checking, right? Or doing audits. This is what companies did in the past. They set up a policy and then they do audits, or they have to manually check everything, which slows down everything, right? So tools with built-in compliance. And then as you get more advanced, you will see in the AI topics, more and more compliance is built into process. So then you go from, you request what you want, you order, the supplier is able to confirm, hey, this is what I got, and you get it back. You get confirmations, you get shipping notices, you receive your goods. Then there is something called as touchless invoicing. So compared to paper invoicing, where you have no choice but to take that paper around to whoever ordered the goods and do approvals, and it takes time, right? And then the supplier is calling up the accounts payable department. So people are on the phone, they're always behind payments. So you're not able to pay your suppliers on time, which again leads to other issues. So all this changes when you have a system like this, where you have provided your goods as a supplier, you sent your invoice electronically, and there is a three-way match, right? So if automatically the goods ordered matches the good receipted and the invoice amount, and let's say they're in this, there are about 90, 100 business rules that are possible, right? So you put all your rules on the network. When the invoice comes in, it automatically checks those 100 rules instead of a account clerk or someone manually trying to check all rules, right? It's already checking for, is it the right tax? Is it the right fields? Is it addressed to the right bill to address to the right department? These are so many 100 things that can happen. The right unit of measure, currency, all that. There's 100 things that could happen, that could go wrong in an invoice. But the tools ensure that all this is correct. And then you're able to electronically or do touchless invoicing. So basically, if three things match, invoice straight goes into payment, and then payment happens on the day it's supposed to get paid. So vendors get paid on time. You're also able to basically then do what is called as invoice discounting, or you're able to, let's say that I am running an efficient process. I can pay you 30 days earlier than your payment term. So I can realize some savings, some invoice discount saving on it, right? And it can happen both ways. The buyer can initiate it or the supplier can initiate it. Supplier especially need it for working capital. So all these tools are easily enabled by having an end-to-end digital process. So this is the same source to pay process we saw without any digital technology, and now we're seeing it in the tool. This is the process I was talking about, right? So how we are running this sort of process in that sort of tool. Now, what you will find around the world are systems which are running a part of it. And again, it reflects on the maturity of the organization, what part of this is run. Now, when we do, as a company, we do free procurement maturity assessment for suppliers, for all procurement, for all buyers, right? So we realize that even the best of companies, they are not running this whole process. Especially in the tool, they're running 10, 20, 30% of this process. So it's suboptimal. Why it's suboptimal? Either they don't have the right process defined, or when the parties that are implementing for them, they're just standing up a system, not really embedding their process, their complexity into the technology. Or the technology is very cumbersome to actually implement that complexity. So either way, it doesn't work. So the goal is to really get to a point where you get a lot of this enabled and you get savings. Again, to give you an example of how much saving is possible, you're roughly able to save 4 to 5%, or let's say 5 to 6% across your source to pay by just having a digital process enabled. If you're sourcing for something first time in a tool and it's previously unaddressed spend, you will realize more savings. But there are a lot of other parameters, they all add up. It gives you, like, let's say you're saving on contract leakage, you're saving on compliance, you're saving on, let's say, errors from suppliers and invoices. There could be 100 things. Also, the efficiency of the people working, processing your POs or invoices. So all these things adds up. So every billion, if you add up 5-6 million, it's a lot of money. And it's enough money to make the whole transition to e-procurement self-funding. This is what I tell all customers, that you should go digital because it is self-funding. The consulting you pay for, the licenses you pay for, the whole deployment, your project costs are not significant compared to the value you realize. You break even within 6 months, 9 months, and that is also changing in the industry. With newer tech, you're implementing in 2 weeks. You're going live in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, like that, not 6 months, 1 year 2 years to just realize some value, right? So this is changing. So now in the grand scheme of things, what is it that you need to do to actually deploy the right kind of tech? You need to understand the tech landscape. You need to, of course, understand what your needs are. And this is why I was talking in the start of the day is that what is unfortunately happening in the industry is that what consulting companies are selling to you is basically what they partner with. And if they only partner with one or two providers, that's all you get, regardless of your assessment, your needs. So to turn it around the right way, you have to properly assess the procurement maturity, the needs of that org, then build the business case up, then check, is this something scalable? Can I deploy something, a piece of architecture that is scalable? Or is it a problem when I try to scale up, when I try to merge, when I try to acquire companies? Is it going to work? So, or is it going to work with the rest of my landscape in other domains within my company? So all this is stuff that you actually check in your solution fit. And then what you also need to do is very accurate project planning to actually deliver that business case, to make that change happen with your suppliers, make that change happen within your business. The other key aspect here is mobilization of your project. Stand up the right talent to deliver on that. And then how much of what you're also, when you're looking to buy this tech, how much of it is pre-configured as best practice? More and more, we should be able to adopt now cloud solutions running best practice processes as standard. It's gone are the days where you need to really sit through, like, let's say 2 months, 3 months of design, prepare a blueprint document, then some bunch of coders will go and develop something for you. Then you see actually what I imagined, what they wrote versus what they produced. There's a huge gap, right? Gone are those days. Now you're able to do what you hear as agile delivery. Agile, what does it mean really? In practical terms, it just means, okay, I have a minimum viable product. It's running. Now I can just run these agile sprints. So add a bit more function, a bit of configuration, a bit of complexity every day. Thank you. And every day, just take it forward a bit. One process at a time, one sub process at a time, or one, let's say, level 6 process, and you're able to build on complexity. So now customers go live within weeks, and sometimes you can just take in a solution as is and build on it. And then what is key is change. I think as humans, we are reluctant to change. So this is always a key aspect of transformation. The change management and the knowledge transfer. The change management aspect is basically, I'm used to doing some things in a certain way. Now, even if something is for your better, you're not always embracing change because it is a change from your current comfort zone. That is what the change management part of the organization needs to deal with. So when you're actually designing solutions, we normally, as a good practice, we're doing change impact assessment, which means that we are really seeing it from the user lens and saying, okay, you're trying to design a process here, but this is what they're used to today. So in their head, this is the change they are going to experience, or this is where they will like it, not like it, and so on. I mean, I can't believe I'm going back 20 plus years, and I was at Dell when they introduced Ariba there. And I can tell you my reaction. And now, I mean, if I think back how stupid I was, but at the time they, let's say, doing some job in some function of Dell, and they introduced Ariba. And what it meant for me was, or for everybody in the company, is now if you need to order something, you need to buy through this online tool. And which at the time felt like, I mean, is the company crazy? Earlier, I always had like a desk or a cupboard where I had all the office stationery. Now I need to go into some tool and do something to actually order something for me. Like I felt at the time it was like, how stupid is that? But now if I look back, and I had no understanding, right? I'm an end user in the business. For me, it was a change. So, I mean, personally, what it did for me is like I didn't bother to order whatever I needed, right? So that's one good thing for procurement. Probably it does work. But reality is that even if something is for your better and you don't understand it because it's not your core thing, um, but it's really improving and digitizing process, right? So so this change management is important, the knowledge transfer. So a lot of time consultants come in into a project and they're able to stand up a system for you, but if they're not imparting knowledge to your current team, your core project team or your business, then you will not learn as much. So so what we do normally is we start with a core project team training at the beginning, so they know what is art of possible with this project, with this digital procurement, with this technology, what is possible. When the business understands it, they understand better in their context. Okay, this means this for me. So then they're able to basically leverage the technology better. They're also able to then deploy the right sort of people for the right sort of roles and do it better. So all this is part of doing the knowledge management right, the training right to deliver the business case. I think with more and more millennials, I don't know how many trainings do you ever take, right? Do you take trainings or do you just simply assume things to work? Yeah, you just like you're not used to taking trainings for stuff, right? Stuff should work. Like I see my kids, they just think everything should just work, you know. But in the past, it was normal for us to take proper training for everything, you know, plan it, train, get trained on it. Some people even flew abroad to get some training, then came back, trained the rest of the team. So it was very normal, you know. But the world has really moved on. You need software now that doesn't need training. It's intuitive. So I'll skip some of this, but broadly, the principles are simple, right? You want to transform user experience for everyone. You want to have compliant tools. You want to have an improved target operating model that we talked about earlier. You want to really optimize your framework of buying and sourcing. You're ultimately developing your capability, your knowledge capability, the cost, the adoption of business. So all this are some of the key things when you're looking at transformation. And transformation is bringing you standardization, is bringing you efficiency, bringing you agility. Um, Now, I'll just give you one example, and then we move on to other presentations. So this is the kind of assessment approach I was talking about, right? So you assess the customer's process maturity, tech maturity, and then you give them a solution. So a lot goes in it, right? Stakeholder interviews, try to understand the maturity of, you understand their perspective, their pain points. You also compare just on procurement practice, good or bad. You're able to compare them against their sector or division, and you're able to also see how mature that process is on different things, and ultimately benchmark their performance versus others, right? So this is sort of stuff. If you want to make improvement, you should know where you stand today and where you stand today when you benchmark with others, right? So this is kind of part of the assessment work you do, and then you are able to then move on to the right solution. So having said that, companies don't do this part right. They don't assess, they don't do the solutioning right, they don't do the knowledge transfer right. So as a result, what you're really getting is basically there's challenge in solution selection, there's lack of advice as well. Again, it's coming from the fact that the consulting parties only have one or two softwares to offer you. So there isn't much selection anyway, right? You're just using one or the other. So with a lot of emerging tech out there now, with a lot of other tech, this is what we're trying to bring into the industry is really that this is the new ecosystem, and get a better or a broader point of view and choose the right tool for your business, for your size of business, for your industry, and to solve your use cases. And if innovation already exists for your industry for something, take it. These are some of the other typical challenges business face. Project costs, right? Because again, talent is really scarce in this. So you got the same bunch of talent that has used to these technologies or implementing in other places, whether on the customer side or whether on the implementation side. That's the talent that is there, and that talent is moving around on many projects. So that talent also costs a lot. So the cost of implementing technology is very high, and the adoption is minimal because you're just doing suboptimal processes. So overall, all this leads to still very poor value. It doesn't help your business case. So a lot of times companies are just, especially small and medium companies, are not even making that move because they think the amount of money it takes to pay the license, to implement something, to train people, to hire people, it's not worth it. So, a lot of it, that's why you don't see it. So overall, the industry doesn't move forward because of all this suboptimal stuff. Scalability is another challenge. I think we covered this earlier in the day as well, right? So the impact of such cycles is basically poor ROI, high business costs, and limited value to business. So this has got to change. We covered this also initially, but now I think it will make more sense to you, right? So you look at the transformation holistically, how to embed your process into digital and then drive insights, compliance, and also have the talent to actually understand how this is done. So this is kind of what is important, right? And then this takes you through a maturity journey from what I was telling you earlier. Now digitization is just the first step. It's the basic awareness. A leading company today saves a lot more, and a lot more savings, unimagined saving is possible when you come to AI, and you have better buying experience. You use marketplaces, you use blockchain, you have risk management processes. All this is saving unimagined. And earlier, the only saving bar was the first one, the process automation, sourcing, and transformation. But now that is the foundation, right? So if you want how to be a leading organization in the world, you need to go beyond reactive spend management, which can be digital, but it's just reactive, to go it into more predictive demand management, collaborative demand management, cognitive insights into the business, buying experience, all this. And that will lead you to be a better org. So I'll skip all this now. And you also need a lot of accelerators to actually do this on time. So, and then there's methodology to do it. So we were talking about agile methodology. Agile methodology is basically doing it in a way where you already start from a pre-assembled best practice solution and then have the principles of adopting your processes, adapting to the requirement, making minimal changes, right? So you adjust, you add new process, you do them like these sprints, and you keep adding it. Now, once it is done, then you do integration sprints. So then you are connected with other systems you need to, and then you're able to build the whole system end to end. Train your team and transition them to the new system, and then you're ready. So this is kind of something to look at. Now, some parts, I think, in also the other technology or the methodology is really waterfall. Waterfall means you do one phase, and then you go to the next phase, and then the next phase. So this is how traditionally projects were done in technology deployment. So some parts of those are also worth it, right? So planning is useful, and you can really plan all the dependencies and then execute. So what we try to recommend is a hybrid agile approach. So you do the system development in an agile way, but you still run the project management in a more waterfall way. Architecture, data streams, change management in a more waterfall way. So you know exactly when you finish one phase and start a next phase. And there are lots of assets to do this. So we'll not go in the detail of this, but this is again just raising awareness for you that how to do an agile project delivery, where to start. And just to summarize now, so you would do assessment and you would establish the target operating model that we saw earlier in the day. So where you stand and what you're building towards. Then you are trying to build a best practice process into the tool. Okay, so that's the process engineering. And then once that process is there, you are looking at innovation, constantly seeing a way to innovate that. So that is where this, continuous innovation process kicks in. If you don't continuously innovate, some process might be good today, but it's going to be really obsolete 5 years from now. So you got to continuously innovate to stay ahead of your competition. And then you're able to also, once you design the process, you of course need to test and build the solution out and do what it takes to cut over, do the knowledge components, train, and then you're ready to go live. So this is kind of what you need to transform today. So now what we will do is just share a quick example of what is reality of a lot of companies. So this is a company, let's say, bought something. What you see in that color, they implemented these modules. But if you compare versus best in class, you will see that, okay, that boost ball represents how mature the process is. And in some cases, the white represents that it's actually process is not even visible. So you have, compared to the best practice process we saw earlier, or the full process you saw earlier, now you see what they're doing in this example. That customer is using only 3 modules. They bought another 4th, which didn't implement because of time, budget, whatever, right? At the same time, look at everything in white. They basically do not have those processes running in that tool. The tool actually supports those processes, but they have not configured the system in a way to run those processes, or they don't have the procurement maturity to run those processes. So this is really an example of what customers normally across the world are in this situation. And then you got in yellow, suboptimal process. So they are running that process, but are they running to the best of functionality available in the tool? No. And only parts in blue are like, okay, it's at least acceptable standard usage, right? So this is a very good example of suboptimal. Okay, so running a good process, but you need the tool as well, right? So this is high level. So imagine you go through all the pain of a project, and project in companies happen once in 4 or 5 years, 6 years. It's not an everyday thing, right? So when your company gets that project, or when you get a chance to really go through a transformation case, you got to do a good job of it. Otherwise, you'll be like this. You will have suboptimal process, and it's not going to deliver value. If you're going to just run this process, you might as well run it outside the tool, right? So this will never make up your business case. So then the reality is, if you do this, you are saving much less compared to what best in class in that tool can do on all the parameters of the business case. So it's not good enough again. Now, if you were to optimize these processes, in this example for this customer, if we were to just optimize their process in the same tech, not even replace the tech, you could save almost 25 million. In this case, in this example, the customer spent probably about $1 billion, right? So 25 million. Now, what's the cost of doing such an optimization project? Probably like $1 million or two, $500,000 to $2 million, right? But the saving is 25 million. So the ROI is like good 10 times, 12 times. So it's worth it, right? So it's always worth it if you are able to deploy technology to realize value. So now we come to Marco. Rana, is he online? Is he ready?
Yes,
okay.
I'm online,
So,
if you can hear me.
Hi, Marco. So let me introduce you, and then you can continue.
Yeah.
So Marco is from Finland, and Marco is a chief procurement officer out of Finland, and he's heading the company Eltel Networks. They're pronounced correct. Yeah. So Marco is going to give you now a real example of how he saw in his company and in his previous roles as well, the opportunity for digitization for data and how he prioritized that to transform or impact his organization. So I thank you, Marco, for your participation, and look forward to hearing from you now. Thank you.
Thanks. I will share my screen, so let me know that you will see it. Just a sec. Okay, do you see my screen? Okay, I'm not hearing anything from you, so I assume that you are seeing it. Yeah, so.
Yes, they see your screen, sorry. Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
That's good. So I'm going to talk about digital roadmap for procurement, and this is my real case, a real life example, what I did. So I started at my current position in January 2019 at Eltel Networks. One of the tasks that was given to me was to modernize and digitize the procurement, and I was new in the company, so I really didn't know where to start and what is more important than the other. And it's very easy to have hundreds of slides and get a little bit overwhelmed about the information. Where should we start? So I needed something simple and easy for me to understand. So what I did, I first took the procurement itself and divided in four phases. So we have basic spend management, supply management, procurement, and contract management. So these itself, they don't have yet anything to do with digitalization, but these are the basic elements of procurement. Then I thought, for each of these, what are the elements that we have at Eltel? So I went through the spend management and realized that there needs to be something to analyze the spend. There needs to be something to classify spend, where we are spending and what, and also the savings, of course, when we are talking about procurement. For the supplier management part, I went through regulatory obligations. In Finland, it means that as we are buying a lot of subcontracting, we are actually responsible that our supplier has paid their taxes, for example. So it means that we are getting sanctions if we are using such a supplier that they haven't done everything by the book. So it's extremely important in Finland. Then, of course, how to classify supplier, where's the supplier database, how to perform, how to analyze the perform, how to have the SLA, KPIs, etc. And dashboard, what is the easiest way to see how the suppliers are performing, what is the spend for them, and etc. And what comes to the procurement side, there was, of course, the e-sourcing and e-purchasing parts, then the invoicing, how the invoicing is handled, and then material flow. And material flow was here included because at Eltel, also the warehouses and warehouse processes are part of purchasing and procurement organization. And the last but not least part was the contract management. Again, how to analyze the contracts that we have, where's the database, where the contracts are stored, and how the signature process would be there. So again, these are basic elements of each of these four phases or four elements. And then I started to look what we have as a tools or software, what information we will have, and we have already, and what we don't have, which was actually more important. So spend management, for the analysis part, yes, we used our business intelligence tools and ERP. We got the euros per supplier, euros per our business lines, teams, cost centers, and of course the total euros that we are spending. So we have that information. We got all the payment information, meaning that what is the realized payment sequence versus the contracted, and see that we are actually paying according on contracts, meaning that we are not paying too early, because that's not good either. And there was also the invoice data that we got it from there. So the analysis part was pretty okay, and for our purposes. So I was happy with that. Of course, there could be more what comes to the spend for the analysis part, but for us, it was enough. What came to the classification and savings part, I realized that there isn't anything. So no tool, nothing for the classification, and same goes for the savings. Savings weren't followed at all. Okay. And then supplier management, same thing. Regulatory obligations, we have, this is external service in Finland, this tilavastu.fi. It means that from there we can check that supply is basically in green, and we can use them without any extra worries that they haven't done their legal obligations. What comes to supplier classification? No, nothing. So no tool for that. There was some information in ERP, but very little. Database, so where the supply information was stored. So we had ERP system. There was the basic info, so there was the supplier names, addresses, etc. But then there was a lot of information like agreements which were missing. In some cases, there were something about the agreements, but very little. Then the PO data, nothing. Perform analysis, nothing. No tool, no follow-up, nothing. Dashboard, never heard. So again, nothing there. Okay, then went to the procurement side. Material flow, okay, there was something followed in the ERP, but it was very little, and we realized that that's not enough. Invoicing part was okay. Invoicing was done in ERP, it was e-invoicing, was easy to follow in the BI system, so that was okay. E-purchasing, yes, we did send some purchase orders through our ERP system for certain suppliers, but very little. PO rate was less than imagine, that it's basically nothing. But we did have internal webshop for indirect material, and that was excellent. That was very good tool. So there was something for e-purchasing. And what comes to the e-sourcing side, again, nothing. No tool, nothing there. Contract management, it was the part of my analysis. So we didn't have any tool for contract analysis. We didn't have database. Yes, there was something in the ERP, but very little. We didn't have anything for our signature process. So basically what you are seeing now, this was our as-is analysis. The green ones, they were okay. Light greens, there was something. That's at least a good start. Red ones, that there isn't anything for them. What happened next is that I went through with our business lines and we discussed a lot what are the things that they will see that would add value for them. So that how to add value for the customers of purchasing organization, and our customers are our internal business lines and people in the company. And we realized that contract management is something that we have to start. We don't have anything there. So we started with the database. As I said earlier, I started in January 2019 at Eltel. So in spring, it was in May 2019, we implemented online agreement archive. So now it was easy to store the agreements in there, but it was also the business lines for them. It was easy to see, okay, we can use this supplier. There's a contract with them. There's an agreement. That's totally okay. So, and also what is agreed there. So it was very valuable for them. Next thing that we did was the signature process. So we implemented in autumn 2019 e-signature tool. So actually Adobe Sign was we did select, and that was again at Eltel in Finland. We are present in 70 locations all over the Finland. So before that, it meant that when you needed to sign something, basically what you did is that you print the document, you sign it, you scan it, and you send it for the next one by email. And he or she does the same again. So we needed something there. So this was the second that we implemented. So for these two things, we pretty much covered the contract-wise. Of course, there's the analysis part, but we didn't consider it as the most important thing. Yes, we need the information for the procurement organization, but it's not the most added value for our customers. So we started with database and signature process, and those we did in 2019. The next one was the dashboard. So in 2020, we implemented dashboard. So there was easy to follow spend, total spend, supplier spend, all the things that we had in ERP. So basically everything here, we got it for the dashboard. We got here from the basic information. And then we started to have links to database here. So when you went to the dashboard, you can see that, okay, there is a supplier. We can see it. We have a link to the agreement, so easy to follow, easy to see. And again, this was something that our business lines considered extremely important for them, and it will help their life. So that was created and implemented in 2020. And in 2020, we also started to check our e-purchasing. So we had the internal website for indirect material, but it wasn't maybe the best possible system for our installation material, so that the ones that we are using for our end customers. And in 2020, we started to look for e-purchasing tool. We wanted to have very simple, very easy. I think was earlier mentioned that basically system that you don't need a training. And then we found one, and the system in 2021, we started to create or the implementation of the system, testing everything. And actually the e-purchasing tool was now implemented in May this year. So actually that whole process took I would say 1.5 years from the part that we started to search something what is suitable for us until the point that we have implemented it. Then the next part was the database, so the supply management. So how do we get the information for the supplier? How do we know that what is the level that they are performing? So how do we follow them, and how we have the SLAs, KPIs? We used then the dashboard for that. So in the end, in the dashboard, you can see the SLA figures, you can see the KPI figures. It's easy to see that supply is performing very well, and we are spending more for them. That's good. That everything is green. But also to see that, okay, we are buying a lot of more from one supplier, but they are performing worse. So it means that there's something going on. And then what we need still is the external data, meaning that when we can have the financial data of the supplier from some external source, so then we have actually in the same dashboard, we know that how much we are spending for one supplier, how they are performing. So the SLAs are green, yellow, red. and we see that how the supply is actually performing as a financial way. So meaning that if we are spending a lot of more on supplier, but their total turnover or profit is going down, we should get warnings that now everything is not okay. That we should check that, is the supply critical for us? Is it something that actually we should take actions? Maybe move some spend from that supplier to another one, just to mitigate our risk that if the supply is performing as a financial way worse and worse, and if it's bankrupted, what happens if it's a critical supplier for us? Then we are in a problem. So that is extremely important, and that's the data that we need from there. And that was also started in 2021. And then the last that we started from here was the material flow. So we needed a real warehouse management system, and the implementation of that was actually the first part was in summer 21, and then we have enhanced the performance of the system ever since, and now it's in a daily base use and business as usual. Again, when our people, our technicians, they need to know that we have some material in our warehouse. They don't have to buy it. Again, there will come savings for that, of course. And it's easy to see, easy to follow, and also see where in the warehouse the system or the material is. So that was something that we thought that in our biggest warehouses we need that kind of system, and that was implemented. So this is actually what I was going to present, and I did present. So I thought that this was simple enough, at least for me, to realize what is needed, what is not needed in this phase, and how to prioritize from different elements, that what is more important, and again, what will add value for our customer of the procurement most. And that's why these are the orders. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that we did. The next steps that we will have will be in the savings part. So we are using Excel for that, but we are going to have it in some tool. Let's see how it will go. We have talked about e-sourcing. That's not really big issue for us, at least currently. Then the performance analysis, we will add it to the dashboard. We will have there more information from the supplier even, and how they are performing. And then classification, most probably that will be connected to our ERP, and then we will see. And once we have, for example, the classification, then it helps our spend management and spend analysis. So this slide in this, it's quite a busy slide, but when we are taking step by step, you can see how I did it and how I found that was quite sufficient process for me. So that was my short, quite fast presentation about the roadmap which I created.
Thank you, Marco. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think, to be honest, for me, I have in my career not seen a slide like that before. It does give a lot of clarity on how you're doing, and how you set your path for digital procurement, and also what you plan to do next. For me, it was very clear, and I think for the class as well, I can say that. And thank you so much for actually taking out time on a Finnish holiday. You have a national holiday in Finland today. So yeah, he's especially taken out time for us. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the insight. Yeah, the class.
Yeah. Thank you.
Class is clapping for you. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, and stay tuned, and then Yeah, you can connect with Marco also later on offline or whenever you like. So thank you, Marco, once again.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
So now I'll invite Chris. Chris is another procurement expert. He's traveled for us from up north to come for the class. Chris is leading the procurement at Aurelius Group. So I'll let Chris talk more through what he does there and how he's actually, what he's doing for, I don't want to steal his thunder, so I'll let him only speak a bit more detail, but he's really going to talk through the procurement practices and how they're servicing the private equity, the companies that the Aurelius Group acquires and how they really go about it. So again, it's a real example of how it actually done in practicality, right? So over to Chris. Yeah, just put it, just it's on, just plug it in here or whatever you like.
And change slides on that one. Yeah?
No, change slides. Just,
Okay.
just green.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So as we kind of briefly touched upon there, I work for Aurelius, which is a Munich-based private equity firm, about 20 years old. I've worked with them for the last 4 years. Prior to that, I worked in procurement consultancy for the last 8 years. I got approached by Aurelius and said, would you like to come and work for us as a private equity company? And having worked in various different procurement consultancies for a while, I was a bit like, this sounds a bit different. What does this mean? What do you want me to do for you exactly? So they said that they'd buy lots of companies, specialize in carve-out, special situations, and their approach to improving their portfolio companies was to have an internal operational task force. And that's what I was going to talk about today, because actually I think listening to some of the presentations you've already had, there's some real clear synergies with how we go about the due diligence, because a lot of the companies that Aurelius acquire, or that we're kind of moving into a different space at the minute, is in that 50 million to 500 million spend profile. And actually what we typically find is they're the unloved aspect of a business, and therefore technology and process improvement and even talent investment just doesn't exist. So suddenly day one we arrive and it's like, what are we going to do? Okay, so I'll take you through this now. Apologies, Aurelius decided to change their slide templates last week and told me that I had to use them. So that was a bit of a stress when I put this together. So as I say, okay, so that's moved around a little bit, but we can deal with that. So yeah, as I said, Aurelius has been around for 20 years. We currently have 27 companies in our portfolio, and we recently acquired our biggest, and we refer to it as our whale, about a month ago, which is McKesson UK, which for you guys probably more familiar with the retail arm of McKesson UK, which is Lloyd's Pharmacy. Okay, so they're a huge organisation, but typically we would work in that smaller space, and you can see some of the brands there that you may or may not recognise. And when we acquire these companies, we have now a standardized toolkit that we use to do what we call a post-deal integration program, to work with these businesses to deliver excellence in their procurement. And it's not just procurement. I don't want to sort of steal the thunder just on procurement. We also have task force in IT, finance, sales and marketing, and there's one other which I have written down somewhere. IT, somewhere. Oh, and finance, procurement. Yes, I've covered them all there. Apologies. And we all arrive day one on the new investment, work together, come up with a strategic plan for that business, and then try and deliver a procurement excellence program in my sort of role. And as you can see there, there's a large task force. Sorry, I thought you could point with this then for a second. So on that right-hand side, you've got the operating partners, manager operations, functional experts. So that's where I currently sit. And we arrive day one and we do the due diligence piece. So we're looking at organizational design, procurement strategy, ERP tools, technology, Quite often that one's pretty bare actually when we get there. But and then we set about a 6 to 9 month program to work with our exec board and vice presidents to say, this is how we start the transformation program. Typically, if I just move that on, as I said, in that post-deal integration phase, we're doing a 3 to 4 week program where we literally look under every rock. So where are the skeletons? Where are the top 10 suppliers that ultimately haven't felt the love? Managing working capital is a huge thing. A lot of these investments are in a position where credit insurers are looking to back away. So we work quite closely on that side of things, looking to give a savings bump. Now, on the indirect side of things, we've got great purchasing power. So that side of things isn't too complex. But when I'm on the direct side of things, a little bit more complex. So last 18 months, I've bought ceiling tiles, I've bought tank wheels, and I've bought breast implants. So not too much synergy there. So what we're having to do is we're having to bring out our procurement toolkit and share those experiences, knowledges, work with the guys that have probably bought these items for 7, 8 longer years, and try and standardize their processes, introduce the idea of better reporting. So we've talked a lot about technology already, but actually we use really simple tools, and Microsoft make it really easy for us now. So we've got a standard suite of Teams reports that we use, and SharePoint lists is a really good tool to create dashboards, and even geomaps in terms of where your supply chain is, preferred supplier lists. All these sort of things can actually be implemented quite quickly. And actually the devil is in the detail, how you bring it all together, how you make sure that people are using it, because quite often in the current investment I'm working on, which is a mechanical and electrical contracting business, engineers always seem to think they know how to do procurement better than procurement professionals. I think I understand why, having trained as an engineer myself, I've kind of fallen into that, but they always seem to think that. So making sure that people actually know that we're there to deliver the value and want to stick to policies and processes, etc. So yeah, we get the savings bump, as I already talked about. Then we're looking to make sure we ensure business continuity or mitigating supply chain risks. I think there's a lot of that going around at the moment. And I think the savings projects are less bonus orientated, shall we say, anymore. The days of delivering 10x on your salary to say that's the savings are probably gone now. But cost avoidance, business continuity, they're absolutely critical for our investments at the moment to ensure that we hit the EBIT figures that we post in our strategy. And then it's about the organization itself. So a lot of the time we will restructure, we will bring in fresh talent, coach the talent that they've got. And then we're finally in a landscape where we can start to look at external tools. So we've just implemented a new specialist construction ERP tool at my current investment. And all of these ERP tools are bringing their own procurement tools now. So you've got supply management modules, you've got requisition tools. But that's really straightforward. It's software, right? You can program software, in a couple of months. Where our challenge is programming the people, because ultimately they've done things a certain way, and change for people is always the biggest challenge. So it's working with the software and the individuals to make sure that there's buy-in, because that's where the value is for me, is actually the synergy between technology and people and it working. So yeah, as I said, we talked about the post-deal integration program. Then we start to look at more complex elements where we can support with our SME team. So things like VAVE, should cost modeling, all the direct levers. So we typically do cost saving lever workshops with every business we go to get all the stakeholders, not only from procurement, but also the senior management team of the whole business. Really give procurement that platform that it is the a real business change aspect. I mean, the amount of investments I go to, and I sit with the senior management team, and on the first week they say to me, really get procurement. I think you guys do a great job. But it's always number 12 on my top 10 list. And I'm like, oh my God, why? Why is that the case? And it's only when you start to get the people to buy into what you're doing and making their life easy that then they suddenly, oh, and one other thing, get them focused, because, you know, there is other things going on, but get them focused, get the buy-in, show them the journey, then you start to get there. So yeah, we deliver this program very successfully at all of our investments, although it is quite easy to be successful when you are the voice of the shareholder and they kind of have to do what you have to say. But we try not to remind them of that fact unless we need to. Yeah, so just a bit of a sort of summary there. So we do get involved pre-acquisition. So we try to get as much data as we can, do interviews with business stakeholders, try and build the spend queue before we've even made the acquisition, so we can feed into the bid case as to why I really should make that acquisition. And as I said, we start to use tools like Power BI, as you can see there. But quite often that information is just not, you can't get it before the deal because there's so many moving parts. And also, it's definitely the poker stage of any investment in terms of what they want to give away. And then this is where we really start to earn our corn, which is the post-deal integration assessment. So as I already talked about, we're doing the workshops, we're reviewing the organization structure, and then we're really starting to implement those cost-cutting measures, whether that's headcount projects, whether that's should cost modeling, whether that's new technology. Ultimately, every investment is different, and it's just about using experience, knowledge of the procurement market to take that forward. And one of the journeys we've been on as a business is when I first joined, we had a procurement practice of 3, and I was the only one in the UK. And we worked with what we call special situations, which is usually businesses that are pretty close to going bust. So it's quite interesting, definitely interesting. I remember turning up to one portfolio company, which I won't name, when we had to find £1 million in a week. But you know, we did what we thought was best as procurement professionals there, but we've now gone on this huge journey over the last 4 years while I've been there, and we've standardized our toolkit. We've given an approach which is more, what's the best word to describe this? Accommodating to the team that's already there, so we don't create that conflict straight away. And it's a lot more aligned with what the consultancies are doing. But I think what's important is we're completely agnostic to what's out there. And I think that's really important for everyone to understand, is that I agree with what we said earlier. A lot of consultancies, and I can think of a couple already, will push me down a certain way. And if they start doing that, that's an instant turn off. Do your own research. Tools are always evolving. And also see what's out there for free, because you can do a lot with that. It's typical that these free softwares will then go, right, you can do so much with this, but now you have to pay for it. But that's fine. You know what you need to use and buy into that. And then it really does deliver quick results. I mean, the reason we've been able to move away from these special situations is because of the success we've had as an organization. And the businesses are getting bigger and bigger, and all we're doing is building up our practice more internally. So working with externals is very much on our terms, as much as they would like to be preferred partner of choice, like a lot of our private equity competitors. So yeah, I didn't want to talk too much today, because I didn't know how much people knew about private equity and how they kind of worked. But in essence, that's an overview of Aurelius. We were probably a bit unique in terms of our approach to things like procurement. I think a lot of other private equity companies are now starting to copy us. Well, I certainly get that feel, the amount of messages I get on LinkedIn about or are you interested in doing something similar with us? So probably open the floor to some questions about Aurelius and some of the stuff that we do. Go on.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
It's loud. So when you go into these new situations, where do you typically find, from a soft area, what do you find is the most difficult, when it comes to kind of going and doing a procurement assessment and, getting to a solution that's actually going to be rolled out?
So, really good question, actually. Number one, always day one, they think you're there to take your job. I think everyone finds that experience. But as I usually explain to them, I'm quite happy with the job I've got. But then after that, it's always data. I think I said during the presentation, we quite often acquire aspects of businesses that have been unloved. And therefore, not only has it not had the attention to evolve the systems that they've got, but also if they even don't follow those processes, I don't think anyone is really questioning it or pushing back. A lot of the investments that I put up on the screen, the ERP tool we acquire is green screen, almost like MS-DOS style thing. So data extract is always the number one problem. And actually, after you get through that stage of they don't want my job, the people aspect is probably the easiest, because suddenly they're now working for an organization that has gone from unloved to now it has to work. So all these ideas start flowing really, really quickly, and you can get really good momentum. So there's an example of what's really bad, but also what can be really good with some of these investments. Yeah. I think there's a button as well. You have to. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah. Two very quick questions. First one, which is, I learned about in the environmental side about this term, unintended consequences.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to know from yourself, has there been any situations in this company or any other places where the company might have ignored the consequences, which they might have foreseen, and then you had to come in and say, hey, look, you can't ignore it anymore because, it's literally around the corner, so you have to bear up to it. And then the other thing you said, you're working, is it on the pharmacy side, is it?
Yes, so our recent acquisition, McKesson, is in pharmacy.
Right. So connected to that, a lot of the talk in the environmental space is plastic and plastic packaging for the pharmaceuticals and everything. Is that an issue in terms of environmental? Because packaging is the main thing, the plastic packaging. So what is it, something that is to be sourced from recycled sources, or how do they come and approach that?
So let me answer the second question first. ESG is a topic that I think a lot of private equity firms are really wrestling with a little bit, because and Aurelius is definitely one. We had a company away day last week, and ESG was a topic that probably generated the most questions. And the reason why it's a wrestle, because obviously it's about generating profit for the shareholders and the fund. But then equally, when we're acquiring carve-out situations, they all are asking, what is our ESG strategy? And that's quite often a conflict. In terms of the projects we've got at the moment, we're actually not encountering too many ESG challenges with the majority of our portfolio. The one where it's most prevalent is the one I'm currently working on, which is a company called Enerveo, was formerly SSE Contracting and Rail. And we do a lot of work with local authorities, so PFI, street lighting contracts, etc. And they're very keen on not so much the packaging side of things, although I definitely see it. I did a 3-year stint with GSK, and we definitely had that as on our agenda 7 years ago. So they were already far more mature in the sort of industry compared to others. But I'm talking about M&E with this business, and the local authorities are questioning what our strategy is. And I will hold my hands up and say there is a huge scramble to be what do we do here, because they want to know about waste. They want to know what the full supply chain is. They want to know how it is impacting our people. And I think a lot of people are playing catch up really quickly, and probably pharma is ahead of all the other industry.
Would that have been the unintended consequence?
That would be the unintended consequence.
They're to bear up to.
Yeah, and I think Aurelius is probably one that's dealing with some of those consequences as well at the moment, because the way they like to operate probably doesn't have a clear synergy with a lot of people's ESG strategy, and they realise that they've got to change.
Thank you.
So, thanks for your question.
Sorry, it's just building on the ESG question, because I think, as you say, private equity in the past had a great experience of taking cost out, and the ESG doesn't always take cost out. And just not necessarily for yourself, but where do you think the private equity industry is on recognising, okay, there's an implication here that we've got to face into?
Interesting question, and with one that came out last week actually, and this isn't a procurement answer, so apologies, but the private equity market is getting quite saturated. There's a lot of people going into it. It's, you know, returns of, I think on average is about 13% for any investment, which when you look at other ways of investing your money, that's far higher. So when it becomes more saturated, what is your USP? What's your point of difference? So it seems like Aurelius' strategy is to get ahead of the curve on ESG. I don't think they know fully where that curve's going to take them. And therefore that will allow them to keep doing the deals that they are able to do, because ultimately, as the market gets more saturated, the price to buy these companies is going up and the return on them isn't as high. So that 30% comes down. So you've got to have a point difference. And I think whoever gets there first in terms of something that makes sense for ESG within the private equity space, because it's definitely a conflict. I think you said not as high returns. I think it's definitely a full-on battle. So that's Aurelius' stance at the moment. And I think they've got a lot of learning to do. I think everyone has. I mean, we talked about pharma just a second ago. They were, my time at GSK, they were far and away. But even then, they create conflict in the supply chain, right? They create these pre-qualification questionnaires for tenders, and then you're asking people to go against political rationale for various choices. So that automatically that you're put in a position where it doesn't make sense.
Sorry, I don't think actually it's just a private equity issue.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you look at CFOs, CEOs, and the challenges they're looking at to say, how do I get return for shareholder when I'm only making 3-4%, you know, return, and the ESG is going to add cost in.
Yeah.
It becomes probably you're in a better place than you might realise.
Thanks for the question. Anyone else?
Yeah. We did a bit of work with Blackstone Group a few years ago. All companies that spent over X millions came together for group sourcing activities. Do you go down that road at all?
We don't. Again, this is a bit of a tussle that we've had in recent months as some of the acquisitions have got larger. We are quite strong with our preferred supplier list in the UK. And we've got a list of suppliers across certainly most of the indirects, maybe not so much the directs, given the range of industries that we work in. But on the indirect side of things, we are able to get good leverage across frameworks, not combined contracts. And I think that's one of the nervousness that we sometimes approach with some of the acquisitions that we made, certainly on the smaller side, is that they don't want to be bundled in case one of the larger aspects of that contract exits. And also, one of the things I measure the suppliers on our preferred supplier list on is not just cost, but is their responsiveness. Because, you know, if you're working in that SME space in terms of companies, if they feel really turned off by a supplier, that can have a real detrimental effect to the more strategic transformational projects that I want to do. So yeah, I tend to lean away from it. And actually, we did acquire a business from Blackstone, and they did mention this buying consortium, and yeah, we decided to step away from it actually. But
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you so much, Chris. A question for the audience. We are a bit behind schedule. If you're hungry for lunch, then we can break for lunch right now, or we can continue as you like. So the classroom gets the privilege vote, right? The live stream audience will wait, and we'll come back after lunch, as you say. Are you okay or? Okay. Half an hour, but yeah, we can make it shorter a bit. Yes. So should we do a lunch break now? And maybe in 20 minutes, Milan, you're next. We'll probably start you in 20 minutes.
That's okay, of course.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Milan. So we'll be back when Rama, you can put on the lunch slide on, but yeah, we'll be back soon. Thank you. Hi. Let's okay to leave the stuff. Yeah, I think it's sorted. So is this a question like that's training? Hi, Milan. We're back. Yes. Are we live or not live? Ready? Okay, guys, we're back. Uh, so we have now Milan. So maybe Rana, go back to the slide. So Milan leads our global alliances at Insight Plum and partnerships. So Milan is really doing the role of building this new ecosystem of partners that Insight Plum has, which is like the only, right now, we're the only company in the world in procurement partnering with about 20 partners. A lot of them are emerging tech. And Milan's really been on that journey last few quarters building that. So we'll hear from Milan on really this emerging tech, why you need these emerging tech, why they're important, and why as a company we're building capability in this. So over to you, Milan.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear audience. Warm welcome from the Dubai, where I am right now. If I may ask for a screen control, it will be much easier for me to move my slide, if that's possible.
I think, are you getting it?
Yes, I have it. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see the screen and can see you.
Very good, very good, very good. So yes, this very short pitch will be about how procurement and technologies coexist, how technologies help procurement to move forward, and why we need a little bit different type of ecosystem now than maybe we needed a couple of years ago. So let me just start with very, famous and well-known product maturity curve, which I abused, and try to put it, try to map the procurement, the stages of development of procurement function, procurement as such, onto something which is maturity curve. And really, and we heard it today multiple times, we have had more of the people in the beginning really do ad hoc without any tools, simply purchasing things which business ad hoc needed. But as the businesses grew, or as the, let's say, perception of the importance of the procurement function grew, procurement started to adopt the tools and moved from the ad hoc sort of a handling request to a reactive mode. So there have been some policies set up, limited use of tools and automations. So there where the real procurement function starts to form as we know it today. As we move to the right, the mature organizations are actually getting to a stage where procurement is proactive. So they drive the agenda. They drive how the policies, how the procedures would be. They can really step into the decisions, what and from where is sourced, how the terms and conditions are adjusted. This is also possible because there is probably much more tools to support this proactivity. And then obviously the work is not spent on manual processes. So processes are optimized. We have seen today multiple examples of optimized or best practice processes. So this is something where some companies are still really at the leftmost side, in the stage of inception. Some or most of the companies today are in the adoption phase with different levels of adoption of different tool sets, as we have seen from Marco previously before the break, talking about that particular stage and how they moved into the mature stage. And quite frankly, even in the very large multinational corporations, not every single function or part of the procurement is on the same maturity level, but mostly the large corporations, because of financial reasons and controls reasons, compliance reasons, are more and more moving to the mature phase. But as we know from the products or any sort of development in the society or product or business, there is always a breaking point. Somewhere you either will grow further or you will decline. And actually, whether you innovate, grow, survive, or decline, lose your importance, lose your influence, it's upon us. We have to make some decisions. So just mapping the technology there and how the technology actually evolves together, this will lead us to the end point. So where the procurement is incepted and started at the very basic level, you basically are okay working with paper, email, spreadsheets. And there is nothing wrong if you move to the adoption phase, that you still use Excel, spreadsheets, emails, but probably you will already have some automation, some ERP, some custom developed tools, which are helping you to automate part of your work and connect with other business functions, especially in finance and planning and other functions. If we move again step to the maturity, where probably many of you already are or heading there, but still many of you are in the adoption phase, are not yet in the integrated e-sourcing or P2P suite. But this maturity level is somewhere where you already have established set of rules, practices, and you have tools. You have all the tools, probably integrated suites, which give you all wealth of functionalities, from spend analysis to contract management to sourcing, negotiations, whatever you want is there. But question really is, do you use it efficiently? Do you use it effectively? Do you really understand what the values from the technology is? And yet there is this next stage, which is the innovation or decline. And that is the gap which we are trying to address as an Insight Plum. And you heard from Mayank today multiple gaps in the procurement, in the processes, in the tools, in technologies, in the skills and education of the people. But for me as a technology person, and I have spent honestly my entire life in the technology, in the maybe IT industry, let's call it this way. And in the past couple of years, I'm getting deeper and deeper into procurement. I must admit that procurement as a function is probably the most complex and the most promising business function when it comes to use and application of technologies. Many of the other processes, from manufacturing to maybe customer care and sales automation, are relatively straightforward things where you can use few technologies. But in procurement, you need so many things if you want really to innovate in the procurement, that I really honestly believe that the procurement is one of the most challenging, but also most, let's say, exciting areas for techie like me to be in. So if saying that, if we really stay on the same level of tools and how we use them as we have, or as we have today, or as we already use for a couple of years, over time, this won't be enough. These tools, they have own procurement, they have own life cycle. They will be obsolete. Their user experience will be getting worse and worse. Companies, markets, strategies change. How can you flexibly, in an agile way, accustom or accommodate all these changes and developments in the market? This is for me the big question. So if we don't pay attention, at least at part, you know, like an addition to your daily jobs, if we don't pay attention to what's happening in the technology space, we may very quickly become obsolete or using very complex tools which are not really optimal and do not support this new agile, high risk, high speed of changes environment. On the other hand, what we have, an Insight Plum, I'm really proud that we figured it out and we found that this is one of the major gaps in the procurement as a function and in the procurement industry in general, is that these companies which we already know and have been here for years, which I call, let's say, leading technologies, and many of you have seen examples and many are mentioned even today during the day, their innovation is maybe slower because of the complexity of the product, but there is a wealth of new entrants into the procurement technology space. And I understand it's difficult for any procurement professional who is not really a technology geek to be following all these new developments, how the autonomous buying, how the predictive supply plans, how the cognitive procurement would work, how the AI really applies in the procurement. Those are broad topics, broad areas, which I believe we can help you to somehow handle. We can help to get these companies who are bringing innovative solutions to the right place within your technology stack so that it enables you to innovate. It does not mean rip and replace of what you have today. It mostly can mean the application of the new technologies, new ideas in the right place, in your process, in your technology stack, and helps you, instead of decline, becoming obsolete, becoming a burden, a cost center, again, to become an innovator, to get you supporting corporate strategies, to let you bring something new to the table instead of being in the reactive mode. So I believe from a technology point of view, and if we look at this roadmap to becoming a procurement leader, all these steps, and you have seen this slide before in different contexts, all these steps are technology supported right now. All these steps require some sort of a technology. On the very basic level, process automation, then really cognitive insight, advanced analytics supported by AI, obviously buying experience, which very much depends on the user experience of your suppliers, but also of your internal customers, up to the risk management and use, for example, blockchain technologies. And now imagine what's happening outside in the world, like the metaverse, and there is lots of discussion about metaverse and how metaverses will actually affect our daily life, but also business lives. And this is one of the technology areas where I really believe in it, that procurement will be one of the first business functions where maybe metaverses will be used for different interactions between business partners, between suppliers, and between companies to negotiate, etc., etc. So procurement as a function is really, from a technology perspective, still probably behind other business functions, because believe it or not, although all the technology for the rest of the business is bought by or through procurement people, most of the times procurement people or procurement teams are the last who are served with the technology, as if procurement was an afterthought. But it's actually not like that. So for me, it is extremely important that we together, companies like us, you procurement professionals, raise our voices and make the progress which already has been made in these areas like machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchains. We bring it together to the decision makers, to people who really set the corporate strategies and say, look, this is where we can help. This is where we actually can create additional value for the company. And the implementations really do not need to be extremely complicated, complex, lengthy, or expensive. So let me shed light on what we are building at Insight Plum, and I'm really privileged that this is something we really are the only company, as I know of, who have both the leading procurement technology vendors, the big names like SAP, like Jagger, like Coupa, Ivalua, as partners. On the other side, we are proactively scanning, screening the procurement technology ecosystem, which is very vibrant, very dynamic. There's lots of startups with a lot of investment getting into it. So these companies are getting really attention from financial institutions because they believe that there is a market and potential in their growth. We have handpicked, tested, tried, and learned about lots of new technologies which cover relatively simple tools for smaller teams or companies on the, let's say, lower to mid-market company size, up to a very specific solutions like the supplier metadata management, like sustainability, or the accounts payable, or the tax compliance companies who have really additional role to your suite or to your traditional vendors, which are mostly companies on the left of the slide. And obviously, we are very seriously looking into those things which from the corporate point of view are also very important in terms of governance and enterprise and social and sustainability. So we are trying also to mix in the companies which have procurement experience, which have procurement links directly within the co-founders, within the product. One of these examples you see in the middle. So from my perspective, Insight Plum is right now, and apologies, this is a little bit of a sales pitch, but I'm really proud of it, genuinely. Probably right now the only company in Europe, here in Middle East as well, that we have collected a strong suite of partners, large and small, the companies who run the biggest, largest companies, but also procurement technology companies who can complement, enrich, and bring completely new view, for example, on your spend data, or automate processes which up to now you have not been able to automate, or manage contracts in a way which opens the drawers, what Mayank said before. You have a digital storage for your contracts, but if you don't see what is in the contract, what the clauses are, what the deadlines are, what the penalties are, when the renewal dates are, etc., the contracts are more or less useless. So these are the technologies we are trying to bring and combine on with the suits or with the leading technologies as we know them. So companies who are established and already in the market, but many of the new solutions also can fulfill more complete role in your, let's say, company, in your procurement function, in this growth phase at the beginning, when you move from the inception to the advancing level up to the maturity. So this is our current ecosystem, but we are not stopping here. We will grow in the future by few selected partners again. It's not like we partner with everybody. It really needs to make sense. It needs to provide some unique value for you as a customer. And we need to be able to really articulate this value very well, because without it, it's very difficult to adjust the project or the need for that particular technology. So let me now briefly spend a little bit more time on how you can tap our ecosystem through us or with us in a collaboration. We obviously understand the technology side as well as the procurement processes and supply chain management part of it. So we can, as a consulting, as a system integrator, as an advisor, really find the best fitting solution for your particular needs, taking into account your past, your baggage, your legacy, maybe tools and automation or whatever, and see what is going to happen most likely in the future. In partnership with these companies, we built, based on the assessments already mentioned today, some roadmap, and that gives us the best fit solution and why we believe this is the best fit solution for your particular situation. Obviously, we can serve as a one-stop shop for you if you don't deal or don't want to deal with multiple vendors, or sometimes in some situation, we can offer these solutions as platform, as a service that is something you can consume on demand as you need, as you go. So there is no need for upfront investment or some difficult long-term, long-running projects for integrating tools into your current technology stack, which obviously will make a problem with people in IT security, and other stakeholders who have something to say about the new technologies. Then we help you to implement the software, to get really project up and running, and then wire it up with what needs to be wired with these new tools. Last point is pretty important: innovation garage. If you remember my product maturity curve, it is something which, of course, you can innovate or you can decline. And when you decline, you are done. When you innovate, innovation means you will be matured and you will need to make again the same decisions: decline or innovate. To keep you in a constant innovation cycle, we will use Innovation Garage, where we will figure out new use cases, and together in joint forces, we'll help you to progress and achieve what is called CI, or continuous innovation. So for me, Innovation Garage should become like a, maybe not a daily exercise, but maybe at least once a year, the Innovation Garage, the fresh new look on what's new and what's happening, where we moved from initial stage and after implementing a go live on the project, what's next, what's art of possible with those technologies. So I really encourage you to think about this continuous innovation in the procurement the same way as your IT people are thinking about it. So that's basically it. From my side, I really want just to stress, we can help you with the technology, we can help you with the processes, and we can help you to address the skills gap. And I believe those are all the big gaps within the procurement, because procurement really right now is maybe in a very unique position. Probably, or maybe it was neglected in the past 3 years. But right now, it's so much easier to catch up on the emerging wave of technology. So something which is new and which the core business, due to the risks associated with the new technologies, will probably not like to jump on. But we, with procurement people, we can make very solid low-risk decisions and slowly move you to those new emerging technologies if they can address the areas or problems or gaps you may have in your organization. So with that, I thank you very, very much for your time. And if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them through Q&A box. But other than that, Mayank, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Milan. Well, thank you, Milan. Thank you. I think he's definitely proud of what he's done, and I can say that because, I mean, genuinely, and you are witnessing this live, right? We are the only company doing this at the moment. So maybe time will tell in the coming years, but this is really the start of what is shaping to be the new ecosystem in procurement tech. And Milan and me both are ex-IBM. We joined together and we started this since last August to really get on the partners. And then the last 2 quarters is what we had these partners. So yeah, looking forward to how this goes. But the context on the talent side is basically that people need to upskill on newer tech. And to upskill on newer tech, that's when you will be also the early leaders of new tech, right? You know the core domain, you know the procurement business. Some of you are experts here in the room, but learn new tech and then you implement new tech and start to see the difference it makes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Milan.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah, so Rana, you have the control back. So I will take you quick through this because we are behind time. But this is naturally falling in here because we were talking with Milan on the ecosystem of partners. And now this is going through really what that ecosystem brings, right? So we're going to kind of do a quick class on artificial intelligence here. Maybe by show of hands, at least in the class, can you tell me how much are you already exposed to artificial intelligence? Yeah, you are. You are, some extent. No, some of you not much. Okay, good. We'll just cover the basics. If you think I'm going fast, then anyway, stop me for questions, but we'll try to go through not everything, but at least high level. So I can do it myself. Thank you. Okay. Right. So this is what I was talking about, and this is continuous, right? So every year now, the human race is actually creating more digital data than all of the mankind before that, right? Every year now we're creating so much data. Every second is data, right? Now just imagine this call is getting live streamed, and I mean, we're really in the digital pollution stage. But how much of this data are we actually using for decision making, right? I told you earlier in the day, less than 1% is actually used for operational decision making. A lot of data, but very little insight and very little linkage between the actual data and the insight or the business action from it, and the learning from these actions also. So these are kind of the main problems that, at the industry level, you will find now with data. If you look at the evolution of data, I mean, of artificial intelligence, really, it's going from the big data, like the SaaS, the analytics on SaaS, the big data platforms, like the Cloudera, like the IBM Big Data. Then you got, I think, in the mid 2000s, the likes of AWS and Google Cloud Platform and Microsoft Azure. Also, then I think in around 2016, 17, you started to see IBM Watson, which is on towards the right side of the spectrum, right? So you're going from data platforms to machine learning platforms to more augmented user intelligence, meaning where actually you are learning and starting to act like humans. The machine is starting to do something like humans. And then to industry cognitive cloud. So this is really building whole capability on cloud infrastructure with cognitive run processes. So this is kind of where right now the industry is moving towards. This is quite basic, but this is something I think you should understand, and this will really help you a lot. So if you look at the spectrum from left to right, it's man versus machine, right? And you go towards the right, it is how much you can do like humans, like more like brain. So if you think of this, the simple Excel workflows we have, or macros we have, or the simple approval flows we use in procurement, they're all like examples of basic scripting. You can script something, and it's also automation. These bots that you see, you're all used to bots, right? Chat bots and different kind of bots. They are simple repetitive tools. They are also example of basic scripting. But as you keep going towards the right, you start to see that they are more starting to do from rule-based automation towards task. So they start to replace humans in something, right? Repeat activity. They have some natural language processing skills. They can do a bit of dialogue, right? I mean, I personally find pretty frustrating when, after some time, like mostly on the chatbots, I'm typing the word agent and trying to get to an agent because they don't understand. But it's okay. Over time, these systems are learning. But you have in a lot of places, factories and supply chain, a lot you see the role of automation. I think you had an interesting project, Milind, right? This is exactly this work where you analyze. I think in your case it was glass, if I remember, something to do with glass. What you needed repair, right? You needed some repair. machines to do, but machines do stuff. And then also in health industry, you see, right, how machines do the very complex surgeries and all this is AI at play. So as you go towards the right, these machines are making decisions like humans. And I was telling you earlier in the day, the Insight Plum names comes also from Insight, which is more towards the right side of the spectrum. So what can AI do for us? Of course, it can start to understand the data, derive meaning from some structured data and also unstructured data. It can interpret. It can interpret things, observations. Example in procurement could be simple as what worked for you, what sourcing strategy worked for you last time. Let's do it now. Or simple thing like, hey, the commodity price of something went down now. Now is the time to do it. Or you're aggregating, it's reading, let's say now, reading emails and aggregating results. You know what? This is what the emails are reading and telling us, let's do something here. So demand aggregation is happening like that. They can reason, support with evidence, right? Continuously learn based on historical data. So machines are taught to do. I mean, I'm personally seeing a lot of progress in the last 5 years on machine learning, like how much machines are able to learn and react. And then they can also, if you tie in with other technologies like blockchain, they can definitely assure you of the sanctity of data, like in case of supplier onboarding, the compliance checks and stuff. It's very useful in these areas. So AI is helpful. AI is actually working on two things, not just the operational data that you pull out in your reports, but it's also working on unstructured data, data in your emails, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and all that. It's reading all that data that you can't easily put in a structured report, especially in an environment like the sustainability guys here in the room. You know that the relevance of this. So you can't study sustainability in any isolation. The sustainability work for you is really involving understanding of tech, and the role that tech can play to actually drive sustainability. Because I think that is the biggest thing that you can actually apply to really make an impact at the moment. Measuring impact of sustainability, driving sustainability results is going to come from emerging tech. It's hardly going to come from anything else. So what is happening? Actually, I go back to that slide. What is happening here is basically you are able to use this cognitive digital brain and actually process your data, third-party data, external data, like let's say weather. It's checking the weather, combining with where your operations are located, plus your own internal data and external data, and combining all this to see your supplier risk, your operational risk, for example. So it's that combination of internal and external. Now, if we don't have this, we are relying on the person that is doing the job for us in procurement, the category managers, for example. We're relying that, okay, our guy is an expert, like Milind. Okay, he's an expert on travel category, let's say. He can do he will be on top of what we can save in this category and all that. But the point is, he's human. Beyond a point, he only knows as much as he can update himself or keep him up to date, right? He can't all the time. And he's also really just learning and seeing himself. But if the machine is doing it, machine is picking up even when he's sleeping, right? Machine can pick up information and then have it there for you. So it's not replacing humans. It's making the job of humans better to do more informed decision making. I can back myself with 10 other data points. That is what this is doing. And it's also making the user experience better. I mean, simple things you would have noted in your phones, right? In your personal life, how like Google and other things, it's reading your mail, it's reading your calendar, telling you, okay, maybe this is your 10 minutes journey now, because it's already thinking this is where you're going, or reading your, let's say, tickets. So it's already telling you that, okay, you're going to fly somewhere. So it's doing all that stuff, right? This is giving you a better user experience, isn't it? So just things are just getting, so that is what AI does. It starts to transform the user experience and engage better. So, and the output of this is coming in different forms, apps, alerts. Like I walk in this Regent Street and You'll cross the Burberry store. My phone will automatically give me a message about some promotion inside the Burberry store. How is it happening? It's happening because of the location in your phone, the interest, and it's reading some data and it's giving you an offer. So all this is like just an example of smart alert, right? Using your profile, using your information, and in the context giving you the scope is in every industry, every field of all this. It's coming in the form of chatbot, packaged apps, and cloud app and marketplaces. All these are the output experiences of AI. I mean, ultimately, if you see 95% of the top 100 large enterprise will have AI into their products. This will be just in 3 years from now. Even now, by 2023, you will see that 65% of the fastest growing companies will have more smart machines and virtual agents than people. So more and more focus is here because people are understanding, the businesses are understanding the power or the impact of AI. It's simple. It's competitive edge. If you don't do it, you'll be disrupted, right? As a business, you'll be disrupted. So there are use cases of AI in every field, in financial services, travel, retail, manufacturing, healthcare, utilities. I mean, you look in I think smart meters, you most have smart meters at home, right? So this is a simple example of AI. I don't know how many of you have the predictive health maintenance or predictive maintenance on your machines or anything, right? Health is pretty common in the US, at least, the diagnosis of health, predictive diagnosis. Credit scores and credit risk is just AI. It's collecting external data or data from multiple sources, and so on. Pricing patterns on flight, dynamic pricing, right? You see dynamic pricing on clothes also. So I heard this now, it's not that new, but in Finland, maybe a few years back, they had not these, you have the pricing tags on clothes. They're fixed, right? And then you cut it and you put a sale price on it and so on. So there was somebody in Finland who invented these digital tags, and they could change the price dynamically on those clothes, seeing the demand, seeing the supply, seeing the stock, seeing the weather, if it's related to sports, seeing the events, everything. And you could combine and just put the same tag changes to whatever price is the most optimal for them to balance their stock and their cash flow and everything, right? So this is just there. All this is just AI. So AI in procurement is a real need. It is not an option. We need it for decision making. We need it to improve process. And you're really going now, let's say companies who have been digital for many years, for them, how do they mature beyond this? It's to go towards the AI, the graph that Milan was showing you earlier, how I was also showing you earlier, that automation now is basic. Digitization is a basic thing. Then you go into the layers of AI and blockchain and other emerging tech and like IoT, and you use it. Companies that are not even digital are here today, fragmented process and sources, right? We saw in the transformation agenda. So they have to go from fragmented data, fragmented processes to digitization of their source to pay to actually AI-enabled procurement. If they don't get there, they will still be very much obsolete. So newer tech that Milan was actually showing you, a lot of it does this AI-enabled procurement. And this AI-enabled procurement is really what is now driving you competitive advantage. So I'll skip some of this, but use cases are many, right? So you can do more. Where would you do automation? Where there is high cycle times, high FTE requirement in procurement, low data exception. So you repeat processes. I mean, if you think of RPA, robotic process automation. Personally, I'm not a fan of it, but the way I've seen it work in procurement, like even on old SRM, SAP systems, because they're repeat tasks you're doing in those systems, you build a RPA kind of application that does automate that task. So it does speed up. The only drawback of that is the minute you change that task or any customization, you need to change that RPA. So it's expensive. What I would personally recommend is upgrade to a better system that eliminates the need for such manual processes to be automated through RPA, right? RPA is expensive. RPA is expensive to implement for that use case, but it still saves you money compared to, maybe getting humans to do that task, right? So it does pay off, but it's not long term. Okay, so examples of AI in source to pay, the buying assistants, apps that help you read and through natural language, you can process simple things like, can I give a voice and or can I just take a photo of something? Now, if for example, take these big pharma companies, labs and stuff, researchers, right? They don't have time to really order test tubes or this or that, right? They will take a photo of what they need, and or they could give a voice of instructions, and the app does the buying for them. So simple example of AI. Contracts, you had the GDPR change a few years back. Imagine companies that had to manually read 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 contracts just to check one line, two line, does this apply here or doesn't apply here? All this, imagine if AI is reading 20,000 contracts for you in one go. Or simple example again, now you have a small change in regulation, right? The regulation or the law changes, right? Some things get upgraded. You have to analyze in contracts, where does this apply? Where does this not apply in my case? Or if you're trying to do some piece of work, however expert you may be in procurement, you cannot always stay on top of local regulation, especially when you're covering a large area, right? So there's these contracts are hyper localized. They've got that intelligence. This is what new AI is bringing in procurement. This intelligence. That's why I also feel the direction of procurement, especially on contracts and sourcing, is that it should eliminate. It will eliminate. If you watch, I have a video on YouTube and also probably on my website. I'm really talking about the elimination of a lot of procurement processes, especially sourcing and contract. Why? Because what is sourcing really? Sourcing is negotiation only because there is an arbitrage. There is some lack of visibility between you and me to come to a point where we agree, right? The transparency, the more transparency there is there, that leverage is zero. Like you buy on Amazon or you buy on any marketplace and you think it's a fair price, right? Why? Because the market dynamics of demand and supply take care of it. So like that, I feel over time, as we go into more commodity marketplaces, like you pay for Uber, for example, whatever fare you pay for Uber is what you pay, right? And then you think of that as the standard. Okay, you don't really negotiate an Uber fare, right? Why that happens is because you build that acceptability with more transparency that fine, this is what it is. So maybe Uber is still making profit in that, but just an example, or Amazon, of course, makes a lot of profit, right, in what they're doing, but they're still the lowest price for you. So I feel the procurement, more and more you're getting into commodity marketplaces, you will see that why would there be a need to have category managers to go and source when actually the software will give you the best price and the right time to buy and then right time to contract, and then it eliminate the need for contracting also. If it's the same law, if it's the same set of contracts, if it's the same kind of regulation, why do you need someone to sit and draft a contract, a master agreement template, an SOW, when that service becomes a standard? So I think industry is really pushing towards marketplace in the true sense for service, for items, for all categories, right? The more you can create marketplaces, the more you will see that we are really living in this huge range that will eliminate. So it'll eliminate these tech, it'll eliminate people working on those tech, it'll eliminate people who are working without that tech on processes. So all these people, these are people like you sitting in the room, you will lose jobs. Your skills will become obsolete. So with time, what you've somehow got to do is you should know that this is coming, right? This is there. It already exists. This tech exists. So the one side, today we have shortage of jobs in procurement and more need for skills in procurement. On the other hand, the tech that is coming in, if your skills don't match the tech that is there, or you're not able to really shift to this tech, then you are going to get obsolete, right? So this is why this is also very important in the context of just knowing where you should learn. Supplier insight, this is a very big one. Financial risk of supplier, the risk assessment tools that are there. This intelligence was really you can say hidden, now is getting uncovered. Supply management, key focus area after COVID, also even more, right? To find more local supply chain, to really also cover on, like I said earlier, reputational risk and all that risk for the brand. So ethical sourcing is important. So all this is coming from supplier insight, supplier data. Pricing insight, again, very important. Are you able to find the right external insight and accordingly negotiate? If you have more data or more insight, you can negotiate better. So it also helps you negotiate better, right? If you have got 5 price points at your, you will be confident negotiating with your supplier. Advanced analytics is basically all this visualization of that procurement spend data. Procurement sits on a lot of data and a lot of intelligence. So if someone really focuses, like Marco was telling in his presentation, if you focus on data, and there's also procurement now more and more in mature organizations, you have a chief data officer role. Why? Because this is the real power, right? If you can really structure your organizational data into a whole cognitive data enterprise, you have the power to really, one, make a strong impact to your business, but also in the whole industry. So all this advanced insights, risk insights, this is all going towards informed decision making. So these gives you the basics. These are just details, so I'll skip through this, but this is just explaining the use case in more detail of this, right? So internal pricing, external market information, that's the disruption, right? That you are getting that insight as a commodity manager. So it's more power to you. So tools exist today that give you this. Same, combining internal information, structured information with the unstructured data from multiple sources from outside, right? This is the disruption. So again, very quickly on continuous innovation, what is business doing now? Businesses are actually setting up AI departments, and this has been going on for the last 4 or 5 years. They are setting up these innovation departments in companies to really do more automation, to more cognitive stuff. Why? Because they fear disruption, or they fear competition, right? Or their competitors have done it, so they have no choice but to do it. While they're trying to do this, they're still struggling. Why? Because this is not their core. Their core is their business. And also, this is like a closed group. When a company is trying to build innovation on their own, they don't have the view of, if already somebody has it's like reinventing the wheel, right? If somebody already has done it somewhere else, why should you try to reinvent the wheel? And so what happens with companies is the projects in AI are normally failing. And it's not easy building this sort of organization, because to build this capability, you need the skill talent, and then you need to basically continuously work, and not just as a proof of concept, right? Take it into the mainframe system. It's not easy to go from concept to delivering a result. So this is where companies like us come in. Where we are investing is on innovation garage. So if we hire AI consultants, what we're doing is trying to do use case by use case identification of innovation in procurement, and then put that innovation or that piece of tech on top of existing tech. Now, if we've done it at one place, we can take it to another customer, the same thing in the industry, or if it's procurement, if let's say domain agnostic process, you can take it to everywhere. So this is what we are doing compared to, let's say, companies trying to do it themselves. And if you do it yourself, you're likely to fail and work in silos, right? So this is kind of the principle. When you do it on your own, you're not able to go beyond proof of concept, because Sometimes it's business funding. Sometimes it's, okay, I got to POC, I got to a good prototype, but my main IT system, I don't have it, or the skill challenge, right? So it doesn't really, it's not easy to go beyond this. So the best practice really is that for companies to engage with external firms who are doing it across a customer base and augmenting your internal artificial intelligence capability. So this is a key aspect of procurement, right? So go from your use cases, build a cognitive sandbox, design the user engagement, design the process accordingly, and then transform yourself to that digital cognitive business. So this is again just to show you the spectrum that this is where you need to go, from a use case to building a proof of concept to building an actual solution and deploying it across your business units. This is what you need. Okay, so I'll probably skip some example now, but there are hundreds of applications of how innovation is helping automate, then save money. And you do it one use case at a time, and then over a period of time, this becomes your second nature. And over a period of time, you really upgraded your systems to running all those innovation. So let me skip this part. Essentially, you are converting your company from a procurement function from, let's say, cost to a real revenue generation, because here we are talking about building IP. You are building intellectual property by doing this. Banks, I've seen banks in Australia do this. I'm seeing some companies build some specific AI in procurement. Also, it's coming from the fact that they are a bit frustrated with the state of the tech themselves, right? What are they offered in the long innovation roadmap of those? So they started to build solutions on their own. And it's totally fair, right? But when they build a solution on their own, it's actually something that they can share in the industry. And they have the IP or the advantage where they need to collaborate with the industry, they do. Like all the healthcare in US, they did come together on this medical records, the medical data, because it helped all of them collectively. Okay, so ignore the tea break slide because we are behind schedule. But let me get now. Let me scroll to Kenneth. Kenneth, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes. Okay. So Kenneth is one of the board members at Insight Plum, and he leads the supply chain offering. And he's from Denmark. And Kenneth will talk to you more about not just Industry 4.0, but supply chain in particular, supply chain 4.0. So let's hear from Kenneth.
Yeah, first of all, I just have to share my screen. See here. Here. And you can see my screen now. Yes. Yes. This. You can just see the. Yeah, you can see my screen. Yes. What I will talk about is how you can create a lasting impact with the supply chain 4.0. But just a little background about myself and why I am in the business of Insight Plum. I have a background about supply chain. I have worked with supply chain in different companies, from furnitures till production companies till like building supplies. So from my point of view, I have a background of different types of supply chain, and this is what I succeeded to do in different companies to like build up and change the company structure in supply chain. What I will talk to you about today is the supply chain 4.0. I have tried here to make an example of the supply chain 4.0 and what it is, because there's a lot of new trends in supply chain management, and we have to rethink our supply chain design. We need to adapt the supply chain and opportunity to reach the next horizons of supply chain business. That will see that we have to transform the company into a digital supply chain. Digitalization of the supply chain will have a lot of challenges. It will be in every single part of the things you see in this model. I call it the Insight Plum flower. As you can see, we have to do with planning and visibility. We have to do with procurement. We have to do with production. We have to do with logistics, sales and customer service, and the after sales. When this is the focus areas, and then we go a step further, and we have some different types of things we can go into, spend analysis, remote sourcing, and so on. But these are the main subjects. There are more and more demands from customers that we have to be chasing. We have to see into them. That's actually why Amazon have done something they have calling predictive shipping. This predictive shipping is that they send a package of goods to a certain destination, and then when it's reach or almost reach this destination, they do what they call a replacement. So they send us actually a package to a destination, and when a customer purchases this item on the internet, they'll do a rerouting of the goods in the package and send it directly to this customer. This will bring down the time of delivery, and it will certainly also put up like some customer satisfaction. This is, of course, some of the things we have to deal with in the supply chain. This is customer satisfaction, it's performance of the supply chain, and we have to create a network of automatization and analysis to improve and the supply chain on a general and agile way. And this is very important. But we will see more to this flower. If we go to the next one, we have McKinsey, who have done some really good, like say, going down to this supply chain 4.0, said what is the basic, what is baseline. Baseline is data handled manually and not updated regularly. I know that I have been in some companies where I have been using Excel spreadsheet, taking copy paste from the database of the EIP system. It has been fun, but it will also be nice to have a tool to just put this into. This is some of the thing you get with a basic supply chain, what's called 3.0. And when you have this supply chain, you start to use some tools like warehouse management system that we also heard about today. You can use planning programs, you can use procurement, intelligent systems. But when you go up to the advanced supply chain 4.0, it will make a reduction of your cost, but you also have to take all these digitized products you have to do and build it together. You will make a total digitalization of your supply chain, and it will do and have an effect on your supply chain. It will impact the loss of customers because you will have like already before you know what you're going to plan in production, you will already started the production. You will always be able to do like a cost analysis on a very basic way with where you see it from the end till end product side. So you like seeing your supply chain from end to end, and you will be able to see the cost from your production till you ship it and the customer have it. Cost improvements will be improved in the warehouses by smart optimization, and it will affect and have an effect on your production. planning reduces and automatization will be that you can plan and do your planning with a 80 to 90% of automatization, which says you just need a little touch of human in this process to do all your planning. When you have all this in place, you will reduce your inventory significant. And actually, some of the things you also can do with the supply chain 4.0 is to use like things like 3D printing. What is the use of spare parts? You don't have to have safety stocks because you can produce your spare parts with a 3D printing. If that is, of course, a possible way to do it. If we see in some of these cost reduction, you can see that McKinsey says that you will have like 7.5 to 15% advances of cost reduction in warehouses and transport. You'll also be able to have like 50% of cost in your administration cost. But when you see in the inventories, you'll see a deduction of 50 to 80% of reduction in your inventories. And also your lost sales will be like reduced. Lost sales is, of course, a prediction where you have seen what is the customer is going to buy. And if it's not on stock, we know that customers, as it is and the world is today, they just go to another website or web page or shop to get the things they need, because the possibility is many around the world right now. Now we can see what is it and how can Insight Plum help. What we can do is to build an ERP cloud system to build up your ERP in the first way. Then we can make some emerging technologies to automatization of your procurement. We can make a VMS system, like go into a daily inventory control, or even like use it advanced, where you have the possibility to put in scanners, pick to voice, pick to light is one of the new one, where you just can see you put a light on the shelves, and the guy who comes with the scanner can see there's a light here. This is the green one you have to take. It's quite a unique way of picking, but it's also something where your faults or mistakes will definitely go down. And this is also where you can analyze your supply chain and use your key performance indicators on a daily basis. And of course, we can also consult you in an optimization project to change the daily business. And when we see of all this, and a lot of companies will probably be way behind 4.0 and supply chain 4.0, then I think, what is the next? Because they're already talking about supply chain 5.0, where we have a collaborations work between humans and robots. So actually, we are going from 3.0, where you have the humans. We go to a stage where we have 4.0, where you have more like into robotic. And then we will go a step back with the 5.0, where we'll go in like having and bring in the human touch again. But we will also see robots in a role where they will be doing the dangerous, hard, and boring work. And it will, of course, be like, they will have this work where you will be able or have the possibility to use humans. But why are we going from a 4.0 and probably to a 5.0? It's because the humans are being more like, things shall be personalized. Things should be in customization for especially this customer. They want to choose the color, they want to choose the size of what they want. And that is the demands from the customer. They are bigger, And that is why we will go a step back, because of course you can use robotics, but robotics will also be like, this is how we do it. Of course, you can use AI, effectively intelligence, to make the robots. But when you have customizations and personalizations, then this will be like, okay, we go a step back. So yeah, we'll go to 4.0 with a lot of electronics and technologies and robots systems, but we will also be able probably in the future to go a step back and see if we can bring in the human back because of the mass customization. And I hope this gives you a little exciting about what is it there is in the future about supply chain, and how can we handle supply chain in the future. That was the words from me, and I hope you have a good meeting in the UK still. I will stop sharing my screen, and I hope this has given you some thoughts about upgrading your supply chain.
Thank you, Kenneth. If anyone has questions for Kenneth, then please feel free. You can use the mics you have. I think we can't do it for the live streaming people, but they can put on chat. But no, definitely, thank you, Kenneth, for that perspective. And
You're welcome.
yeah, we are okay to proceed. Yeah. Okay. So let's. We'll move on. It's late afternoon in the UK. We'll move on to Rugged. Thanks a lot, Kenneth. And we'll move on to Rugged.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we'll take a break. So
Okay.
Rugged also is another, you can say, founder members at Insight Plum, and she's leading the operations and corporate development, but she's also a supply chain expert. So she's going to give you a quick overview on the AI element in supply chain. It's kind of building on from what Kenneth talked about, supply chain 4.0. And then we take a break. I guess it's a bit drowsy right after lunch, although the lunch was very light. But let's do it. Thanks, Rugged.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ragat Ali, and today I'm going to speak about artificial intelligence within supply chain. Just to give you an overview about who I am and what I have. My name is Ragat Ali. I'm a certified strategy execution from Harvard Business School with over 19 years of experience in procurement, supply chain management, and operation. I'm a member of EPICS and hold many certifications in supply chain management, operation, artificial intelligence, and project management. I've helped many international companies develop their supply chain management and other divisions. Some of the challenges for supply chain. Supply chain is under big pressure to meet their customer satisfaction while dealing with global tension. Some of these challenges are lack of real-time visibility. The lack of product visibility typically caused by old or absent technology. Lack of supply chain and unnecessary risk. Poor inventory control. Poor communication between retailer and supplier. Waste, human and financial resources. Dynamic demand. One of the challenges faced by the supply chain is to cope with unpredictable demand at different stages of supply chain. Supply risk, some of these like political and government changes, economic instability, weather, cyber attack, and transportation changes, and as well as shortages. Inflexible sourcing network, the lack of organization capability to react quickly to changing supply chain requirements to meet their customer demand. All of this lead to low customer satisfaction, and highly inventory buffered. Some of the benefits of AI for supply chain. To me, the continuous challenges within supply chain need to be more agile and resilient. Studies shows that implementation of artificial intelligence within supply chain can be seen through 10 to 35% reduction in both inventory level and holding costs. AI is extremely helpful in data mining, which inventory management needed. Artificial intelligence solutions have the ability not only to gather, but also analyze the data to transform it in a timely action. That's the implementation of AI into the inventory management system help the business to evolve more rapidly. Shipping costs can also be saved 5 to 15% using the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence brings great benefit to road transportation, as well as cost reduction in driver time. With AI, services level will improve by 10 to 20% and one time in full performance. The benefit of supply chain professional. Supply chain executive can get big benefit to monitor all inventory in real time across the globe supply chain. The buyer can order the right inventory at the right time in the right amount. All of this will help improve the supply chain productivity, which supply chain manager can do. This is for me, quick introduction, explanation about AI within supply chain. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Raghav. It makes perfect sense with what I think Kenneth was also saying, right? So main thing is how to keep your customers, win your customers, and the customer experience, right? So AI can really impact many areas that you saw from both these presentations of how this can keep you ahead of the curve, right? So I mean, ultimately, if you look at our profession, it's not that boring, you know. It's really impacts real business, right? It comes from all sides. So procurement and supply chain both, yeah, you learn, you master, but you have to go beyond the domain into the tech to really have an impact today. So knowing art of possible with the tech is very important in your business, and this is what I think, Raghav, you gave an example, few good examples of that. So any questions for Raghav from the class here? Good. Yeah, good, Raghav. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So now maybe Rana put on the break slide. Hi. We're back, Rana. I don't need. So before we go into sustainability, let's do. You can stay on this slide, is okay. But let me call some audience from the class. I know, like, I appreciate we ran through, few hours of a day really to go through a very wide range of topics. But we try to structure the day in a certain way. So I want to just probably, because this is still early stage for Insight Plum as a company, and to do this masterclass that we're really on a world tour on, to do this in different parts of the world. It's very useful to get your feedback on the class, and also if it adds value to you from really what our purpose is, which is to help you assess, benchmark your skills, and to get you perspective on the industry, to kind of show you what is coming, and to kind of prepare you accordingly, right? This is kind of our purpose. Of course, the bigger purpose is, in general, our company is about addressing the gap in procurement. So, and talent gap is one of the main gaps for it. So this is kind of our purpose. So with that in mind, maybe Andy, can I start with you, because you were one of the first speakers as well, and especially you talked about the skill topic. So may I request you for some feedback? Thank you.
Yeah, I think for me, I think we've all gone to conferences or webinars or sessions where we kind of face it with a bit of dread in terms of, I'm just going to be spoken at. I found this very interactive. I found as a speaker, the subject is obviously close to my heart, but I like the fact that it's different. And I like the fact that you have tried to cram quite a lot into one day. But I personally will take learnings away, certainly around AI. I think I'm your typical procurement dinosaur, given the fact that I started, 30 plus years ago in the trade. But yeah, I've learned today, and I think that's the key thing, isn't it? If you learn one thing, if you meet one great connection, then the whole day has been a success. For me, the relaxed way of delivery works. I think the venue's very good. It's not been a sales pitch. I think as cynical buyers, as we tend to become, if you like, then we're always on the watch out for that overly zealous salesperson. And I personally, I haven't found that that's been the case. I think it's been more information sharing, knowledge sharing, as opposed to a sales pitch. And for me, that's a massive positive. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for this feedback. So maybe we can go around the room, so you guys can speak from your mic. Yeah, so feel free. Manjeet.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to give some feedback. So I think the session has been extremely informative. I think the mix of presentations from soft skills to some really cutting edge skills in supply chain 4.0, AI has been very, very informative. I think, from my point of view, these skills are actually the future. And they will essentially become essential for the procurement professionals. What I think would probably add more value in future sessions would be probably having a little bit of a simulation of a case study, because I think reading slides and listening to it provides a lot of information, but I think having a real case study simulation of, let's say, supply chain 4.0 or AI use case would be more helpful for the audience. That's my opinion. But overall, I think, great content, great delivery, great speakers, obviously great venue. So thank you very much. It's been really, really insightful.
Thank you, Manjeet. Thank you for the feedback. I had actually prepared a video as a use case to go through, but I think in just it's really condensed in terms of time, right? Not being able to get around to the plan was to really start with the video, then just the story, and really get the people to infer that, see this as real scenario you could relate to, and then go into, okay, what's wrong, what's right about it, and learn the practice that way. But we condensed it in a way that speakers speak. But thank you, because we'll work on it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Stuart?
So it's been very good. You've crammed an awful lot in. And I think that's commendable because there's a lot to cover. I think from my point of view, the things that I thought worked well were the different speakers that brought something from their sectors that not necessarily everybody would get to hear about. I thought that was very good. What I'd probably have liked was the cutting edge of the technology and where it's going. I think you don't need to do it as a sales pitch, because you're in a useful position to share what is good across many different platforms, and the likes of ourselves may not necessarily get to see them without necessarily calling everybody in individually. And you'd be in a great place to say, here you go, these are some of the things that are very different about different parts of that, and where the technology might be going. Equally, I thought, the PE example of actually what tools are out there that are working for you on a very more straightforward system would be equally useful for people to have seen and shared. Appreciate there is sensitive information that you can't share, but overall, I thought it's been a great day. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Stuart, for that feedback. And I think we are genuinely in that position where we get all the software, we learn the new softwares, we try to build a point of view on it. On a regular basis, we actually post on our LinkedIn page about these point of views. And in the masterclass, we actually try to bring in the emerging tech partners to give a demo. We did this when we did a 2-day workshop. We had 4 or 5 different partners bring in their, so you see firsthand, you get to see demos where you don't see anywhere else, right? Unless you're going one-on-one to them, like you said. So pretty much, I think we'll probably do more of that so that you actually see the technology in action. And we want to be agnostic, so we're not really giving that way, let's say. But yeah, art of possible with all those tech is what we try to kind of cover. But thank you for the feedback.
So, Mike, I would say this was a crash course in procurement. I wish there was something like this 15 years ago or 18 years ago when I started my career, because we didn't have anything which could give an encapsulated view of right from the basics of procurement to some level of advanced procurement techniques, and then of course the future in terms of technology. So I think absolutely hats off to you guys to put this content and be able to kind of as I said, put it across in a 1-day session, something which could possibly, where people could have spoken for hours. So hats off to you guys. What I liked, I think, was from my perspective, the AI part or the technology part was a real eye opener. I think as a practicing procurement professional, that's really helpful. It gives a peek into the future, which is very nice. A little more of case studies. I guess you guys already have that. So, if you could actually show how AI has helped or any technology has helped, of course, which could benefit the entire group, not very specific, but in general, how technology can help, and that would be really helpful, I would say. Otherwise, in terms of the speakers, excellent. In terms of the location, absolutely perfect. So hats off to you guys for pulling this off.
Thank you so much. You are equally a part of it, right? We are a small group here, so we have all played our part in contributing to the content. So we are bringing that perspective, and thank you so much for that perspective that you brought in. And I'm glad you could, something of value for you as well, right? Thank you so much.
Hi. I've only been here for about an hour and a half, so I can't really put my opinion on too much.
Yeah, of course.
But I'd just like to point one thing. So my roots being India and Africa, and I've spent a lot of time doing research in supply chains, not to the same depth that you have or studied or know, but one area for me, when I've looked at people talking about green solutions, is one thing that's mentioned to me is operational costs and externalities. And I've looked at the externalities of, let's say, a product or something. And I've found that at the beginning of the supply chain, there's always seems to be one common theme, which is there's a supply chain, where the supply chain starts is slave labor. And then at the end, so my question is, within the course, which I don't know much about, how can we incorporate, so in a cradle to cradle way, and maybe you've done this already, how can we incorporate in a cradle to cradle way such that the all these other aspects that might be overlooked, you know, because it's 3,000 miles away in India and it's not around the corner in somewhere in England, is how do we embrace that? Because I think a lot of times people don't want to look at that, because the human nature is like, okay, we don't want to, we'll want the product green, but to look at the fact that there might be other people in another part of the country in a supply chain for this. A lot of the times I've found that a lot of people don't want to talk about it. And it's the fact that it's incomprehensible that there's other people in the supply chain for this. So how would you include that? Maybe you're already including it. I just wanted to ask that because my roots are in India and Africa. Thank you.
No, see, great question. Yeah, and I tell you, this is really where we are, right? Yeah, you want to answer it?
Yeah, I think I can share some insight. I used to run a team that looked after sourcing out in India and China, and we would have it as part of the vendor selection process. So the challenge around slave labor is real. And the question is, okay, how do you validate your supply chain without taking necessarily somebody's word for it? And I think lots of people in the room will have had experience of managing relationships where you audit them, but an audit is typically only 1 day out of 365. So how do you end up putting other processes and checks in to ensure that? So I think that there is a lot that goes on that people aren't necessarily aware of. The challenge is, how do you communicate that in a way? Because the press tend to pick up on the instance where M&S were picked up on a couple of years ago, where they have one instance, but they're probably one of the better organisations in the UK at trying to ensure that their supply chains are free of slavery. So I think that there is probably a lot going on, and I'd gladly catch up with you at the end if you want to sort of have a chat about what's going on in that world.
Absolutely, yeah. But to answer also, Mark, I'll come to you in a second. To answer you on also, you know, what we are trying to do. We genuinely believe like people are only learning on the job, right? You're seeing people do and learn on the job, whether it's supply chain or procurement. And what we are trying to do with this masterclass is simply raise awareness that this is all you should know, or this is possible with technology, or this is where the industry is going, or if you want a competitive edge, whether as an individual or whether as a company, it gives you a starting point to actually go in that direction, right? This is really just a showcase tool. I mean, you can't learn in 1 day. You can just get exposed to, all right, these are the topics that are there, and you get a broad perspective on them, especially hearing from the, you know, horse's mouth, really, from the people from the industry or experts in that area, or seeing those tech in action, right? So you see it. Then you go and do those courses, and those bundle courses we have like on our website, but we're also then trying to do those partner courses, right? So specific courses, but we have 4 comprehensive courses, one on the domain expertise, one on the digital procurement itself or digital transformation, one on AI and innovation, and one on sustainability. So 4. But imagine if you learn all these 4, where your skill level is. So this is right now really an awareness exercise. And that's why we're kind of on a world tour across the globe, because we see it coming. If not, it's obvious to people that the kind of gap between actual talent and what the industry needs or where the industry is headed is huge, right? So we are really heading towards a disaster, I must say, if we don't disaster, unemployment, and skill gap at the same time, right? So skill shortage, but you will still not have a job. So it's possible that that may happen, and companies may go bust, right, as well because of the way they're operating. So we see it coming, right? So
Just one last thing for those people who are not working in a company or haven't got the experience. This course you're doing, 4 modules. Is there any level of practical engagement or
Yes,
experience involved in this?
great question. So that's why, right? So the focus for us as a company is one. So one, we're raising this awareness, right? But also we are partnering with universities around the world. Why? Because, like we said, right, that people are only learning procurement on the job. So we are, as a company, offering universities that we already partner with, but also open to all of you. Like some of you really just applied for internship, right? But we offer an internship to all university students who want to apply with us. What they get in this internship is the actual learning, right? The skill, the experience, those courses as well, but also actual practical work experience, like in developing an offering or taking this latest perspective to the market. So they are learning practically, starting their career with these upgraded skills that are needed today, and then they can scale up in those skills, right? So purpose is simple for us: to build net new talent in procurement. Because this talent is needed. The only way to get it right, and like you said, Milind, I mean, I also, and many people said this to me before, I wish we had this sort of thing 10, 15 years before in our career, right? Because for some people, really, they share this experience that 20 years they've done the job and they're happy in it, but they have not realized what they missed. Only after that, they realize actually they could have taken a certain career, right? I mean, somebody at some point, I was probably lucky at some point, I got exposed to some tech, got exposed to actually procurement. I didn't even know the word procurement when I got into the field by chance. So, but somebody changed my life, and I probably climbed the right ladder with that. But yeah, you're lucky, right? Whoever gets to experience it early in their career has a chance to then move on from there. So we are trying our best, but you guys are there to help us to just amplify that message. We're doing this without sponsorships. We're doing it without, a big corporate behind us. We're doing it really on our own, simply because of the purpose in mind. So it'll pay us. It'll pay us in many ways because we're addressing a genuine gap. So, we're on that direction.
Sorry, one last thing.
please
I
go ahead.
was asking more reference to myself because I've done a lot of research, but I don't have the experience in that area.
No, so same applies for you, right?
Yeah.
So you gain the internship and you do
Okay.
that's why I was,
Okay, so
yeah.
I can even apply
Yeah.
as a working professional, but not in this field as well?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
You take it. I mean, we are also we're bringing women back to work by women take maternity break and then they need a job. So because these are new skills for everyone, it doesn't matter to us, age, background, anything. You are learning a new skill. Whoever is ready to learn a new skill
Yeah.
and find a job, no matter what their current background is, you learn something new, you get a job in that. Plus, of course, in procurement, you need 100 other skills. So experience never goes waste, right? What you've learned till date never goes waste. But if you acquire a certain skill, it's just going to be your advantage.
Okay, no, I'd be ready to pitch in. And also, I'm here today because I found out about this event about 12 a.m. last night. So it was very last minute.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
There are 200 other people who registered didn't turn up. Okay, sorry, Mark, over to you. No, thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to compliment the speakers, really. I've been really happy with the quality of the speakers. I think they've been great. So, and thank you for it, because I know it takes a lot to prepare for a speaking engagement. So thank you to all of them. I think I come from a different place where I'm incredibly excited about technology, but I've also worked in organizations that have had procurement systems that have been implemented awfully. So, a lot of the, there's nothing worse than an implementation of SAP Ariba that looks like it comes out of the 90s. And I think what I'd be really interested in, and you may in your longer sessions when you're working with your partners, some case studies of where they've managed to implement their systems really, really well and what they could do for the organization, because I think that makes it really concrete for people, and I think that'd be really helpful.
Thanks, Mark. I know, and we both worked in some project together at the same time. We're seeing these 90 kind of implementation, right? Suboptimal. This is the whole industry. But on the other hand, now we as a company are learning these newer implementations that are happening in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month max, and the scope is different. So our purpose is, again, consultants like Anta, you join us, right? You will learn new tech, implement new tech, and in 1 year time, we have consultants with that new tech skill set, and the methods are different, the needs are different, and you're live in quicker time. So yeah, more cases will come to life in due course, and it'll disrupt the current consulting and the current setup of half a year, 1 year, 2 year engagements to implement a piece of project. So that'll change. Okay. Yeah. Anyone else? You want to say something? Oh, you want to talk about your?
Yeah. So
maybe switch on the mic.
okay. So thank you very much, Mayank. It was very insightful day for myself coming back from a technology background. It was very evident again that if you will not grow and embrace the new technology, then you will make redundant in a very near future. And that's why my side, thanks once again. And just one comment on general perspective, would be good if we can add some real-time scenario and some real examples, to just blend and give some more exposure on day-to-day business and what challenges you see from the real project perspective. So yeah, thanks once again.
Thank you very much. And Heather, he runs SAP Learning Hub stuff. So you want to upskill yourself in SAP Learning Hub, just contact us or contact him direct. Now you'll be connected with him. But we're doing our SAP Learning Hub courses through his partner engagement. So that's also one upskilling. Like you need the CIG course, for example. That's a way. But yeah. No, thanks, Heather. Okay. So we heard from a lot of people. Anyone else wants to say something? Bob?
Yeah, thank you. I've been around the procurement supply P2P space for a long time. Probably started out with technology going back to 82 and have built technology as well. And being a MSIPS for many moons now, I've seen the journey of procurement from pre-90s to afterwards. And I've seen a lot, I've been on a lot of courses and done a lot of things. This is the first time in many moons that I've actually seen a coordinated approach to try and tackle the deficiencies in our profession. And those deficiencies are as much about leadership or lack of leadership, lack of structure, lack of direction, poor systems implementation, skills gap, lack of training, and all of the other things that have been challenging for our profession for decades. So it's laudable, I think, that you're doing something that nearly everybody is not doing, which is about time too. And I think the next level to this is because there's a lot of good AI, a lot of bad AI. It's about how to get into that next level of detail to then really overcome and challenge the status quo in terms of how corporates can go beyond where they are today and how technology can be effectively introduced, built, and implemented in the way that it should, in a way that supports a larger chunk of the processes needed to run a business, and by that I also mean the nuances around different industries, whether it's medical or hospitality, because one size doesn't fit all, and your journey, wherever that may be, to support the right technology roadmaps, implementing AI and blockchain around the right, with the right foundations, and supporting strategy and talent development is fundamental and key for all of us. So I wish you well in how that's going to happen. And I think this is the start of a very interesting journey for everyone that participates.
Thank you so much for that feedback and observation, right? Well, hopefully, let's say one day we are all in the same family. It's possible, right? We are on a mission. So thank you, Bob. What about you, Adam, Anta, number? Yeah, you can switch on your mic. I want to really hear the millennial perspective as well, right? Because you've just done fresh courses and go ahead one by one.
So, hi, I'm actually a recent graduate. My background is in sustainability. And yeah, no, this talk has been really eye-opening because from my background, I've only seen stuff in theory, and to actually have a look at what can be applied in a practical sense is actually really insightful, and it really motivates me and gives me an idea of what a career in sustainability can be like, especially when you're saying that procurement is the future of sustainability, and the use of AI and technology is really important for that as well. So yeah, no, I'd just like to say thank you to all the speakers for providing all the insights. So yeah.
Much. So I want to ask you, what you study sustainability in university, right?
Yeah.
What direction you normally get? What, like before coming to this class, what really was your expectation of where your career is going to go, or what's the direction you got so far?
So at my course we covered a lot of different modules just to give us an idea of like how we can apply sustainability in a professional world. But it's a very basic sort of knowledge. So I came into knowing about supply chains and trying to identify scope emissions and identifying hotspots in that sense. But the reason why I came here was to get a better, more in-depth look on how systems work in general, because you don't tend to cover like that in detail while doing well in my masters especially. But yeah, no, this is honestly given a lot of information that I missed out on and I can use for the future.
No, thank you. That's good. That's good. Yeah, and we will be of value to you. So we'll probably start you on the sustainability, right, when you have time. Thank you. Yeah, Namrata, Anta?
Okay, even I'm a recent graduate in sustainability, and this course has been really an awareness for me as well, because it opened a new perspective for me, how it connect with my own course. And yeah, as you suggest, to be on the top, we must upskill ourselves. So this course has been like really helpful for me, and thank you for all the speakers, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Mayank, for this opportunity. It's the first time I'm attending a master class, and this course was like really knowledgeable, and it gave me an idea on how the procurement works, the cycles, and a good knowledge on AI. So, and yeah, I will be upskilling for sure. Thank you.
You have been working, right? You've been working in procurement tech for some
Yeah.
time. Yeah. I think 3 years or what?
Yeah,
4 years.
for 3 years.
Yeah. So it's good you could still learn something new. And she's come from big organization, right? You've worked in big.
Accenture.
Yeah. Very good. No, thank you. I'm glad we could add value.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think that was all the people. So thank you for the feedback. It's encouraging, and yeah, you will see us, and we will be working together in one way or the other. Chris, didn't ask you so far, but yes, not last but not the least.
I really enjoyed the experience of the Q&A aspect of my presentation, and actually seeing the level of interest in what's going on, what other people want to know what's going on in private equity. I think sometimes we don't realise that we're such a closed shop. But one of the things that I'd really like to get from more of our interaction is you're the expert. You know, as much as I'm aware of procurement tools and software that's out there, I want to hear your view. You know, you're in the weeds. You see these minor tweaks that are going on all the time, and I want to know what you think is the market leading. You know, we always talk about the Nokia Apple effect, right? So Nokia always came out with the phone first, and we thought it was great, but Apple dominated the phone market. And who's Nokia now? And we need someone to do that with procurement tech, is to be the Apple and go, right, there's these little things out there, but who's going to absolutely dominate the market? And you seem to be best placed now to do that. So I want to hear your view, and that's what I'd like to hear more of.
No, I think that's a great observation. I mean, we are a Plum, close to Apple, but okay, at least we've got somewhere. Good link, right? But no, I think really, honestly, see, why again Apple? I spoke to a lot of Apple senior leadership in my previous roles, and actually one thing I learned about Apple, and I also attended a mobile experience workshop with them as to what they really do. You refer to them as a phone company, right? But genuinely, they say they're not selling the phones or the iPads. They're selling the medium, the iOS. They really made the iOS. So what they really care about is the usefulness of their medium. So they, in fact, they don't say this because consumers consume their, hardware and they get around with it. But the reality of their success is really based on this medium. When they do corporate sales, they actually ask the customer, what are you going to use the tech for? For example, a bank asks them that, we need this, we need so many iPads, we need the iPad here for so-and-so stuff. They really qualify that, no, this is not a good use of the iPad. They actually didn't make the sale. So, and I don't remember the exact use case, what could have been that bad that they actually didn't want the whole bank to buy iPads for that, but they were very conscious that use it for the right purpose. So they actually really genuinely focus on their iOS as a medium. And when it started long back, now if you think about it, when apps were coming in and apps were free, and now how the world has really changed with apps. So in our industry, and you're absolutely spot on, right? So fortunately, at least for me personally, last 10 years of leading tech practice within IBM, Capgemini, and last 20 years in the tech and kind of what, Mark, you went through, I'm seeing the reality with the current ecosystem of supply, demand, and the market needs, the gap, right? So basically, the idea of Insight Plum was to start to address those gaps. And also, luckily, was fortunate enough to work with the big companies which are mature organizations in procurement, which really want to be at the bleeding edge of procurement, like really world-class CPOs who are leading the procurement agenda, leading the tech agenda, and actually being part of those partnerships that define the industry, right? So I got that exposure for sure. But what I learned from all this experience is that actually, you can challenge the whole current convention because it could go bust. It's literally like the Nokia case, right? I genuinely feel the current giants can go bust, absolutely go bust, because they're not getting anywhere. And this whole ecosystem, that's why we are at the moment a small company, but we believe, because we are addressing the gaps and we are really operating or creating a model for the future demand that is, and future is really just relative, right? It's already now somewhere else, and it'll be future 2 years down the line somewhere else, right? So we are genuinely trying to keep ourselves abreast with the latest perspective by being in a position to learn that latest perspective. Like for me, I felt I knew a lot 2 years back. I knew like the industry, the procurement industry. But to be honest, and I thought my learning was also very good. The trajectory of learning was good. But the minute I stepped out and actually started Insight Plum, and I started to really address this use case, I educated myself on the top 100 emerging tech. And that was eye-opener for me, that I was actually embarrassed that I didn't know the names of these companies, and they're valued in billions of dollars and they have existing clients. So how come I was in this industry? And then I did a lot of kind of soul searching and figured out, look, if me in my position, if I don't have visibility, how do the end customer, how do people and other practitioners get this, right? So they all don't lack this. And big companies, big SIs today, they're also made up of just people, normal, average people, average leaders who are trying to build a practice, build a capability. So they only learn what they're exposed to. And sometimes the strategy for big companies is coming from the top. We only partner with so-and-so because they are in Gartner. one or two, and that's it. So for me, it's been really a tremendous learning, and that actually reignited my passion. I mean, I was really passionate about procurement anyway because I knew the art of possible with procurement, and I started to venture into AI and started to do keynotes in AI around 2017 onwards. So I learned it on the fly and started to see the use case. But when I learned these new tech, I see them in action that there is, and to be honest, the other side is also true that they are lacking in maturity. The newer companies, even though they're valued in billions of dollars, are lacking the maturity that the big giants have. There is no doubt the maturity comes over time, but they've got technology that is truly ahead of others. So you got to balance that, and they're definitely part of the new ecosystem. So I think if big companies today, they don't change their ways of working, their strategy around tech and talent enablement, they will go down compared to. So I'm glad you're here to listen on that, and yeah, hope we can collaborate more also with what you're doing with Aurelius. I think that's anyway great value add for those companies because they won't even get to that without you. So no, definitely, thank you so much. For people on the webinar, so we were just taking feedback in the classroom. Now we got 20 minutes. We can wrap it, or would you like that we actually just continue our topic of sustainability? And we're going to barely touch it, but I hope it's worthwhile to go for the next 15 minutes, and then we can close the day. Is that okay? Okay, then let me go ahead with this. But thank you all for the feedback and for the attendance. So one thing, we will share all these slides, of course. So you will get all these slides. You will also get a digital certificate for attendance. At some point, you never know, this may be epic, right? So let's see. And you've been part of it, right? Most of you contributed to speaking, so this is also great. So on sustainability, again, we are just touching the surface, but really, I think you see, like, of course, you guys are, some of you are really university students from sustainability, so you know this, but let's also see what you know. But okay, so just in general, I think there's a need to understand what is sustainability, what are the sustainability goals, how to measure sustainability, and how to be a sustainability champion. If we answer these 4 questions, I think we are on the right path. So let's just start with really basic, right? So there is something called as UNDP, or United Nations, development goals. So sustainability development goals, or SDGs, as you would have heard these acronyms before. There are 17 of these. And it's not just to do with environment. It's just in terms of really overall to be a sustainable planet. It's a lot more than just environment, right? Environment is an important part of it, but not to confuse sustainability with just environment, right? Do you learn that in the courses? Yeah, you do, right? This is common for you, right? This is basic knowledge for you. So these are, in fact, the 17 goals, like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, because again, all of this leads to other things, right? Imagine if one side people are privileged and in living in developed countries, and on the other side you have people without the basic needs, right? Or education. So you will never have a sustainable planet with all this. So some things are basic, right? Again, clean water, energy, and so on. So these are the 17 goals. So how do then corporates have also got these goals, right? To contribute to these goals and see how they do. And then there is the environmental sustainability goals. So they focus a lot on the environmental aspect because they also have then government policies and credits and tax and other things related to that. And now also, I mean, earlier, a few years back, you could say that it was like a brand differentiation thing. If you were good on your environmental sustainability, or if you were good on corporate social responsibility, it's definitely adds to your brand value, right? That's what corporates really care about. But now this is a necessity for all. So it's way beyond, I think, the stage where it's just a you can say a good thing, right? So what really it takes to be a sustainability champion? Where do you start? So firstly, be aware of all these goals, be aware of the environmental challenges and other challenges around the world. Be aware of regulations, policy, and goals related to sustainability, because there's all of that, right? To be aware of the regulations, the policy that exists, and the goals that countries have goals, companies have goals, right? So even at the country level, most countries have signed up to certain goals. So then that governs the policy and a lot of regulations related to that. You see this affects every person in daily life, right? It does affect. Understand these UNDP goals on sustainability. Understand the sustainability KPIs. Now, this is where I feel the procurement starts to come in. And this is actually what I'm looking for from the sustainability interns, is really to start helping. Like, we are creating an offering in sustainability which starts with, just like procurement, it's procurement maturity assessment. Supply chain is supply chain maturity assessment. On sustainability, it's firstly really getting a measure of what is the current impact of your actions. So we help the companies really measure on their sourcing, production, and consumption. 3 areas. What is the impact of sustainability? Do they even know how to measure it? And when I started to actually work on this with some IoT company a couple of years back in UK, we're doing this beer supply chain or keg supply chain, I realized that there are no measures. There is only research students. There is no standard definition of anything, right? Like, you must have studied in your sustainability courses. You just have estimates, approximations that this is equal to so much carbon footprint. This is equal to so much, or this is this assumption. It was all made up of assumptions, right? And you could twist the data any way you like to your convenience. The company is actually offering B Corp certification. The company is doing a lot of, earning a lot of money in this space, also from trading carbon and many other things. But a lot of them, I mean, it's more, I also feel it's a lot of greenwashing than reality, right? Buying a piece of forest somewhere, in reality, I mean, the forest is already there. How does this help? I mean, you're throwing in money somewhere, right? It's not really true sustainability. Okay, then I spoke to some CPOs. They said, but in our case, we're actually seeing that money goes in the development of something and so, right, of the communities that are managing this forest. Fine, fair enough. So there's a bit of that. But really, buying a piece of forest in Scotland, really, I feel is a really poor example of trying to meet your sustainability goals. So I realized that with all this, so we try to create an offering where we are measuring sustainability. We also partnered with a company called CarbMe out of Germany. They are able to measure sustainability on key metrics from the ERP system into their ERP system. So when you see the ERP reports, you also start to see some key metrics reported on sustainability for only their top suppliers. But it is a significant part of your spend, and it's a significant part of at least knowing the impact. So you can't measure sustainability impact of every supplier you deal with or everything you deal with. But even if you start in corporate to measure sustainability for key suppliers, I think you've gained a lot. So we are in that process to, let's say, define these set of procurement KPIs based on, okay, leveraging also from students like yourself, and especially research students in sustainability, right? So we're getting to the exact measure of, because you need an exact measure of things to start to approximate or to assume things, and then try to justify to become a standard. So even the current companies, they don't have a lot of this. They have somewhat, but they've probably, so there's a lot of gray area or ambiguity around the metrics and their measurement, and actually even the authenticity or the outcome of this, right? Even system is what you feed the system with. So you might see a fancy looking chart on a dashboard on sustainability, but if you go and question the assumptions, you will realize that, it really means nothing, or these assumptions are wrong. This is like paid stuff to give you a green rating somewhere, right? It doesn't do true value to the environment or any of the real sustainability goals that you have. So this is a very important bullet point. So understand the UNDP sustainability goals, but then understand how to measure actual sustainability KPIs, define those KPIs and measure. So partly this is the work you will do in internship, is develop that offering, and we take this to market. And why procurement, right? The relation with procurement is going to drive the supplier behavior. So procurement is the best place to help you redefine, again, I say on these three things, right? Consumption, sourcing, and production. Consumption is the indirect procurement, how procurement is procuring. Sourcing is what you are sourcing from your, and the production is like on your supply chain side, what you're producing, right? So all these three areas, if we can measure sustainability, so it relates to both our procurement offering, to our supply chain offering. Now you see even big companies like IBM, they started to have a sustainability offering. So they know that this companies need this consulting, right? So they're beginning to do something there. So we feel this is a very relevant line that you're studying and you will get around with this. Then make a list. I did this for myself. I was really, I tell you, quite unaware, and not intentionally, but really unaware. Like, use plastic bottle for water, for example. Now I've stopped many years back, but there was a time I didn't realize that how my one bottle could make could aggregate to the impact on the environment, right? In everything. So I made a list a few years back during COVID. I made a list of every action that I take in my personal life, forget the corporate, in my personal life that actually has an impact on sustainability. And believe me, how I was influenced by younger people than me. People coming out of colleges, universities in France, in Europe, in UK. This generation is more conscious about sustainability and more educated about sustainability. I mean, they follow the simple things which the grown-up, the adults don't follow. So I actually learned from them some of this stuff, and I actually made a list of every impact of my action. Let's say my transportation, what I consume in the food supply chain, what I'm doing on energy, what I'm doing on everything, like all the actions. Right? You aggregate that. Then as a corporate, like I'm a CEO, I run a company. What can I influence policy, or can I influence my decision making can impact in a big way? If I do 1 day work from home for my entire company, it's so many people not traveling to work, right? Just one little example. So I think my message to you in the class is that first, okay, get the awareness. Two, make a list for yourself as an individual. You will see it'll make a difference in your life. And this is the true first step to take before you think you can take up a role in sustainability in a company or make a difference. You will again be part of the corporate bullshit, really, if you don't make a personal change. So this personal change, I think, is really important to be aware of. And it relates to the previous step, right, of KPIs. So if you have the knowledge of the KPIs, of the goals, and you start to make a difference in your life, number one, you will be an influencer to others, people around you, which you need to, right? You need to influence people around you. And if you are, let's say, in a procurement role, then you are a real role model because you can really make a difference. And that change will be most compelling when you're doing it in your personal life, right? When you truly believe it. If you're just doing it as a job, that, okay, I'm a procurement manager and I need these metrics on sustainability, so I'm going to tell my supplier to do these three things, but I actually don't care about it, right, in my personal life. So you are no different then. So this, I think, is a very important thing. And design this. So I already said this a few times, sustainable business model for production, consumption, and sourcing. So if you do this list, you will be able to do this for business. It's not tough. Then it's again the same message. Be the change champion, making others around you aware of sustainability. If you do this much, right, it starts to have an effect genuinely. So yeah, these are all the steps. So you see, you don't need to be at the top. You don't need to be a corporate CPO or someone to only manage sustainability, or it's not like, a job for others, like somebody else will take care of it. It is a job for all of us to take care ourselves, right? In our role. And you could be reporting to somebody senior, but you could educate them on sustainability, right? Or sensitize them on it. So this is all the message I think I'll give you in this class at the moment. and that is really the role of procurement. So I think we stop here. We'll not do the employee panel, guys, because we're towards the end of the class. So maybe we end the session here. And I would like to thank you all for your participation, and also especially to the live streaming audience, because it's a long day, and maybe I know you're intermittently joining, but the recording is there. So the recording is there for the whole session on YouTube, and then the recording gets broken into individual topics, or your individual speaking sessions, because it's a topic in itself. So we'll clip that eventually, and then you can have those clips as well, right? So, but yeah, thank you overall for the class. Maybe one request, what we can do, probably, if we're a small group, let's take a group photo for the class, maybe get together somewhere in the center, either in that side or maybe here. Either way, whatever you like. Let's do one photo, and then I think that's it for the class. Thank you so much for the day.